Yeah, I get a title to my name.
Oh, that's cool. What are you going to teach?
I am going to teach both fire science and economics.
Fire science?
Yeah.
What's fire science? Like how to burn shit down? Pyromancy.
And or how to stop it. And some basic chemistry. And you're gonna there's like lab portions to it too, which is like all like training, all the firefighting training, right?
Okay.
Why is it called fire science? I don't know. That's just what places call.
Fire like is that like wait, is that like a oh god, what do you call it? A community college or is it like for a university?
It's university.
Oh, it's cool as hell. Yeah, no, I they did not have that at my school.
A lot of them don't. They don't have the facilities.
So would you be teaching other firefighters or is this like any I don't know.
These would all be. I mean, they would basically have like a rank equivalent to cadet.
Okay. So it's only firefighters.
I mean, that's the thing. Like a cadet is kind of a firefighter and kind of not a firefighter.
Yeah, well, I've got time. What's cadet?
Uh, it's a rank below having ranks. It's like the simplest way to explain it. It means you're in training.
Okay.
Right.
But like
So
you're
like
definitely
if
in.
you yeah, you're just not on a department, right? You're in an academy. The Central Illinois Academy is attached to a university.
Oh, you live in Illinois.
Yeah.
I was raised in the hell do you call it? Peoria.
Oh, I'm not too far from there.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. It is the
Yeah, I went to Bradley.
Oh, okay. Oh, you shelled out, buddy.
Indeed.
I had to work my way through college. I couldn't afford to go to Bradley.
Yeah, I did that too.
How dare you?
I mean, I needed to go to Bradley because I had two babies, and you know, I needed to what do you call it? I needed to be in the same town where all my family was, so I could, you know, have childcare while I was in school.
Yeah, I went to Western, then ISU, and then Chicago.
Yeah, I didn't know a lot of people who went to Western. I think my niece just graduated from there like 2 or 3 years ago. But everybody went to Carbondale. Holy shit.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I don't think I've met one other person online from Illinois, and I think you're probably the closest person.
Yeah, I know a bunch of people over there.
Yeah, because Gretchen is from Chicago, so she's further away from you.
Yeah.
Hey, Spackle, are you in Illinois?
No, I'm California, San Diego.
Yeah, she's a Pinko Kami.
Nice.
That's right. I'm with all the gays. We're gonna be killed pretty soon, apparently.
Apparently, this the gay plague. I've heard this like the coronavirus is supposed to be a plague to take out all the bad people. And then bad just depends on, you know, who you are and what you hate.
Yeah, take that, bad people.
Yeah, I don't even know how to say it. Like, did you I don't know. I think somebody put that in the chat, like the Muslim guy who was saying that this was a plague and then or in the Discord, sorry. And then he got it, which is really interesting. And then yeah, there's all the Trump supporters who say Trump would never lie to me. So this thing isn't actually real, which is really interesting with like the NFL and the NBA and everybody delaying and canceling, all the normal stuff, over a Democratic hoax. I would love to, I don't know. I really don't want to get back on Twitter. I would love to see how they're spinning this.
He's starting to give in a little bit. He did say it was a terrible disease or something. He finally gave into that, and then he added, more restrictions on flights coming in and out. So he's starting to take it more seriously. He's letting his hand tip a little bit that he is getting a little bit worried.
Yeah.
Only because Tom Hanks. That's why. That's it. He's like, oh shit, a celebrity got it.
That could be.
Look, Spooky. I'm not going to judge you for who you're hanging out with. Just know that if you sleep with dogs, you get fleas. That's all I'm going to say, Spooky.
What? Who's Spooky hanging out with?
I'm so kidding. By the way, Han is pulling, Pon's kind of winding people up, saying Spooky's hanging out with Heretic, and I really don't care if he hangs out with Heretic. He can totally hang out with Heretic. I was just being dumb.
What is Heretic doing these days?
He how do I don't even. He left the Dragoon server. I'm kind of sad. He seems to think that this server is being ran by a whole bunch of narcissists, and it's sad. It makes me sad.
Yeah,
Heretic said that Drag server was run by a bunch of heretics, by a bunch of narcissists.
No, this GDC server, and then Drag server, there is a narcissist deep within.
I want to summarize it differently. Heretic decided not to like AO, and therefore must burn all bridges. Right, everyone just went what, and then he decided that everyone was, I don't know, wrong.
It makes me sad. I like Heretic, but this isn't the first time he's gotten a little bit wonky. He might come back. I don't know. I'm trying not to stress about it. Yeah. I'm a little bit sad about it because Heretic can be a really cool guy. It's just right now he's done some what I think are not cool things. But I'm not here to take a swing at him. I like the guy overall. I just don't like all the behavior recently. But I don't want to go tit for tat online. I would much rather talk to him in person, which I have in the past. This here is not helpful, and I don't want to add more harm to him.
No. I'm not asking to gossip. It was just like the last time I heard, he had just taken all of his videos down, and then but his name's been coming up a lot lately, and so I'm like, well, what's going on? Just genuinely, what is he doing? I don't understand, but yeah, the stuff between him and Demi, that's between him and Demi, and she can handle herself, right?
I think maybe he feels a little bit betrayed. I feel a little bit betrayed. And I think some people don't care and some people do. It's such a mix. But whatever is between him and Demi is not my personal beef.
Right.
And I've largely said, Demi, I don't share this same kind of beef, and she's respected me and not given me, any pressure to, share that same exact feeling. And she's actually been able to separate it pretty well, in my experience with her. So it's interesting that people say the opposite, because my experience has been the other way around. But I mean, I have largely not been a Uni Rock fan. Like as soon as Uni Rock showed up in the scene and Steve kind of sicked him on us, I thought he was just completely. And I've largely said that. And then people are like, no, he's really nice after he changed, jumped the fence, right? He jumps the fence and people go, oh, he changed. He's actually a good dude, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, just because you happen to mimic some of the things doesn't necessarily mean that you're still suddenly, okay. You're not going to be the same dumbass that you were before. And like right now, he's going back to being the same dumbass that he was before. He's speaking to things he doesn't know how to speak to. So like he's throwing shade at things that supposedly happened on the Dragoon server, and he has no idea. And he's throwing shade on this server, saying people are being banned when the ban list was 2 at the time. Now it's like 3. Good job, person that we didn't want to ban that actually take action on you. Like really, like it's just silly. And so my thing to him is like, if you're gonna play the whole we're Hitler game, okay, Uni, show your ban list that I happen to be on. Like, oh yeah, because your ban list might be as big as Cheshire's right now. I'm just saying.
Really? No, remember AO? Was that on Twitter where she was like, I don't want to say baiting, but like, it's like, here's our blacklist. It's like a whole 2 people deep, and here's why they're blocked. And which, yeah, and I would say that she wasn't
baiting per se. She was actually responding. That's her response.
Oh, okay. Wait, was he saying that we were blocking people?
Yeah. So like the rumor was that we banned and blocked Christina, and so a whole bunch of people have been banned and blocked, and they've told me and. And we were like, what? And so like I go through the block list because I have, admin, and I'm like, okay, we blocked Warning and this other dude that said he was proud of, do it. Okay.
No, yeah, we didn't block any of those people. They just, if anything, they blocked themselves.
Yep. And now we blocked Pirate, who I didn't want to ban or block because he was flailing around. And he started sea lining. It's like, and another thing, and another thing, and another thing, and another thing, and another thing. And then you'd like, okay, you're gonna take a break for 2 days. We'll let you back in, after 2 days. And he comes back and I was like, and another thing, and another thing. And then finally he gets a warning and goes, if you don't DMs, I'm gonna have to ban you. And he goes, and another thing. And he got banned that way, like from sea lining, from like hours of sea lining. Like I would say it was at least 2 hours of that. It was ridiculous.
No, it really was, because like I was there and like I'm looking at what Agrippa's doing and I'm like, wow, like I had never seen Agrippa that nice or accommodating, right? And there's just a bunch of us like, hey, this is, we want, and even you were in here, I think, with Hans and other people. Yeah.
Pirate
after he got
and Dove Kitty. Dove Kitty was another one that was kind of interesting to watch.
I don't know. Pirate kind of broke my heart because like I really do like him, and I'm like,
I don't have a problem with him personally at all.
No one does, and I mean, which is why it like kind of broke my heart. Like, we like you so much. Like, why are you doing this?
It is so weird, and I'm just like, this is the most needless ban ever. But like, it's like literally like pushing us to ban. Like, there's no like, god damn it.
Right? No, I mean, and we had to though. I mean, that was.
I know, but I didn't want to.
Yeah, I know.
I do have something against him. I mean, when you come back after 2 different warnings and say, look, I apologize, but it's everyone's fault.
Right?
Right. Okay, and at that point, go fuck yourself.
So it's too bad. Like, I didn't want it to get there because, like, and then people kind of get this notion, like, you can't get banned here. Well, that's stupid. Like, and the only reason why you can get removed from the live chat is if you break TOS. No, actually, if you're impeding all good conversation, if you're being just completely, I don't know, idiotic, like I had one guy one time, and granted, this is a video, so it's different. But one time I had a guy come in while we were having an open hangout, and his name was Terse. Do you remember Terse, Serb?
Yeah, actually.
So Terse gets on camera and randomly pulls out a tooth. He's so like drunk off his rocker or whatever. He pulls off his tooth on camera and starts bleeding everywhere.
God.
And I said, Terse, you got some real problems, man. And I just kicked him because I didn't know what to do. Because at first I asked if he was okay, and then he was just being really super weird and combative, and then I just kicked him because you know how Terse is. He just gets weird because he drinks so much or something. I don't know. And he started pulling out his teeth, and I thought, okay, we don't want that, so we're gonna just kick him out. Maybe a little stop. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't understand people. And a lot of people here, I don't know. I have no idea what the problem is. I really don't. With we were talking about Dove Kitty, and she was over here the other day. I do admire her for. I saw her in the chat.
Admire. That's a big word.
It is. I saw her in the chat causing problems, and I'm like, oh shit. And then I'm trying to figure out how to get a hold of you or Rose or anybody. I'm I need help over here.
Oh, I was watching her. I was watching her. Yeah.
Yeah, no, yeah, because and then I saw almost immediately you and Rose starting to speak up. And then I had said something, and they're like, "Are you paying attention to what's screen?" And I'm like, "No, not at all." I got, at 7 or 8 o'clock at night on any given day, I'm probably modding at least two things. Right now, I've got PL.
ProLib is on right now.
Yeah. And I have no idea what he's saying. I'm sure, it's coronavirus. So I've been reading about it all day. He's very passionate about it. I'm sure whatever he's saying is very informative and important, but I don't know. I'm talking. So, and so then I've got this chat up. And so I didn't realize, the other night, I can't remember if that was the night where Fiona was on or not, but I didn't realize that people were talking because people had not been talking until she jumped in the chat. So I, just didn't have it up. And then I went to look, and I'm like, people are talking, because seriously, it'd been dead air for 6 hours, and I was like, holy shit, Dove Kitty is in there, and I really didn't expect that, and when I say admire, most people don't do that. They'll go, with a Fiction Fighter, she got mad at
she's come in before too.
Yeah,
not here, but in other things I've seen.
Yeah, but Sarah pissed her off. And then, she goes to her channel, to fucking I don't know what the hell she was doing.
No. There's plenty of people that love to fight. I know a few people that like to come in and do the octagon thing. Actually, that's not that rare. Even I've done
no,
that.
No. That's I was going to put it up as an example. People will do that. They're mad at you. They're not going to face you. They'll block you and then talk about you on their channel to, whoever listens to them. And that's kind of what I expected her to do because it was me and Morose and Sarah talking, I think Saturday night, Sunday morning when he pissed her off. And then she starts the stream. I didn't even know she had a channel. I really don't when I see people's names in the chat. I'm not just going in oh, I wonder if this person has a channel or that. I don't, unless somebody tells me to check out a channel because they make content. I don't go over there. And I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say, to be fair, you really wouldn't want Fiction Fire to come in.
Yeah.
Because all she does is yell.
Yeah.
She just has an obnoxious voice by default. That's all. And some people do.
Now, my first time on here, it was me and Fourth Dimensional Jake, and she jumps in, and oh my gosh, she's so loud. But again, it was at 4 a.m. And I could modify. There wasn't a lot of people listening. So I don't know if she I don't know if she's actually yelling or if that's just
I think that's just how she talks.
Right.
That's her default.
Really loud and obnoxious? Okay.
Yeah, she does yell. She does get to yelling, but she does. What you're thinking of yelling is her just talking.
Yeah, because I can only
when you tell her, when you tell her to turn down her mic, she's like, "Oh, okay, yeah, I'll turn it down," and she doesn't do shit. Okay.
Yeah. No, I knew she wasn't going to jump in the chat, so I'm like fucking with her, just to let her know that I know what she's doing. Because like if she's sea lioning, and I'm like, if you're really so fucking, concerned, jump in the chat and air your grievances. Oh, I'm not going to go in there. And I'm like, fucking Dove Kitty's in there.
She's like, I have receipts of what happened to Dragoon server. And I'm like, show us the receipts. She's like, I don't have them. I'm like, okay, then shut up and sit down.
No, but like people like her, like that's what I'm used to. Like I don't know. I did think it was big of Dove Kitty to like jump in and talk, and I still question how sincere she actually is. But
being that her name means that she is full of peace, but she's also sneaky, I'm gonna go with her name actually means something.
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to talk trash about it. She may be listening, but like, I'm not trying to go.
I'm trying to be like, hey, run and tell that. I'm trying to give Fiction Fighter some content here. Honestly, I'm intending on going run and tell that. Like when I say something about Uni Live, I'm hoping that somebody will run and go tell that to him. Right. Like you have no idea. Like I'm just thrilled.
Yeah, come back. Talk it out.
Like, it was funny because when Dove Kitty came in, she came in like a cat out of hell. Like, rah! And we're like, what the fuck just happened?
She was all kitty and no dove at that time.
Yeah, that was funny. Her and Han. And because she came at me in the chat. She was like, well, why didn't you take up for me when, Demi was attacking me?
You guys don't even know her. That's what's weird. And this is what blows my mind. Okay, so like I go into these octagons, unless you're like my best friend, like I'm not gonna just take up for you just to take up with you. And even if I take up for you in your run, it's gonna be if I think you're being abused. It's not gonna be because of an argument. Like and so these people, like I've known Amarose for a while. I've known Serb for a long while. And I have taken up for Serb when somebody goes, Serb is and they go, he's malicious. And then like show me an incident where Serb is malicious and nobody can ever do it. Like nobody's like, oh, like this is when Serb just argued with me about baby carrots for 2 hours. Well, that's not malicious. That's just like, like
you were probably wrong.
Like I'll stick up for people in that way. But what she wants is some sort of white knight and obligatory stick up because why? Because he's maybe part of a community that she's part of. That means that's called tribalism. You should look it up, and that's what you're trying to encourage them. And if you're not of us, then you're against us, and that is a key thing. Like it's. I think that's the move that she doesn't realize that she's making. If you're not one of us, you're against us. And I'm sorry, but people don't owe you jack if they don't know you for one.
Yeah, no, I've seen Dove Kitty around. I like her. I really do. She's always been, even to this day, she's always been really cool with me. But like, she had something going on with Demi, and I'm like, why would I jump in that? And it's not even about Demi. It could have been, fucking you or, Syrup. Like, why would I jump into like you guys' argument? Like, for what reason? It was like when
I don't know. They're calling each other arch nemesis, Serb, and was it Dove Kitty? And I don't even know why. I don't know clue why. I don't care.
I don't think she said it yet. I said that there wasn't any drama about me. It seemed to always be about someone else. So I needed an arch nemesis, and I was told that she called me a worthless bastard. so I declared live that she's my arch nemesis, and then I was promptly disappointed because she doesn't do anything.
Ah, damn it! You need a better arch nemesis.
I do.
My arch nemesis is Godless Girl. You need someone that caliber. That's some crazy shit.
Look, I tried to get our Godless Girl to argue with me, and I couldn't. She wouldn't do it.
Oh man, she just gets to the point where we're just like yelling at each other, and she usually starts the yelling. She comes in, so I'll be minding my own business, talking to you guys, and then somebody goes and summons her, and she comes flying into the Discord and goes, "Where you at, you cunt bitch?" Pop, 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 pop. And then I'm like, oh God, here we are. And then I usually start trolling her back, and I'm usually really slippery and like hee, you know, and trying to aggravate her more and like kind of passive aggressive, and then she gets even more aggravated, and then she starts calling me roast beef cunt, and then I'm like, and then I said, the reason why you're so agitated is because you stick Nair up your vagina, you stupid idiot. And like we just go back and forth, and it's horrible. It's disgusting. We are terrible to each other, but she's a terrible person and she deserves it, right? And she thinks for some reason I'm a terrible person because I'm like a hypocrite. So it's like, okay, fine. So, you know, that whatever, you know. So like it turns into like if I'm interested in fighting, I'll fight with her. If I'm not interested in fighting, I don't want to talk to her. So like it's, you know, it's just that simple. But yeah, you could get an arch nemesis like that you know might shank you if they ever saw you in person.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I need someone that will put in a lot of effort into not liking me without me really doing much in return. I'm not really looking at spending time into this. I just want them to do the work for me. So Fiction Fighter would work real good, and I try. But
I thought she was your arch nemesis. Didn't she declare it or something? You said she wasn't worth. I thought you guys were saying that you were. And then
I mean, she's like it, but I think she's too focused on other people.
Okay.
Although I was flattered when she did what was it, like a 4 or 5 hour hangout where she just repeatedly scrolled our text conversation in low resolution and played elevator music over.
Yeah, well, she can't play like what we were talking about, right? Because, I mean, and not because she like respects the rules, because it would have been contrary to her point.
Oh yeah, I mean, and
because you're actually explaining to her like what you're going to do, and as if she's never not hearing it then or never heard it before, like just right into the conversation. It's insane. I had to blink. And like, actually, like, I can't possibly be reading what I'm reading because he just fucking explained this, right? I don't know. It was just really comical.
Somebody said I turn into a hippie when I'm high. Exactly. There was a scuffle between Heretic and one of my good friends, and they were scuffling, and the whole time all I could say is, "I'm so high, I don't know what to do." Because I had taken an edible, actually 2. I had like 20 milligrams in me. So like, I mean, I was just done. And part of it was intentional. I needed to take a tranquilizer because I was having anxiety, panic attacks that week. And because I didn't have something to help, like I just took an edible, which is fine. I mean, it's less addicting than like a Xanax, to be honest. So, and I don't have any Xanax at hand anyway. So I just like needed to shut down because I was like having like massive anxiety issues that week. And so I took an edible, and then I went from anxiety issues that were like just overcharged to like just complete like, I don't know what to do. Everybody's fighting. I can't. I'm so stoned. Alma Rose, like, what was I like? I was pretty ridiculous, wasn't I? I was like, I couldn't get mad if I wanted to. Like, there's just no way to get mad.
Oh no, you were just chill. You were just chill. Like, can't we all get along?
I was like, yeah, I don't understand. Why are we fighting?
That was hilarious. Wait, okay, so don't hate me. Who is Godless Girl?
I wish I could show you a video. I wish we could screen share videos like we can in the other thing because she would be hilarious for you to watch. Cool. What would be the best thing to introduce you? I mean, there's the part where she feeds lobster to the dog, and that's her famous troll. Like she like real life trolls people. So the horrible videos where she used to throw bacon and milk on Muslims got taken down for hate.
Holy shit!
Yeah. Yep. She got hate video flagged.
Yeah. Why would you do?
She has a video of accusing me of calling Shani CPS, which actually isn't true. But she has a video of that, which caused somebody to dox me. Let me see here. Let me find her.
She's had recent interactions on Tom and Boxes. So if you go to like Tom Rabbit's channel, like 5 or 6 months ago,
Mhm.
it's like Godless versus Alex or something. So if you want to see what she gets like,
Hmm.
you can do that.
I'm gonna link it in live chat. Godless attacks Spackle. So I'm minding my own business, having a conversation, and she came in, and she's like, "You're so fat that your husband won't sleep with you," and just starts going crazy.
What the fuck? Wait, and
She
she
cheated on you. She's like making these crazy accusations.
she made a video about it?
No, like we were in a Discord, so there's Tom and Box's Discord, and that place is sort of like a Wild West. Like people argue, and it gets kind of brutal. Like people are crying about this. Go to Tom and Box's and see if you come out the same afterwards. Like, so I was in Tom and Box's. Everything was smooth, but somebody summoned her because that's what happens. You know, they summon people that are their arch enemies to come fight them. And, hey, Spackle's in here, and she's like, "Oh, Spackle, disgusting!" And she starts going in.
Surprised she doesn't like try to attack you in here.
Oh yeah, there's the video in Subway. I did not understand the video. It was all about a cup, and they threw away her cup, and then she had like a rage.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I remember that one.
What was the name of the video with her and T-Jump?
Oh, I don't know. It's probably somewhere in Tom and Boxes, I'm guessing. Maybe.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I'm just trying to
Oh, of course, she has the Godless Girl channel too. Let me see.
Yeah, a bunch of stuff is coming. Let me try.
Let me see.
And is it 2 words? 1 word?
2 words. Here, I'll just link her channel. She's wackadoo.
Does she still have the purple unicorn?
Yeah. I linked the channel right there.
Okay.
And she has 2 channels. That's one of them. When she gets flagged down on one, she brings up the other one and waits it out and then flips them. She records people's fights too, so like Shamos versus Claire.
She sounds delightful.
Oh, there you go. Holy Spackle calls CPS is on the channel I linked.
Where are you putting this?
Do I follow Godless? No, I don't. But every so often I kind of keep tabs because I kind of want to know when the crazy keeps coming. As somebody that loves to hate watch Shani, actually, I unsubbed from her. I just go manually and watch her because I don't want to give her the sub.
Mm-hmm. No, I trying not to watch a Shani video. I didn't understand what I was watching one day, and I was just like, "Oh, this is horrible! Like, what else is on?" And then, like later that day, everybody, like, I started hearing rumors about this fat bitch that is making porn videos, and I'm like, "Wait!" Like, it took me a day or two to like link the two together because I don't know. It was like I don't know. I just saw a woman on like a. I don't know, like he was showcasing, she's just like vomiting at the mouth. And I'm like, yeah, this isn't for me. And now it's like a thing. He showcases her a lot. And I don't know, it's not for me.
Yeah, I used to feel sorry for her and try to reach out and help her out.
Have you spoken to her?
And ooh, Shani?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've been in hangouts with her and stuff too. And same with you probably need to meet him. He's really cool. What's his name? His name's Scott, but Godless. I hate all these Godless names because they all start to run together after a while. Positively Godless.
Okay.
Positively Godless. Also used to try to reach out and help her, and then a couple other people too, Mrs. D, Dragnot's wife, and try to be kind, and like every single person just got chewed on, including myself, and like eventually like she makes enemies out of everybody, like because it just is so brutal.
So Help her with what? Like, what does she need help with?
Who's Shani?
Yeah.
Well, because she's always in emotional distress, for one, because she's got like borderline and it's like uncontrolled. Like there's not unmanaged would be the word.
Okay. So she's not seeking therapy. She's not on any medication.
She says therapy doesn't help her and medication makes her suicidal, which fair enough. I think I read like places that's possible that certain SSRIs can make a borderline person suicidal.
Yeah, I mean, well, medication, it doesn't work the same on everyone. My son, he's in the spectrum. So yeah, it was really fun trying to figure out a cocktail that actually worked for him. And then it takes a while too, because like as your body's getting used to this new drug, you're going to be agitated. So, trying to control a child that had like compulsivity issues actually makes them more aggressive when they start, like a new any what do you call that? I forget the name of it. It's like some kind of antipsychotic drug. So yeah, I mean, you're gonna go through a lot of things, and I don't know, therapy isn't I don't know, I think people think they're walking to a doctor's office, come out, it'll just be like any other doctor.
I'm cured.
Well,
Yeah.
Put a Band-Aid on it, ta-da. And it's really not. Like, you really got to be in it for the long haul. People with mental disorders, and like, you're with a therapist, you're with a psychiatrist, like you just are, especially if it's something that's ongoing. It's not like where you get a cast and you heal. It's not like cancer where you take chemo and then you're better. Like, this is the way your brain works. So I mean, it's something you just have to stick with. And
and there's different kinds of therapy, right? Like cognitive therapy is probably the leading one, but there's other ones too. And I can't remember the names of them, but and it might work for one person and not for another, just depending on how your brain works. And or the therapist. Sometimes you don't connect with your therapist at all. You don't trust them. You can't build up that relationship.
That's exactly what I was about to say. Yeah. You got to be compatible with your therapist too. Like, not all therapists are created equal. That's usually the bigger one that I hear, at least, like, why people don't go back to therapy. And it's not like they say that like right out. It's just like, but you can kind of tell from the conversation. It's just like, we didn't really mesh well, which is unfortunate. But again, I work in healthcare, so I get to see a lot of it. I don't, by no means an expert, but I have to remember that a lot of people don't see what I see. And I think the more unfortunate thing is like when people aren't getting the medication that they need to be okay, they're medicating in other ways that are,
like
hazardous,
like drinking or
or drugs, or
in my case, I didn't have a tranquilizer and I took it edible, but like my view on THC is it's fairly harmless unless you become dependent on it, like or you're driving or something. Yeah.
Oh yeah, marijuana is not a drug.
It technically is. It alters your brain.
They tell you that. It's like aspirin. I'm fucking with people. God.
No, there's a lot of people in the medical community that are really uncomfortable with it, and some that are, and it's really kind of interesting. I would like more studies done on it to see, instead of like just like the cops saying, "Dare to stay off of drugs. It's a gateway drug,"
Yeah, I think Joe Biden's the only one saying that now. I
did not inhale.
Right. I can't remember who I was listening to, but they were like, marijuana is probably like the thing that's like most easily accessible. So it's not necessarily that we're seeing it as a gateway drug, but people are still open to like drugs. It's just like that's, it's so almost ubiquitous. Like, if you're open to drugs, like you're more than likely to run into that once. But like, my husband's from West Virginia. Like, he was talking to me about like he was in high school, everybody's doing pills. He didn't try marijuana until he had become an adult. So I mean, I don't know.
Is it like the oxy kind of pills or like different kind? Like when I was in high school, I said we. I must like. How dare I assume that you're?
I'm 40.
Oh, good. We are the same age then.
Okay.
When I was in high school, I thought that what was it? It was people were actually abusing diet pills because of the ephedra in it.
Oh wow.
Or whatever it is.
Yep.
In there. And so it would work a lot like speed. And the high schoolers would do that. I never did that, but I knew people that did that.
That's interesting. No, when I was in high school, girls were taking like I don't say
we are not
overdosing,
promoting drug use, FYI.
No, not at all.
Just do not do this, please. And this is 18 plus. Thank you.
Yes, this is 18 plus. If you're not 18, get the fuck out of here. It's totally not a stream for you. No, yeah, when I was in high school, girls were abusing Midol to induce abortions.
Oh, that can happen? What?
Apparently.
I didn't know that was the thing. Do not abuse Midol to induce abortions. It's probably not good for you or your unborn child.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know how well it worked. I just know a lot of girls were talking about it. So I don't know, like it was like kind of like a like whoa kind of thing for me. I'm like, I guess I'm gonna stay away from Midol because it sounded really potent. But yeah, I have no idea. But I mean, kids are stupid and they do stupid things. And yeah, I don't know.
I'm Googling, can Midol induce abortions? I just want to look up and see if there's a thing. I've never heard of this before.
Wow, I got back to your weird conversation.
I know.
Because kids say the darndest things, like really, truly.
Yeah.
See, I never heard that in high school, but I remember
I haven't either.
like everybody used Midol, and I'm like, why do you have Midol? Like, why don't you just take ibuprofen, just regular? And isn't Midol just right? No, it's not, because there's an extra drug in there.
Yeah, there's something. Don't ask me. Yeah, I don't. Disclaimer: like I don't know about drugs or anything like that.
Oh my god!
Because like
it has a warning that says that it can cause early miscarriage risk.
Wow.
Yep, it's on the
So
label.
maybe that's why all the girls used it.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
I never knew.
This is why, while I'm pro-life technically, I think abortion should be safe and rare. And if you are desperate enough to have one, please go to a clinic. Do not abuse Midol. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, in Illinois at the time, you had to have, your parent was supposed to go with you. I don't know if that's still a thing, but when I was there, it was. There were a lot of girls who would get like a friend's parent to go. Like if you had a really cool friend's parent that wouldn't tell your parent, which is rare. But yeah,
no,
I don't know.
No, Spooky, don't get an abortion. No, choose life.
Spooky,
we can do a GoFundMe for your kids. We can do a fundraiser for your kids. He has a penis?
What? Spooky Bedhair has a penis.
He's a he? What?
Apparently, a lot of people don't believe that. It's so funny because we had a conversation about it, like in a chat or a stream. It was a stream on a Math Picks channel.
What guy has rainbows?
Rainbows? Yeah, the psychedelic thing. Yeah, it's pretty. Like he could almost be a woman. Women have bed hair. So Spooky must have a vagina, but no, that is false. Spooky has a penis. I haven't seen it. I'm just taking it on,
I know this is totally unsolicited, but bed hair is super sexy.
Did you hear that, Spooky? You are super sexy.
When I see Spooky's name, I think of that weird, sexy song, Love is Kind of Crazy. Spooky little girl like you. Spooky.
Like, spooky little girl like you?
All it means is like this girl he keeps asking out and she goes yes, and then she like doesn't show up. She's like, never mind. Because you get spooked. Yeah.
She's like ghosting. Like, this
yeah,
funny.
She ghosts him. Yeah. Yep. And
Interesting.
he's like, you're cool, and you say, yeah, you're gonna go to the movies with me, but now you're not cool, and you ghost me. Like that's what the song's about. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, see, sir, you can't give compliments and then take them away.
Well, I'm talking about bed hair, like when people have bed hair.
Just a nasty little thing. This is why
Yeah.
people make 4-hour streams about you.
Right. Please make more 4-hour streams about me.
Sir won't watch shanty porn with us, so we've tried.
Not.
Do
I
people actually
promise.
watch this? Like, don't you have to pay? Like, isn't there like a paywall or something?
I can't say how I came about seeing this, but let's just say
Understood.
someone showed it to me, and I
didn't
watched
throw
it for
up.
science. I watched it for science.
How
I
did
can't
you
say
not
that I
throw
didn't
up?
throw up. No, there was some throw up going on.
I can't believe you remember because you drink a lot.
I so don't drink a lot. You assholes. Why is everybody starting this rumor about me?
You came in here afterwards, so it's there. It's out on YouTube.
Wait, what? What's out on YouTube?
After you watched it, you came in here.
Yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, during that, that's how I got through it.
Yeah, that's how you got through it. Mm-hmm.
Well, the worst,
Drinking heavily.
You know, out of all the things that I saw, the thing that made me barf was the twerking, because like literally the two continents were slapping together.
Oh God.
And it just was so disgusting. And then there was like a cave in between, like that you could park like a ship through.
You're a horrible person.
I know, it's like this moment of silence for Shanny's twat.
It's because we're trying to etch a sketch our minds. Like, did you just put a visual in there to etch a sketch? Like, nope, not going there.
I don't. Yeah, God, that was horrible. Like, we've got guys. Come on, give us a topic to talk about.
And then the baby carrot that wouldn't and couldn't do the thing, like the baby carrot that wouldn't. I don't know.
The little carrot that couldn't.
Yeah, that was weird too. Like,
what is the carrot thing? I seeing people like sending carrots in every chat I'm in. I missed the carrot joke.
Have you ever like held a baby carrot in your hands? Notice how tiny the baby carrot is?
Yeah.
Have you ever held a man's penis in your hand and said, you look like a baby carrot?
Never.
Well,
baby
carrots exist, just so you know.
I've heard that said, but like, is there somebody are we talking about someone?
Do you consent on me sending Shanny porn to you?
No. Are we talking about Rev?
Yes. Well, I would only send something to you.
No,
like, if you consent.
Send me porn. Like, please. Anybody hearing this? Like I'm totally cool with like.
What if I put googly eyes on the baby carrot? Is it okay then?
No, never. No, I don't need to see people that are not me naked like that.
Okay, fair enough. Because I am a progressive woman, I respect you, and I will not torture you.
I appreciate that. I really enjoy not being tortured. It's fun for me. IJS. Does Joker say no to something?
I think he's upset about the baby carrot and such imagery.
Well, Joker, if you would like to see baby carrots, apparently Spackle has a video for you that she really, really wants to share.
It's not like I downloaded the video. God. It's not like on hand, but per se. Let's just say I know where you could watch such things.
Like hashtag not my eyes. And Incognito would like to go on record as saying baby carrots matter too.
Okay, so I knew a woman that slept with a guy that had a baby carrot.
Oh yeah, this is a friend, right?
Yeah, and she came out of that and said that that was the best lay she ever had. And so I was like, I said, really? I said, so what was it? And she's like, he was just so attentive because he was trying to make up for it so much. And he was like really kind of like he like learned the science of how women work. I was like, okay. And then like I tried a little bit more and it was all about, well, it was about morals. That's what it was. Really, like he's really good at it.
I'm glad I had my headphones on because I would not have heard any of that. But no, yeah. All right, we're gonna stop talking about baby carrots.
So, well, that's cool though. Like at least they noticed they're lacking in one area and worked on another.
Yeah, so it's totally possible to have a baby carrot and still rock in bed. Like really, truly.
I like when people like have an awareness of their flaws and they're just open about it and they compensate.
Incognito says baby carrot dudes get repeat women most likely. They have talented tongues. There you go. Yep. Ding ding.
Yeah, Incognito is bringing it tonight.
Those that can't dance should be good at mechanics.
What just happened? Fucking Nightbot.
We apologize.
We're so sorry. Nightbot is back.
Nightbot.
No love for those little dick men.
Nightbot is the most out of control mod we have.
I was just saying, wow. Oh no, it's probably the emoji. We've got to get Debbie to do something about that because I think what was it, Hans or somebody earlier got a 5-second for use of either all caps or only emojis. He did both, so I'm not really sure which one it was.
I don't think it'll time out a moderator. Just gonna check and see.
Yeah, you didn't even get.
Yeah, I think if you have a wrench, it won't do it. Maybe, but if you don't have a wrench and you spam emojis or you talk in caps, heaven forbid you talk in caps.
I know it's like ACA rules in here or something.
Don't. Oh, ACA. Have you been on that Discord? It's funny.
Oh no, I was in the their what do you call it?
Live stream.
Thank you. I'm so sorry. I'm like really out of it. I don't know why. Long day at work. Yeah, I used to. Yeah, every Sunday I used to go on their live streams, and I didn't even. I could understand the all caps, like why they would not want people screaming because everybody sees it as screaming and it's rude and disruptive, and it's like. If you need to get attention, then, at the person that you're talking to so that, that gets their attention, not, these all caps. It's impolite. So that I get, but the emojis. So from what I hear, I don't know, I'm really old. But the youngins like to talk in all emojis, like they can put sentences together and shit just using emojis, and so I thought that was a little I don't know, ageist for one, but I don't know, I don't understand why you wouldn't do it unless like they're like, well, we don't know if that's an innuendo or not, so we're just not going to allow it. Like, I don't understand what the point is of not letting people use emojis.
Yeah, I mean, I have sent some emojis in chats before that are a little bit edgy, like a gun pointing at your head kind of thing, like I'm gonna kill myself.
Yeah.
And that technically could get someone in trouble, I suppose, or like if somebody's ultra sensitive, they'd be like, I'm triggered. But I also kind of know the crowd I'm dealing with too. Like, I'm not going to run over to somebody has a very sensitive chat and a sensitive audience. Like, I don't know, somebody respectful like Shannon Q and be like, I'm going to be like herpy derpy right there because
Right.
it'd be extremely unkind and disruptive. And they talk about really sensitive subjects, and that would be just a complete, like that's not okay. And so like you kind of know the crowd, but like let's say that even in here, if somebody did that, I wouldn't care so much. If like they said the sound of Spackle's voice makes me want to end everything, I wouldn't really care, like because I know that it's not really, like when I sing,
Right.
like I know it's not serious, right? The only time I
Right.
would care is if it was serious. Like if is this a threat? Are you being like Shani, where she gets on video and says, "I scratched myself because of you. People like you make me want to kill myself." Like that kind of stuff I get kind of concerned about. We probably don't want that, happening. Like that's kind of weird, So.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past her. So wait, why did? So what happened with Drag? Like, why is he like making like if everybody used to try to help her, why is he making fun of her all of a sudden?
Oh no! Like we all did, and she just was terribly cruel. Like one by one to everybody. Like so, eventually we just kind of gave up, and now it's just nothing. Like I mean, like I can't say I'm better than Drag because I'm the same way. Like I kind of point and laugh. I can't help it. Like it's pretty ridiculous. Like, and there's a boundary and limit of how far that you'll go and laugh. Like you know, like if you know that like. And she attacks back. You don't understand. Like there's been launches of attacks against various people. Like one time there's attack spam against Fiona. One time it was against me. One time it was against like she'll go on these attack modes and make attack videos, and then she takes them down and expects everybody to forget about it. And it's one of those things where like it's old stuff, and it would be really hard to explain. There's old history, but yes, Drag did try to be kind, and then they acted all racist and crazy, and now he's not that kind anymore. Like, I don't know what to say. Like,
people tend to get unkind pretty quickly when you start acting racist.
Yeah, well, she proudly says the N-word and says that's my free speech right, and I'm gonna call people an N-word, and it's like, no, that's not okay. But no, it is okay because this is America. And then she will wear like a flag, Confederate flag. Yeah. Like she'll wear it on her thing, and like we're like, no, that's not cool. And she's like, you just want to step on my free speech. And it was like, oh my God.
I mean, is she really that obtuse? Or like is she like I mean I don't know. I mean, it's kind of hard for me to say. So you said that she has she might
there's some emotional intelligence, like because borderlines tend to be a little bit
right.
Like there's some emotional time. So by emotional intelligence, I'm going to tell you, she knows exactly what button to push. Like when she figures out what button to push on you, she's going to try to hurt you.
Okay. So. Yeah, and that was really my question, because I'm like.
So like her go-to with Sabella was you aren't going to even have any kids anyway. God's not going to grant you to have any kids because you're a worthless piece of trash. Like, and just completely, because she knew Sabella wanted kids and she was having trouble having kids. So what did she go for? She went for that. Like, she's really mean. And so I actually consider that, and maybe I'm kind of weird in what I consider mean. Like, I consider something like that particularly cruel compared to, haha, why are you making porn, Thunder Thighs? Right. Like, I see a difference between the two, right? Like, no, absolutely. Maybe I'm hypocritical. It's very possible. But one actually goes beyond where I would go. Like, I wouldn't go, ha, 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 that's why you don't have kids. That's really cruel.
That's really cruel.
Yeah.
I mean, no matter how people feel about that.
Yeah.
I mean, and you're doing it to be cruel. It's like, I think when Steve and Kyle first fell out, I had heard, like, people started saying almost immediately, like, Steve was making homosexual slurs against Kyle, which
people wrote Kyle, and this wasn't necessarily Steve's fault, but there were people that were fans of Steve that wrote Kyle and said for him to kill himself, and they used words like pejoratives, like the F word and all sorts of stuff. And I'm sorry, but it is not helpful.
Yeah, but people like to tell you to go kill yourself, right? I mean, I actually, which I know sounds horrible, but like, if somebody's telling me to go kill myself, like, yeah, sure, you hate me. Obviously, you want that. Like, I don't know. Sure, but to like make homosexual slurs, I think would be worse. And I mean, I really more towards, for me, like I say, it worse towards the other person, because like, it's not like this is the only homosexual in the whole entire planet, right? You're disparaging an entire group. It just, for me, it seems like it's like worse than you that you could use that to somebody.
Yeah. Reds was really pushing those too against Kyle. And also the other thing was the drugs. Everybody's like, oh, he spent all the money on drugs.
Yeah, I heard that a lot.
He's coked up, whatever. And even Steve, he would, choose his words carefully. And he's like, well, I'm not saying he's using drugs, but
yeah, no, Steve wouldn't.
There's always that but.
Right. Yeah. No, Steve. I saw a lot of the streams where he's like, he never said I can't say he's not doing it, but like, I don't know. I guess nobody's gonna go back and look at the streams. Yeah, he wouldn't outright deny it. It was just like, well, it could be.
Right.
Like that was kind of the like insinuation there behind like how he handled the comments. But yeah, there's a lot of people asking him point blank.
Yeah. Which fuels everybody else.
Right, exactly. And so Steve's not denying it. So, and I believe that Steve's not denying it. So I'm just going to run with it. And they did. And I'm not trying to, I feel, certain ways about Kyle and Steve. So I'm like not trying to like diss on one or the other, but it's just like, the point is just like, a lot of, I was arguing with Math Pick about the Messenger reveals, who last Tuesday, Math Pick had a stream with like an interview or whatever with him. It's like, well, I'm just he calls it squeezing the orange. Like you got to push people so you know what they're really like. And I didn't really. I don't think that's necessary, right? If you want to know who somebody is. So if I piss somebody off, all I know is how they respond when they're pissed off. What I'm more concerned about, I guess, is like what they're saying about me when they think I'm not there, that people can't, come back and nobody's going to know to come back and tell me or be able to contact to be able to tell me how they're reacted to me. I think it's a better judge of who someone is in relation to you.
I get told a lot of times like somebody did this or somebody did that. And, like, it's one of those things where I always because there's a lot of go run and tell that around here. So I'm just like, I mean, I intentionally play that game sometimes. Like if I want like Unirock to get kind of frustrated, like I'm like, Unirock, it's discount Keemster, run and tell that, like.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if Unirock says something, if Unirock says something, he's not expecting it to stay a secret, right?
So, the only thing I'd expect is like respecting people's DMs, stuff like that.
Right.
Like, I don't creep into people's DMs and be like, you gotta cancel Heretic Rock, man. I'm mad. Like, I don't do that shit. Like, I don't care. Like, there's no cancel campaign. You have to understand that the Dragoons we're lazy as fuck. Like, I'm not gonna lie. We all work, most of us. Like, we're just gonna be like, that's not what happened. And maybe try to correct once, and once you like, once you like go, fuck off, I'm gonna be idiot. Or we're like, we don't have time for you. But there's some people that are like, they got a lot of time on their hands or something. I don't know.
Yeah, Holy shit. It really amazes me. Like I don't know if do you watch ContraPoints? No.
I do not.
She did maybe not her last video, but the one before that, where she was like talking about cancel culture, and it was it's kind of crazy. Like she was using it as an example, and she's like, well, I couldn't find anything, about this. So what I did find was this thing from 15 years ago that was linked to this guy, and so then I went around and pull some newspaper articles, and I'm like thinking, like, she's telling the at first I was thinking she was telling the truth, and I'm like, wow, it must be nice to have like 900 Patreons and nothing but time with your hats to do just this. And then she's like, no, I didn't do any of that. But like, this is the level of diving that trolls really have to do to like come up with shit, and yeah, I mean, I don't know. So when you said that, it kind of reminded me what she was talking about there. It's just like, I know, it's so crazy to me. Like, I, honest to God, if I don't like someone or something, or like an establishment, I just won't deal with them or go there. There's a block function for a reason, right? Why would you spend that much time? But I mean, the content creators, I think, are a different story. So, I mean, for like, drag, Unirock, Demi, like, this is what they do, and this is how they grew their fan base, and this is, you give the people what they want. But for people like us who actually have a day job and families, and it gets like the minutia of just the day to day is just like, all right, what is important? Like, because I'd rather be doing that, especially with my free time.
And there is something to be said about elevating discourse. Like, I come in and I can do like elevated discourse if I really want to. I can just talk and banter if I want to. Like, I kind of am in that weird category where I enjoy both. Depending on what's going on. I think I come in a little bit more on the feisty because I get wound up from work. But I can also be really chilled out. I used to be such a hippie when I first started. I used to be such a peace loving. I mean, truly wanted. That's why my name is Spackle. Like, I used to come in and be like, okay, guys, I know that we are disagreeing, but I really think we could find common ground. And like, I used to be kind of one of those annoying people that it would be like, why are we playing hockey? We should be, we should be discussing this rationally. And now I'm just like, nope, sometimes there just needs to be a hockey game. Like, I don't know what to say. But it just depends. I mean, having there's the octagon format, which is kind of what this is in some degree. Like, it can vary from like having a dinner table conversation or having coffee and having a normal conversation. It can be having a big discussion of like, we're going to discuss science or psychology or philosophy, or it can be an octagon. Or so, like, whether you like the dinner table or the octagon, I think there's a place for it in the community at large in general. Yeah, I don't know. I maybe we should have times where we schedule dinner table conversations, just to make sure that there is no octagon here, Yeah. I think at times, like, that would be kind of cool to have something planned, and so it's less unstructured, and then there's like a etiquette at the time to abide by for everybody. That could be beneficial. And I think other times I kind of like the free flow, like, of just like whatever. So I don't know. I don't know what that would look like exactly, but I'm open to different things,
Yeah, no, I think I would love to get to a point where we could like, schedule time to like talk about stuff, whatever it would be. And then I don't know. I guess for me, it's like people are where they are, and I see people disagreeing in the chat, and as long as it's not like getting too crazy, I'm like, well, you're adults. I wouldn't like break up two strangers in a supermarket arguing over, spilled milk. So why would I do it in here? I'm
No,
I'm
no.
hiding the chat.
Right, right.
That's what I'm doing.
And some people come in to kind of, throw punches, and other people, as long as people aren't being full on abusive, like I'll let people battle it out a little bit, like you just kind of have
to an
to
extent.
decide.
Let's see, Team Skeptic. I don't know how often he comes in, but once he decided to speak, and that went downhill fast. And I was just like, I was like, wait, what's going on? Like, is this like, are we vetting Team Skeptic? And they're like, fuck yeah. And I'm like, all right, carry on. Like, he can fucking handle himself, right? Like, why would I come to his aid? But it's just the realization, like, okay, we're dealing with adults, and like, it's not my job to be a mother, and this, to some extent, like, this is what's needed. So I may disagree with someone's delivery, but again, I'm an HR manager, so like when people are doing stuff, I can kind of see why. I can kind of like rise above the hate, and it's just like, well, you did X, Y, and Z, and I feel like, yeah, what, why, what, okay. The important thing is like that upset you, so can we just like, what's going on there? Because like, yeah, I did it. I'm an adult. I'm fine with me. But people have issues for some reason with shit that other adults do, and they feel the need to say something about it. And that's just where they are. And it's like, okay, it needs to play out. Like, for and people, I don't know, people don't like what people are arguing, but I mean, it just, sometimes it just needs to happen. People just need to let it out and get everything cleaned up, and then you're fine. I think
Yeah, it really
when
depends, right?
When Dev Kitty came in the other day, you guys did a really good job of showing, like, she came in, she's like, ah! And then you gotta calm down by the end of the conversation. It took a fucking long time, longer than it needed to, is all I'm saying. But I think you handled that conversation beautifully, and that's kind of what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I promise that I'm not snarky free or a little bit like he. Even as a mod, like I can't promise that, but when I'm confronted with somebody like that, I'm a little bit skeptical when they come in, because I mean, let's get real. Like, we know that there's people that are targeting this channel, and I've literally been watching them on the sidelines for a while, and I completely know what a concern is and stuff like that. And I happen to think that Han's pretty mild, so it was kind of really, really weird to watch it all. And I'm just like, and somebody said I was white knighting for Han, which I don't think I was, but somebody said I was. I don't know. I think what I was trying to do is put the brakes on it, of like, he's not obligated, which I truly believe, he's not obligated to defend you. He doesn't even know you, bitch. Like,
right.
like
that's what I took away from it.
Yeah, like, I mean, I've known Headless for a while. I've known Amarose now. Gosh, I met you when you were modding in Non Sequitur, and you yelled at me for posting in the wrong room, I think. And then
you came. I didn't yell.
I'm kidding. And then you ended up on our server for a while, and you kind of like on Dragoon server for a while. Yeah. And so it's interesting to get to know you over time. And gosh, maybe a year now, maybe.
No, it was like June.
June, okay. So almost a year now. It's headed that way. So but I've known Serb for like, God.
Yeah, you've known me since before I had kids.
Oh God, yeah.
And my oldest one's 5.
Oh my God.
Over 5 years, yeah.
Wow.
He's one of the first people I met on here. So yeah. No, I showed up around 2014. 13.
Yeah, I think I just started seeing you maybe when like MPL's chat. But Omarosa I've seen, maybe, I don't think we've ever really interacted before. this all started up, but like I've seen her in Non-Sec in Nakasuchi's channel. Did you used to go to Drax channel a lot?
His YouTube channel? Yeah.
Yeah, because I think there's a couple, but not a lot. Like I see you a lot. But like I said, we never really interacted. I forgot about her until we started all of this because Non-Sec went down, and then she got mad at Knock, and I haven't seen you in Drag Server in a while. At least not talk, but I'm not talking Drag Server either. It's like kind of on while I'm working.
I'm in Drag Server every day.
Yeah. Like, I mean, well, the server, but his YouTube channel.
She's part of abusing people.
Oh no, I watch his videos like almost every day.
Yeah,
Rose is just a bully.
Comment on them.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing to comment. I mean, I don't know. A lot of people make comments, and it's not really I don't know. I don't really feel the need to comment. Like I said, it's just kind of on while I'm working. But I'm sorry. Hey, Headless.
Hey.
Are you here to elevate the Discord?
I'm here to ask for receipts.
So, Headless, are you the longest GDC quote-unquote person here? Longest running out of the list?
Like official GDC? Or any GDC?
Any GDC.
Probably-ish. Like I go back to the Blog TV days.
So before 2014, how about 2009?
The early days when the Magic Sandwich Show wasn't quite called the Magic Sandwich Show yet.
Okay, so you and Exiled have been around just about as long, like since the dawn of the Great Debate.
Yeah, we've seen all the shit.
So
when people come in and try and pull shit, it's like, no, sorry, we've seen that already. I've watched Brett Keane go from being a Christian to not a Christian to a Christian to an atheist to not atheist to like swing back and forth like seasonally depending on what time of year it was. Multiple times now, so it's not a shock for there. The stuff I never paid attention to was never paid attention to Von Helton. And I got here just after the whole furry debacle when people were picking up steam on going after younger creationists.
So not to toot my own horn, but I was that annoying 5-year-old on BBS boards.
Yeah. Well, she asked about the GDC, all right, not internet history here, just the GDC type history.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. There are forums for debate. I was that annoying 6-year-old.
Yeah.
What are you doing, Hey, Commando, you talking?
Hello? Is my mic working? Oh.
Oh, yeah, we can hear you.
All right, yeah. So.
I'm going to grab a non-alcoholic drink. I'll be back.
All right.
I got about 35 minutes left of work.
Yay.
Yay.
You work really late.
Yeah, I start late.
Is this second shift?
No, I just make my own schedule. I start late.
Yeah. She has one of those jobs where the responsibilities stick around until she does them.
Yeah, no, that's me. Like if I'm not there to do my job, if I take a day off, it's just like, yeah, nothing else got done. Which is fun.
Well, I control my workload. I control my clients when I schedule. So.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a good and a bad thing. I took a week off, and when I came back, my whole life was hell.
Oh yeah. Well, that's why, like, the first day back from vacation, I don't
Mhm.
schedule anything.
Yeah.
It's just
Yeah.
a whole day of catch up and
Yeah.
then go from there.
Yeah, I could spend a whole day just answering emails, and normally it's 2 weeks to kind of get caught up.
Normally I'll have a teammate cover for me, so I'll give that contact information out to my clients if they need immediate assistance. Otherwise, they have to wait till I get back.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, the employees are my clients, so it's funny. I don't know. They people have a way of thinking that their issues are more important than they actually are.
Hmm. Does your company do that thing where, like, if you have an issue with, like, a coworker or a manager, you have to go and confront them and take care of it? Or do you, as HR, help step in and help facilitate, like, seeing what's actually going on?
So, in our conflict resolution policy, HR is not a part of it. Employees are expected to try to handle an issue themselves. And then if not, they can go to their supervisor, their supervisor's supervisor, so on and so forth, to the owner. But it's rare that you get too far up the chain without HR being dragged into it. They can at any time they can just come to me. So for instance, this one chick, so I have a group of workers, it's about 80 of them, and if you need to change your schedule during the scheduling period, which is about a 2-week period, you are expected then to find your coverage. And so what they've all done is they all have each other's phone number. And if somebody needs, like, something came up, I need time off, I'll just do a mass text, and people can respond back if they want to or whatever. And so what they started doing, I guess, I found out, was for social events. So this bootleg work thread that they have everybody on, they're just like, hey, my birthday party is Friday, everybody come out. This one guy was doing it like monthly, and one of the women there, her husband saw a text. I was like, well, why is this guy texting you, asking you to come out on a Friday night? And that was like a thing. And so she came to me. It's like, I need to file a sexual harassment complaint. And she's like talking to me about it. I'm like, you've got to be kidding me.
All sexual harassment complaints go to Amarose in the server. Thank you.
Okie dokie.
So, Almaros, what you doing?
I didn't say
What?
sexually harass Amarose. I said
Oh, okay.
contact her.
I'm sorry. Mixed messages.
Oh, well, I was almost going to say, how you doing?
Well, see, now Sarah would have to file a complaint against you. And now, Spackle, are you fielding those?
I ain't touching that. You're going to have to go to Exiled.
Oh, yeah, Exiled. Where is she? She was here earlier.
No, I mean, if we were doing this correctly, I would go ahead and file the complaint with Amoros with the tagline underneath, make me the victim.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
So I once had to go to HR because I had a legit illness and that required surgery. And I had a supervisor try to scare me into saying, like, well, you can't do that. You might not have a job.
Oh, my God. Really?
And so
how long have you
just
been with the company?
3 years.
At the time that that had happened. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bullshit.
So I got up and went straight to HR and bypassed everything, every paperwork, everything, and went straight through HR and just skipped that supervisor.
No, yeah. I mean, it's probably the right thing to do, depending on the. So, before I got to my job, HR was just more or less a yes man for the managers. It's like, hey, I want to do this. Help me do it legally.
I hate yes man.
Yeah, me too. It's we got it. It took about 3 years to get everything cleaned up, just like expectations. Like this isn't legal, and this isn't what you use HR to do. Like we're not like a mafia lawyer, you know. We're here to help the company stay compliant, and yeah, a lot of hate, a lot of hate. But yeah, like that's what you do. Like the employees should feel comfortable coming to HR about stuff, and like HR is not going to fire them for getting sick because, well, one, that's illegal, and yeah, employees should be able to come to HR at any step in the process, but we encourage them to resolve issues themselves because, you know, as accessible as we are, we still have the understanding that if you complain to HR, we have a duty to act. Like we can't not act on something, no matter how asinine it is. And once we make our presence known, relationships can get damaged. So, you know, like yeah, we encourage people to, but I don't know. Your company has a policy that you have to, if somebody's sexually harassing you, you have to stop, or like what do you?
Oh, sexually harassment?
No,
Is-
Amara was asking me like if my company had a policy where they had to.
Well, like if you have a problem with somebody,
Yeah.
you have to, you know, do that conflict resolution. You have to try to resolve it with them first, or you know, bring somebody above you guys into it. And you know, it's like I think that's bullshit. Like I had a company where they didn't do that, and they if you had a complaint against a coworker or a manager or whatever, you go to HR. They had a resolution team, and then they would start working on it. And so they would do interviews, they would research what was going on, and then they would say, okay, this is what we found out. We're going to, you know, reprimand this person or do this or do that. You know, like they took care of it.
Mm-hmm.
And then, like, you switch to a different corporation, and they're like, oh, no. You have to go and talk to that person and let us know how it turns out. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? So if I have a problem with my manager, which was usually the thing, I have to go and try to resolve it with them or like take it up with the manager above them. I'm like, I can take it to the manager above them. That's fine. But like, you want me to put myself in a situation where I'm confronting them?
Yeah, it's just terrifying, right? And
when you're already in an abusive situation to begin with, like no.
It sounds unethical,
and then
honestly.
And then you go like to the manager above them to say, hey, this is going on. And they're like, well, did you talk to him about it? I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? I'm talking to you about it. Like, do something about it. And then you go through this whole thing with the upper management, and they're like, okay, well, we'll talk to them, and nothing ever happens.
Yeah, and that's
changes.
The kind of HR team I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's just bullshit. And I'm like, I want an HR team that you go to, or you know, a resolution team that you go to, and they will take care of everything. Because that's hard on the employee. You feel uncomfortable, unsafe. You're always looking over your shoulder, you know?
Yeah, I mean, and at the point, I mean, I think that HR managers need to realize too, like, how hard it is for an employee even to get to the point where they are willing to talk to HR. That it's already gotten too far, really, by that time. Like at my last job, I was out in all of my sites. Like I wanted to have like a presence. I just wanted to be easily accessible. So if somebody has something, like even if it's just a question, like I want to be able to get ahead of it before it becomes an issue. Because if I'm like with my company now, everybody was so reactive. When we got there, like all the other departments were in each other's asses. Like, well, why are you doing things like this? And they're like, because it's my department. Like, why are you questioning me? Like, let me do what I need to do to run. And so I got in like 2 months before my boss got in. And so she's being thrown in the middle of all this like catty ass bullshit, like where, you know, it's like, no. And just like, no, we're not going to be in the centers because they already feel some kind of way about that. And I'm like, we're supposed to be the ones like, breaking up the fights. Like, why wouldn't we be there? We're not telling them how to run. We're moderating. And I don't know. I hate my boss for so many reasons. But like, I kind of feel like that's like why HR needs to be there, because like by the time, and I see it, like by the time it gets to HR, like it's already blown out of proportion. And especially with the employees that are having issues with their bosses, they've already started to feel disgruntled. And, they're either calling out, coming in late, not doing they're not committed to the work. They're not, their stuff's starting to get missed. And so now they're in the write-up process for either attendance, performance, and it looks like they're trying to retaliate against the manager, writing them up for these things that they're actually doing. And it's like, if there had been someone there, like that could have just gotten ahead of it, and now our turnover is all like bullshit, and I've never seen anything like it. And I'm trying to tell her, I'm like, come on, this is how you handle problems. She's like, no. I've been in HR 30 years. I know how HR works. And I'm like, not judging by results, but like that to your boss. But yeah, no, I agree with you. Like if an employee feels uncomfortable, it shouldn't have to be made to go into a position. They should have someone who, they should feel like they have someone who's bad.
I record all meetings.
You record?
I record all meetings with supervisors. Yep.
No, I have to write. Well, I'm in Maryland. You can't record shit. I have to write everything down. I bring a notebook everywhere.
I'm not in a two-party state.
Must be nice.
Oh, and here's one thing. I had a meeting with a supervisor and a manager, and they were accusing me of doing something I didn't do. So when I went into the meeting, I said, can I record? And the manager said no.
Right.
And I was like, okay, well, then you need to talk slow so I can write everything you say down.
Oh, the other thing is managers will throw something in front of you to make you sign it too. Do you ever have that? Like, sign this. So,
no.
Wait, let me read it. And they don't expect you to actually read it. They're like, oh.
But she would just go on talking, and I'm like, wait, nope, I told you need to talk slow. Yeah, I was not fucking around. I'm writing down every word you guys say.
Yeah, no, there's
you
no
don't
way
want me to record it, okay? Yeah, I don't put up with shit from management. I don't.
Yeah.
Like, you guys can suck it.
Yeah, no, I mean, and it sounds bad to say, but like, you have to be consistent, if nothing else. And you have to treat, like, everybody really gets treated the same way with managers, because like
yeah, I had
because my department,
so
they feel so entitled.
The one I went to the HR resolution team about,
mm-hmm.
where they actually like worked on it, she favored men to women, and most of the team was women. And so men got promotions before us women who were there longer. Like, it was bullshit. So that's one thing.
Bullshit.
There was another time I put in a request to take, to leave early to go to an appointment.
Mm-hmm.
And this stupid bitch, man, she's like, oh, you just requested some time off. Well, I need a soda and a candy bar, so I think you should go get it. And I'm like,
what?
No. Yeah, oh yeah. That went straight to HR immediately. Yeah, I'm like, nope.
The hell?
I'm like, you can get your own damn snacks.
What the fuck?
I
is
have
this what she does to people? Like,
I
this
have
is
one supervisor that's extremely sarcastic.
This all ties into the yes man thing. Okay, so yes, I hate yes men.
Mm-hmm.
And literally the people on the team who were the yes men were actually the guys on the team. And they were such kiss asses, and they would actually go and get her snacks. I'm like, oh my God, this is disgusting. So, yeah, I hate yes men.
Oh my God.
I hate management, especially like, like nowadays, management, they all take emotional intelligence
Hmm.
training.
Hmm.
They don't fucking use it.
No, no.
I've taken emotional intelligence trainings for the past 7 years,
Wow.
and not one of these fuckers has used it.
Omarosa, what's emotional intelligence training?
It's, oh
Yeah,
God.
you should explain that.
I'm trying to, actually, I have to get out of here. Hold on a sec.
A proper
I
way to
gotta,
how to speak to people, for instance.
yeah, it's, hold on.
I mean, that's
Okay,
part of the
well,
end game.
hold on. You know what? Let me finish up here at work, and then I will
Oh,
jump
okay.
back in with that explanation. So
Okay.
stop distracting.
It's
Cat.
all right. You're the one who's on the internet while you're at work.
So I have one
Well,
supervisor
something's
that's
gotta entertain me.
I have one supervisor that's super sarcastic,
Mhm.
but I kind of get her, right? But it's just it's sort of like this mindset of like people are idiots until they prove themselves otherwise, and the people that happen to be idiots are my employees.
Right.
And so at first I was kind of offended by her, and then I decided, well, no, I'll play with this. And so I started feeding either sarcasm back very carefully, or I very carefully, or I would self-deprecate, and then now we get along just fine. Everything's fine. Like, that's how I worked out. Self-deprecation and sarcasm, depending on when the situation warrants it. And now, like, I'm okay. Like, I'm on the protected list.
Yeah, I mean, if she's taken emotional intelligence 7 years. She's probably way better explaining it than me. But yeah, I mean, it's about I don't know, controlling your own emotions, like managing interpersonal relationships, so that you can have successful, not just conversations, but like a working relationship with people, like even people you hate. Um, as an HR manager, I often tell people like the people I dislike the most are the ones that I have to spend the most time with, like, because they're the ones that are always pulling on my time. Like you walk in and you're like, oh my gosh, I don't have any meetings today. I'm getting so much stuff done. And then it's just like, Maya, like, I need you to come help me handle the situation. And, it's like, oh, not that fucker. It's like always the same, like, handful of fuckers. And you can't treat people like adult, like children. I mean, you really shouldn't treat children like children. Like, it's just like that mindset where you're like berating people. It really doesn't work. You kind of got to get on their level, figure out where you're at, and then you go from there to, like, you set expectations and you get from where they're at to where you need them to be at the corporation. And I think a lot of people want just like magic phrase or magic pill, or, that just everybody act nice. And, it's kind of like when you're like talking, like maybe like what do you call that when you're talking to Christians, like the Magnum Bosco does it, the
Street epistemology.
street epistemology.
Epistemology. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like street epistemology for employees. Right? It's kind of.
Let's talk about how that makes you feel.
It's like, why do you think that? Why would you do that?
And it's also, part of it is not ignoring the emotions from your employees.
Right.
It's like because first you said controlling your own emotions. That was like the first thing you said, and that's right.
Yeah.
You control your own emotions, but you don't ignore your employees' emotions. So if they're really uptight, really high strung, if they're quick to anger or quick to cry, you address them in a way where they can handle it and not get triggered. So you kind of learn how to like be a mediator basically to your own employees.
Yeah.
Be a therapist. Not really a therapist, but
there's a lot of the skills.
It's some of the skill sets it's stolen from psychology, or borrowed from psychology.
Yeah, there's a lot of psychology in it.
And then it's a little bit of the Socratic method too, which makes sense because like everything kind of builds upon itself. But no, so
like you can't deal with every employee the same way. You have to change.
Right.
So it teaches you how to recognize what you're doing yourself and what other people need.
Yeah.
One of my friends is a addiction counselor, and when she talks, like it now kind of bleeds through her everyday friend language too sometimes, and it's so funny, and it's like, well, you have to live your truth. I was just like, okay, like this the sayings is just so funny. Like I'm like, okay.
Your friend said that to you?
Yeah. Like she just has these sayings where I'm like, it's sort of like a little bit on the spiritual end and a little bit on. She says things like that.
Like, is she spiritual?
Her and I both used to work in a church together. The time I was a youth director, and then she was involved in, goodness, I guess you would call like college ministry.
Okay.
And so we've known each other like for years and years and years, and then she ended up leaving the church, and so did I. Long story. I at one point I was really so invested that I was a youth director, and I thought that's kind of what I wanted to do. I was planning on going to school for that, and then people go, well, how does one go to school to be basically a pastor or a female pastor? Because in my my denomination, we allowed female pastors. But if I went to a denomination that didn't, I'd have to be a director.
Yeah.
Because they're sexist, and and at the time, like I was really good at facilitating like youth group, and I was really good at outreach and stuff like that. And so I really had a passion for that at the time. And there's still experiences where I definitely don't miss. I definitely don't miss, but there's other stuff that like I'm glad that I had that experience in life. It's been helpful for me. But eventually we got to the point, and probably a few months apart, where we both ended up walking away. And a lot of it had to do with church politics, and some of it had to do with changes in our worldviews, and just different things. So
yeah,
but yeah. So she ended up getting psychology. I ended up getting into customer service.
What?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. But
as
I
long as
almost
you're
went
happy.
the route of psychology. But there's that whole physician heal thyself thing with psychology. Like I probably will always lifelong struggle with depression and anxiety. I'm pretty resigned to like this is just gonna be an ongoing thing, because like of just not for the lack of trying, but like it's just something that I just tend to have to manage, right?
Yeah,
but there's
sometimes it's just your brain.
Right. And I hate that because like I really had hoped, gosh, in my mid-20s, like we talked earlier, that like one day you'd go to therapy, maybe take a pill, and maybe you'd get better, or if you worked hard enough you get better. And I would say that I spent a lot of time in church trying to address everything as a spiritual problem. Maybe I'll get better that way,
Yeah, I know.
And like now I realize like this is not who I am, but it's something that is definitely a part of my life, and this is something that I have to manage, and so I'm a lot better at it than I used to be. But it's frustrating. I don't know where I was going with that. There was some point I was trying to make, overarching point, but I can't remember. I got distracted.
Well, Suge wants to know if you ever went on to missionary outreach trips abroad.
I've only done Mexico, so this is kind of weird this is probably too much information, but I was born with an entirely different name. And then I was adopted in a way that never like flipped it. And then when I flipped it, like it's basically made it so that I can't get a passport yet, or it's a little bit sorted to get a passport. I'm totally legal to work in the United States, stuff like that, but to actually get a passport, it's more of a pain. So I have done mission trips abroad, if you mean like across the border to Mexico before Obama changed the rules and now you have to have a passport. So as a young college kid, yes, I did help build houses in Mexico, which was
So what
fucking
you're saying,
amazing.
Spacklets, you went to Mexico and helped build a wall.
I didn't build a wall. I built houses for people that
But
were living in
houses do
absolute
have
poverty.
walls. But houses do have walls.
Oh my god. I'm not Trump. and that was a really good experience. But it also was kind of eye-opening because it's like the houses that we build are like still like, I mean, this is something that maybe you'd want to make a storage unit. Like it's a quote unquote house, meaning it's better than living on the street, but it's tiny and it's made of, brick, and it just kind of sucks. No plumbing.
I mean, so you just got a bunch of bricks and stacked them together?
Pretty much, and that's considered a house, and it's still better than what they were living in because these people were living like in the garbage dump. And so, yeah, and so like Yugo will help with that, and then they'll work in a way to get access to fresh water and stuff like that. But Yugo is one of the missionaries places that I had worked with, and so yeah, it's interesting because that's a experience that like we just don't have. It's not a normal experience in the States that we have. Now, we do have a lot of homeless people in San Diego, like a lot. And some of that is due to you don't freeze to death in San Diego. So we have a lot of homeless people in San Diego, LA, San Francisco. And I also did an internship for a neighborhood care center, and they would work with homeless people, and they would offer two kind of services. So there's some homeless people that just no matter what, they want to be homeless. Mm-hmm. They don't want your help to get out of the street. They don't want housing. They don't want a job. And usually those folks usually have an accompanying mental issue going on, at the same time, which is just my theory is why they were homeless in the first place, and so with those people, because you want to restore someone's humanity, because society looks at people like they're dogs or something, like it can be really bad. Yeah. So those people, we would offer like a shower too. So like there was like a hot shower you could take. Obviously there'd be a queue, and proper, boys go here, girls go here, and kind of proper, care with that. But having the ability to take a shower is pretty huge. Like when you're on the street and you're dealing with your own filth week after week, like being able to clean yourself and not be stuck in a gas station to do it is amazing. Like that's really helpful. Socks are like a hot commodity for people that are homeless. Like you have no idea how much they want socks. And so helping people in a practical way and kind of affirming their humanity, it was really eye-opening. Like it made me see homeless people differently than ever. And then sometimes we'd have whole homeless families, and that was awful. But we found that a lot of the homeless families, when they had kids, they really wanted to not be homeless. So they're living in a car, they're really struggling. And they would be like, okay, here's the problem. I've been having trouble getting a job because X reason. And usually, there's all sorts of things that, cause that. Somebody's recently divorced and they've lost, their financial, stability. Someone got fired and they never found a job again. Somebody ended up on the street and maybe they got into drug use and then eventually they got beaten up and they lost every piece of identification that they ever had, whatever. These people kind of come around, they go, I need to get out of this. I can't live like this anymore. And they would help connect people with that. We had a social worker that would come in and try to help piece people's lives together. And those people, sometimes they would move on to living in a shelter, or sometimes they, and then kind of move on from there. There were some people that moved into houses where if they were struggling with an addiction, they would actually move into there's these programs where you can actually move into like a ranch or a shared living situation where you can, live together for X amount of time. House? Yeah, like a halfway house or clean living, right? And just having that extra help for some of those people was something. So trying to connect people with the right, thing. And that was very interesting. And that kind of shaped my view of a lot of people. And I'm glad I did it at a young age, because I think it helped humanize people. I don't think I would have naturally not humanized people before, but humanize people more, I guess, instead of like, that's just the other person over there. You know what I mean?
That's pretty big.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's pretty big, just because I don't know. I think you're really awesome for doing that, because I recently, like 2 years ago, got really into trying to figure out, I guess, like what was going on with there's like a homeless epidemic going on in my city right now. And, there's like two perspectives on the whole thing. One of them is that our social services are completely underfunded and we need more of them. And then the other point of view is that, like you were talking about dehumanization, a lot of people will automatically assume that these are just people who don't want to play by society's rules. And especially with like Facebook groups and stuff, we have 2 groups here in Seattle that actually have been marked as like hate groups because they're very anti-homeless, and they have a habit of they'll take pictures of just random pictures of like needles on the side of the street, right? And there's no way to confirm whether or not this was like, it was actually what somebody saw in Seattle, or if they're reposting something from another city there. Like they do a lot of those things. And when I got started looking at like the city side of things, so like how the money actually is being spent that's going towards homelessness, and I got involved in I started volunteering at a food bank, and then I volunteered to do the point in time count, which is how our city gets funding for the homeless services that we have. And so the city would basically, like, they have these major contracts that, like, Catholic Community Services is a good one. They're like a major nonprofit. They make like, I think, well over $1 billion a year just in all of the grants that they get alone. And it's hard because they have Catholic Community Services, and then they have the branches that they put in different cities. So they'll write a contract for an emergency stability site, let's say, for $6.4 million, I think was what it came out to total. And because when you go on the Catholic Community site website, you're getting all of the financial information for the whole company. So you can't specifically look at that contract and see how all of that money was spent, like from their side. But on the city side of things, it's kind of crazy because they will make excuses, I think. Like when they set up this stability site for $6.4 million, they've only successfully housed 80 people, which doesn't seem like a lot to me. And then I went to visit the site, and there are a lot of the like parts that are written in the contract, like that there's supposed to be a food preparation area for them and some place for them to store their things that actually they didn't have on the site. And so they kind of make these big statements like to the public that basically people don't want help. That's why they are unsuccessful in getting some of these people housed. But when I did the point in time count and I actually had to survey and talk to a lot of homeless people that weren't sheltered, they would talk about how actually, you know, they would go to a shelter and it was just a traumatic experience for them, whether it's because it's uncleanly, like they have bed bugs, or the fact that like they line up to these shelters, they open at like 6. So there's got to be like, you know, if there's 100 people there and they only have 50 beds, like
Yeah, you
could
just
be
run out of room.
yeah, and you could be standing in line. Could you imagine standing in line to get a bed for like 3 hours and being right behind the last bed and then telling you like, oh, well, sorry. Or you could get kicked out because one of the staff members has a hair up their ass and just decides they don't like you. Like, okay, well, that's not what we should be spending $6.4 million on. And I think that's more the problem than like it being some kind of defect with homeless people themselves, you know.
What about there's the idea of doing like a tiny house or
We actually
villages like that?
Yeah, we actually had one of those open up, and the ideas are great. It's that nobody is really working together. So we had a big there was this park that there were like over 100 people camping out at, and the city passed an ordinance basically saying everybody had to evacuate, and they were opening this tiny home shelter. So naturally you would think the plan was to move the people from the park to the shelter. And that's not what happened, basically. So the police come to clear it out. And, you know, hopefully we're going to go or access to services themselves, because I found out too, when the cops call the social services, they don't work with the cops like up here. It's very like left versus right, if that makes sense. So they're all anti-authoritarian or like any of that, which is crazy because the police usually get blamed for stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like we're told that anytime a cop is called for like a homeless situation, that they're going to refer them to services or drop them off at shelters. But if you know, they're calling the whatever like a shelter and they won't even cooperate with the police, like how is that right? You know what I'm saying? It just seems odd to me. And then I read Pedagogy of the Oppressed, and it kind of gave me a view of like maybe what's happening, where like what sub-oppression is. And I think
sub-oppression, what does that mean?
It's false generosity. So rather than starting a nonprofit, which is not a sustainable enterprise in itself, right? Like I could run a business and take some of my profits to starting community projects. That would be like a social enterprise. But charity itself is only viable as long as people are still dehumanized. You know what I mean? So sub-oppression is where
so it's in that nonprofit is in their best interest to keep that oppression going. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah, but I don't think it's conscious for a lot of them. I don't think a lot of them are aware of it. It's more like they get paid to fulfill a service, and naturally anybody who is coming in basically accusing you of not doing your job well enough, like you're going to be defensive to that, right? I don't think they're consciously like, oh, I'm going to go and
The
sub-oppress these
organization
people.
is a stopgap. It's not the solution, but they don't want to be the solution because it'll put them out of a job.
Which
So they
is
still
dumb
remain
because
a
it doesn't have
stopgap.
to. Yeah,
No,
it
but
doesn't have to.
if you're a stopgap, you're employed to be a stopgap.
Well,
So if
yeah,
you
they
solve
can
the problem that makes
transition.
you redundant, you're out of a job. So they don't want to do that. They want to stay a stopgap.
Yeah, I hope though it's just because they don't know any better. Like, it's been a staple for a long time, nonprofits to solve social issues, right? So, I've been learning about things like collective impact and social enterprise, and it seems like a lot of people don't actually know about those things. Like, actually, you don't have to be a stopgap if you want to be a part of a solution. Then there's viable ways to go about doing that, but there are a lot of things that have to change.
I think that concept kind of makes sense that I've known. I hate saying this because I there's so many things that I can sing praises the Christian church, and Methodists particularly are really good at being charitable besides Catholics. People bash the Catholic Church, but the amount of charity that Catholics put out is pretty huge. And same with the Methodist Church, both of them. But I was just gonna say that my I've seen some people argue, for instance, against social services in the government because the church ought to be doing charity.
Mm.
And like, well, the church does charity. Well, we want to make sure that the church keeps doing charity. And it's like, well,
They're never going to
okay.
stop. Like,
And then they'll send me verses like the poor will always be with.
oh Lord.
And I'm like, okay.
Wow.
You know, like, just because I'm like I'm one of the people that thinks that healthcare is something that should be needed for anybody in the U.S. Like, you know, and preferably anybody human on the planet. But
Yeah.
like, let's just start here, you know, and work our way. You know, like
Yeah.
this basic reaffirmation of, you know, affirming humanity and trying to solve, you know, that problem. Like, healthcare is a big, huge concern for me as a voter. And making it accessible to as many people as possible, making it something that can work and be sustainable, you know, all that stuff is something that interests me. And I get these like comebacks from Christian libertarians and Christian Republicans that are like, the poor will always be with us.
It's like, do you understand what holding that belief does, like, on a collective level? That's so, it seems like, why? What does that have to do with being with being religious? Like,
because
are you arguing that
they want to have their crown in heaven by doing their good deed, but they don't want to actually solve the problem? Does that make sense? They want to feel good.
But isn't
about
it too like the right hand know not what the left hand is doing? That like people who do that, it says in scripture that you've received your reward right there. If you're trying to like, if that's how you're going into, I don't know. That seems off to me.
Well, it is off, and I don't think we're looking for those humanity. Well, some people maybe, but I think there's some people that come in pretty pious. You know, only God will see the goodness that I do, and I will suffer for the Lord, and I will give every cent that I have.
Right.
And
yeah.
There are some people that are real extreme, or there's other people that will, you know, give on occasion, and they'll just be like, this is what charity's for. This is what I do. And then I try to explain to people why that doesn't work. So in the case of healthcare, let me tell you something. Everybody gives to boobs. Everybody loves breast cancer. Like, not the cancer, but the boobs.
Tatas.
You know, save the boobs. Like, that is the most overinflated, like, we must save the boobs. Like, that has just been drilled in, like, everybody's donating, right?
Yeah.
But then you go to like a more orphan illness like ALS, and they're struggling to get donations. It wasn't until the Ice Bucket Challenge where people were like, what's ALS? Let me look it up, you know, and
right.
You know,
we
like,
should do more collective impact stuff. So like breast cancer charities, you need to share the wealth. There's only so much money you can spend on research at once. Like, come on.
Yeah, and it's like another one. I mean, people give more likely to breast cancer just across the board. Like, this is just one of those things, or breast cancer over MS. Like, people just like boobs apparently, and so I was kind of using that as an example of like, well, we can't rely just solely on charity to pick up the slack for people's health needs, like the people that are struggling, because it doesn't work, especially if you have a weird one.
Exactly. Yeah.
Have you heard of Beer for Brains?
Beer for Brain sounds amazing. Please tell me about it.
It was set up to raise money for brain cancer.
That's kick-ass.
But yeah, that's one. Because you know how like these movements have their little colors, the little ribbons, like pink ribbon for breast cancer. Beer for Brains is gray.
Oh, that's pretty cool. See, like, yeah, I think there should be more creative enterprises focused on not only returning profit, but spreading it maybe to other issues, like just social good, man. Liberation, you know. Spackle, have you read Pedagogy of the Oppressed?
No, I haven't. Pedagogy. How do I spell that?
Pedagogy, Pedagogy. I'm gonna link. There's this lecture series that I found a while ago.
I see it. Oh wow, there's an Amazon Kindle version of it.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
It came out in 1970. That's a wow.
It's very good, and it talks a lot about what you were saying about reaffirming humanity being basically the number one. I don't know how to explain it. Like the first step towards real liberation for oppressed people.
Oh my God! Like, it's super highly rated on Goodreads.
It's really, really good, and it's very eye-opening because it goes into, like I was talking about, with the sub-oppression, and also that in order for, oppression works like a pendulum kind of. And a lot of times people will get the idea that they can free themselves from it by becoming oppressors, when it just kind of flips the tables. But people are still dehumanized at the end of the day. And so the end kind of statement is that it's up to oppressed people to liberate themselves and their oppressors.
There we go. I went to link the wiki page and of it, and then I accidentally linked Godless Girls site. Unless you want to be oppressed, don't go there. I deleted it and went back to the wiki
Godless
page.
Girl.
I
love it.
Yeah, because I was telling like people were talking about arch nemesis, and somebody asked if my arch nemesis was Shani for Christ. I said no, she's someone I love to watch for some reason and watch the train crash. But like,
so good, can't look away.
She's not my nemesis. And I said my nemesis is Godless Girl. And then people are like, "Who's Godless Girl?" I'm like, "Oh, how do I explain this? Here's a video."
Yeah,
like,
who is it? Send me a video. I want to know. Holy shit!
She's somebody that throws milk on mussels and bacon. And
wow, okay, wow, she's bold. She's a bad bitch.
Yeah, and there's a fight where she calls me roast beef cunt and screams at me, and yeah,
what?
Like and then I called her a cunt 15 times back. Yeah, it's great.
You have to go and recover the ham foot.
Okay, so the ham foot shot, that picture that she hates me so much, the ham foot. And I'll explain what that is in a minute. I went from like people are like, "Oh, you're a saint, Spackle." Now they're gonna be like, "Spackle is so evil," because I have to explain this story. So now I'm gonna go saint to sinner really quick. So, so okay. How do I explain this? Like I can't even like I can't even keep a thought because you mentioned the ham foot and I'm picturing it in my mind. Okay, so the ham foot is on a hard drive from a computer that died, and I have to put the hard drive in a case and dismantle the computer and actually recover the hard drive. And then I probably could find the ham foot shot and all the fantastic memes we used to make back in the G Plus days. But so to explain the ham foot incident, so I mean, we didn't get along before. We had scuffles before, and we would be in these hangouts like this, open hangouts. Naughty would do, but I was on the outside as Han is right now, kind of observing and watching the nonsense. And I had a couple of drinks, and I know everybody's joking and memeing that I have a drinking problem. I don't. I really don't. I promise. Like I drink very rarely. But at the time, I was drinking. And I'm watching this poor girl come in, and she's really new to the community, and she's really young. You can tell like she's maybe 18, 19, and she's really shy, and she's one of those people that doesn't like confrontation. She wants to be part of the conversation, but she doesn't handle confrontation very well. She doesn't fight back. She doesn't want to fight back. And so she has kind of a what the boys considered a cute voice. And so she's sort of like, hey guys, you know, and Godless Girl starts looking at her sideways, like, I don't like her. And so she's just like, you know, she had a nice conversation. And then all of a sudden Godless goes, this person's catfishing you. She's ugly. She's probably 300 pounds.
What a jealous bitch.
Just being awful to this girl. Made her cry.
Wow. What a fucking bitch.
Broke this girl. Made her cry. So I'm watching on the outside. So I go in and I start to kind of wind Godless Girl up because she just this girl. So I'm just like, okay. And I'm not doing a whole lot. Like it's a Gripple level trolling. Like it's really not that serious. Like, well, you're dumb, you know? And then all of a sudden, like I get her kind of wound up and like, this is how dumb the conversation is. I'm winding her up. And then Annabelle, who's a chatter who tends to wind people up, is chatting too, winding her up too. And I said, well, you know, the only way that you can, you know, get, you know, Annabelle in the chat to actually talk with you is you're just going to have to put your foot on camera. And she's like, why do I want to put my foot on camera? Well, I said, well, that's because Annabelle won't come into the chat unless you put your foot on camera. So at the time, this woman who was making fun of people's looks, she called me fat and stuff like that. And I'm chubby, but I'm not like, you know.
Well, fuck her in the first place. You know?
But she would, the one time she did cam up, she wear a hijab because it's ironic, right? Because she's definitely
what a bitch. I'm sorry.
right. Well,
oh my god,
she's a real life troll. Like she literally trolls in real life and online. And so like I happen to know that, well, at the time she was overweight and she was taking shots at my weight, and she said I look like a marshmallow and that people make fun of me.
Shots fired.
And she was really shooting at this other girl, and I was like, oh my gosh. So I tried to convince her to put her foot on camera because, you know, the full foot fetish thing, and really because, you know, cankles. It's really because of cankles. So I was like, put your foot on camera, and if you put your foot on camera, Annabelle will come in. So she does. So finally she breaks down and puts her foot on camera, and she puts her foot on camera, and in the background we see newspapers on the ground. We don't know why. And there's this Nair bottle, which I always refer to when we get in a fight. There's this Nair bottle that's sitting there. And she puts her foot on camera. And at the time, it was before her surgery, because she has surgery now. Like, and people go, God, let's go so good looking. Well, this is before the surgery. At the time,
she didn't actually work for it.
At the time, she had a giant ham of a foot, like a Christmas ham foot that this did not have. It didn't have an ankle. Like there was nothing. This was like meat. And it just, she throws this on there, and it's Fred Flintstone ham foot style. And people made fun of her for like months for it.
Well, it sounds like she definitely had some of that coming already.
She did.
Yeah. Like so if it was just some random ham foot, nobody would have held it against her, but she sounds like a real piece of work.
I only go to body shaming if there's a reason for it. If you thrown that first, then I will throw it back at you.
Bitch, it's off. Gloves off.
So I just like cam up, and she wouldn't cam up, and then she got her foot on camera, and then people made fun of it, and so there were screenshots of the ham foot going around on. So she hated me before, but then she really hated me, and so this explains her irrational screamo hatred of me, right? So
What?
she still, even her boyfriend mentioned, he's like, well, you don't understand. Spackles body shamed her before and attacked her. It's
Okay, wow.
Yes, I attacked her because she attacked that poor girl.
How did she find somebody who would actually? I don't understand how you could defend it. Just hearing your side of the story, it sounds pretty cut and dry.
It's so fascinating. So the ham foot. Well, anyway, her mom died. She got surgery, and she got a boob job. She's no longer overweight. People call her hot, and she's been interviewed by Shannon Hugh and whatever. And she feeds lobster to dogs. So yeah. So, but the woman passionately hates me. I think she's pretty gross, and I've campaigned against her, and we kind of go back and forth. Johnny Bad, though, is in here, and Johnny Bad is a fan of Godless Girl. Hi, Johnny. I haven't seen you in a long time. And he's gone.
Hey.
Just remember,
Damn.
people, when you see a hot chick who always wears sweaters,
Oh, you know what's up.
those arms have got wings.
So, yeah, but I'm pretty sure she doesn't have a ham foot by now, like inflated.
Well, but they just sucked the fat out of her foot. I don't understand.
No.
I heard, well, so recently, and I mean recently, she wrote me. She said, hey, I'm not the same person I used to be. And I think we could make up. And here's a link to my Discord. And really, what it should have said is, I heard there's some drama going on between Reds and Fiona and all y'all. And I want to know what's going on.
I wanted to get on that girl. Content. Like, wow.
Exactly. Like she was trying to stick her nose into everything.
Wow.
She was
Like
on
the-
Twitter. I eventually
Yeah.
blocked her because she was like on the strings. Get out of here.
Oh yeah, like
Leave.
June, like with the whole like non sequitur thing, like she stuck her nose in that, and I was just like, what are you bored? I think she was bored.
Ambrose, I think you're breaking up. I can't hear you. What'd you say?
Johnny Bad, run and tell that to Godless. Run and tell her that.
Run and tell her so you can run and tell that, homeboy.
Sorry, my signal was cutting out. I just said I think she was bored because she, as soon as like the non sequitur thing broke up, she started sticking her nose in that, and then like everything else.
It's like, girl, clean your room.
I don't even know why I told that story. I am so like scatterbrained today. You have to understand that I talk to, like, I'm in customer service. I talk to like 80 people a day, and by the time I get on here, like, it's amazing when I can talk, because sometimes I come out and I'm like, blah, 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 and I can't talk. And I'm talkative today, which I don't know why. I don't know, but at the same time, I'm so scattered right now. Like, I feel like I am so scattered.
Yeah, the last 2 days I haven't been able to shut the fuck up. It's it's becoming a problem.
Yeah, views have been up. It's fine.
Damn.
I just want to know what Thunder Nipples sanitizer means.
Oh yeah, hon. I never even thought about that, hon. What are thunder nipples? I mean, that is it's intriguing.
Are thunder nipples like the nipples that you might or may not get in one of folks' pornos, where the boobs hang down completely straight down, and then they
What?
face like down, and the boobs go down to the belly, and then the nipples are the size of bologna?
Oh my god.
I think you and I watch very different porn.
Well, I'm
Well,
the one
you
that
see
watched
all
Shanny
kinds
for
of things.
Science, and that's what I'm talking about.
Spackle's blonde.
Wait a minute, Spackle. Wasn't Shani's nudie pics have to be censored out with a pair of socks because that was the only thing that would fit?
Yes. Somebody on our server covered her boobs with socks because that's what would cover the
That's
entire
so
thing.
sexy, you know?
Wait, so she wasn't wearing anything up top, just 2 socks over her
She,
boobs?
she made a video with her. She made a video in the bathtub washing with Vagisil.
Oh my god.
I wish I was lying.
Well, okay, wait a minute here. What was she washing with Vagisil?
Everything.
Guys, Thunder Nipples is here.
Watching her body with Vagisil?
I don't know. I just know that she showed the camera the Vagisil.
Why would you do that to yourself?
I don't know.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Lucifer Almighty, we are so sorry.
Okay.
Night
Meow,
is
you've also
is
got to
oppressing.
understand, this was the large bottle of Vagisil, too.
Oh my god. You know, why would you do that to yourself? Poor lady.
Buy in bulk.
Wow. You know, I mean, I don't know.
A family pack of Vagisil.
Feminine hygiene is important. I just think it's awkward to display that publicly.
And then
Yeah,
it
super
said something
weird.
like odor relief or something.
Oh,
I don't know. It was like I was like, and again, you go, Deidre, you're body shaming. This is what you do, and I'm like, no, like you understand, like I'm chubby, like so, like I am overweight, and I'm working on losing weight, and I used to be skinny bitch, and not anymore. So now like 30 said, hi, you don't have to work for it. And then 35 said, you should probably stop playing so much video games, maybe get out and exercise.
Who said that?
And then all this, no,
To
myself.
you?
No, my own self.
Oh,
and then,
oh shit.
and then I was like, nah, this is fine. And then one day I woke up and I was like, oh my God, I'm 200 pounds. so now I work my way down. I'm down to 180. And you gotta understand that I had hit like 215 this summer, so I'm definitely losing weight. I'm 5'7".
Congratulations.
Thank you. I understand kind of being embarrassed about your weight and kind of being chubby and all that kind of. I totally get it.
But if you're gonna throw shots, bitch, you're gonna get shots. You know what I
Right,
mean?
Right. Right. And people do throw that shot to me. Like Shani has both called me fat. Sorry.
I don't know. I don't understand. You seem like somebody like I don't understand why somebody would do that in the first place, but whatever.
Because
I
I
guess.
sometimes will tell a hard truth to Shani and she doesn't like it.
Like maybe you shouldn't maybe you should just take a break.
No, so what really
off the
upset
internet.
her
Fix your life.
I can't think of the first time I upset her, but there were a few times where like I'd make a suggestion of like, maybe instead of, airing out all your on the internet, maybe if you see a therapist that would help, and they're like, you're just judging me, you don't.
Oh, I was actually trying to help you, but okay.
And then I would reach out again and be like, like I, this and that, and then she would just kind of snap and bite again. I'm like, okay, and there's only so much out and get the olive branch, and so I keep doing that. And then it just, and the level of meanness just was so amped, and it was like, and then it was like, oh, Spackle, I'm sorry, and then everything's fine again, and 10 minutes later it's super mean again, and eventually eventually
you snap.
One day I was normal and then I snapped.
Yeah. But you can only push somebody so fucking far, right? Like, come on.
I'm sorry, Lil's Junkie. The Nightbot just bans what it wants. Like, I wouldn't have banned that comment. That's just dumb. But the Nightbot is sort of
Nightbot.
Yeah,
it's got a mind of its own.
Nightbot's all like, fuck you, bitch. I do what I want.
Nightbot is just mad with power, and we can't seem to stop it right now.
Yeah. So for everybody, I think that's like the entire non-mod chat. It's just apologies all around because Nightbot's being a little extra with.
Yeah, it's a little bit special. So it seems like the bot is sensitive about emojis when it's from a non-mod. So if you do more than like 2 emojis, it seems to grab you.
Yeah, it's super picky.
Seems to grab you.
And also try to stay away from all caps as well.
Yeah, don't type penis in all caps. You'll get whacked by the Nightbot.
But yeah, it's totally say like fuck and shit. Like Nightbot has no problem with that. But emojis, like
Nightbot, yeah.
Nightbot's a boomer.
Yes.
Yeah.
So no, I mean, like to be fair, in all introspection, I am both somebody that strives to have good conversations, be a good person, and sometimes I can be what some people would maybe deem as a troll. But I mean that in the loosest term of troll, like somebody that's playful. And a lot of times people throw this word troll around and they use it as a write-off. You're just a troll, write-off.
It's like, no, I'm just presenting you with something you don't want to hear, bitch.
Right. Someone called me a troll and a contrarian recently, and I was like, that's stupid. Like, I was being serious.
Okay, well, whatever. I guess you're a troll.
So
I don't know.
So I think hybrids like me gonna shoot ourselves in the foot, because sometimes I'm like, I want to build a bridge and understanding and have good conversations with people, and then every so often I'm like, burn it all down to the ground.
Every now and then you meet a person that, like last night, that somebody was in here and I was like, dude, I'm about to turn into the Joker for real. Like, I'm going crazy.
Yeah, some people are tests of patience, and then sometimes, if I find that somebody is unworthy of my, maybe I start, but I try to be mindful, like when I'm holding a spanner, as the Brits like to call it. When you're a moderator, I try not to bat people too hard. So
yeah, what happened? Like, where did that term come from?
I
What
can't
term?
freaking stand these people. You ask them a freaking question and they go into like a 20-minute, thing that has nothing to do with what you like. They could have just asked. They could have answered it in like 5 words or less.
I'm with you, Amarosa.
Shut up.
I think I mentioned that once or twice yesterday.
Oh yeah, many times me. I think about it yesterday, and I'm just like, "What the fuck?" We were on one. Like, damn, that was crazy.
Why do I have to let him talk? He's not talking about shit. He's not trying to talk shit.
So
like, we're giving him ample opportunity. He doesn't want to talk about shit. So, like, I don't understand.
I don't know. And then I was thinking about it. I'm trying to think now, like, why was it making me so upset? And I was like, I don't know. It's just fucking annoying.
Yeah, no, it was just fucking annoying. It's just like, I don't understand why, like, you're acting like I need to ask this guy. He doesn't even know what he's talking about.
You know what
questions he's asking. He doesn't know what the fuck he's asking. That's me to be glad to have questions. It needs to make us more affirmative statement. Make an assertion. God damn. Like, everything's a question. You just don't know anything about life. Fine. It's fine. I'm good.
Damn. Shit is real. Shit gets real on here.
You know whose live chat I love? If Sokka runs his live chat, he gives almost everybody a spanner.
No, he's committed to that. Unless you're like a known spanner where you're just
so there's no way to mod anybody.
No. Well, he says he does it because, like, if everybody is a mod, then you can't block anybody. Like, so you have to see everybody's comments, and
that's
you
kind
can't time anybody out.
About that,
it's a very interesting way to go about that. I guess only trusted people are on Sokka's chat.
No. See, the way it works. This is how it works. If you don't have mods, then people realize you don't have mods, so therefore you start to get up to shit, and then you need mods. So if everybody's modded,
you're fucked.
No one can be blocked. No one can be shut down. No one can be silenced. You don't have somebody in there screaming, "Can I have mods?" or the mod abuse. No, it doesn't exist because everyone's a mod. So now they can all sit down and they can all shut up.
It's a funny technique. Like, I think it's funny when we would do like these kind of big hangouts. See, sometimes just give somebody that's a known troll a spanner, or somebody that's known to be a bit vicious a spanner, and we would watch people get blocked and people get upset, and then we'd unblock them next time and not give them spanner. Like,
that's so funny. It's like a social experiment right there.
Right. And we told people that, I'm like, well,
we're fucking around.
And so, like, for instance, somebody like Lulz Junkie would get a spanner just because it would scare the shit out of people.
God damn.
And we would do it to like our friend gave it to Annabelle, and Annabelle's known to be very forward, and you'll see her in this chat from time to time. And she's British, and she's got extremely great comebacks. And one day they gave her the wrench, and so Spannabelle was born. And let's just say a lot of people ended up blocked.
Damn, see, that's what I mean, though. Like, how could you do that? Maybe something is wrong with your internal dialogue system if you think you should block everybody, you know?
No, she didn't block everybody. She just blocked the people that were kind of known to be really annoying.
Oh, okay. Well, that's
but
good.
Like that's the when you don't care and you're in a channel that like mods really literally mean nothing. Like it is kind of funny. Like it's funny to watch people go, oh, I've got mods. Like there's something special, and like you just go back, and if you do it that way, you just have to make sure that nobody's blocked like permanently. You just gotta go through your block list, and
God damn.
But
so much shit.
That's one funny way of doing it. Another way of doing it is like, doing what Sokka did, which is everybody gets a wrench. So nobody can block anybody. And so like
it also looks funny too when people get in there. The site it's
just a wrench.
A mod. It's like everybody's got a wrench. I'm in a room full of mods. I better be quiet. I better be careful.
Yeah, there's people that type in, don't
they've got a mod. They've got a wrench too.
Can't piss nobody off.
I remember one time I said, "There's a person without a wrench. Get him!" And he got freaked out. In all reality, like it takes a lot for me to want to actually mod. Like I prefer not to hide comments. Prefer not to. It takes a lot for me to actually start that. So I might end up. I don't know. Like it's one of those things where like eventually that you have to mod somewhat, because people will always push the edge. But my preference is to do it as little as possible. If that makes
I kind of hope the best in people that they might rise to the occasion, even though, like you said, people always push the boundaries. But I have hope one day people will just act with some sense. Maybe.
Yeah, no, like it's definitely a last resort for me. Like there was a guy in here last night, like fucking the fuck up, and Demi blocked him. Yeah, she's like, don't come back for 2 more days. Like we'll talk. And then he comes back with like a sock account, and I'm like, dude, what are you doing? Walk it off. And
why?
It was so crazy. And I'm like, I could get in trouble for not, because like Demi fucking blocked him. And and by right, he was just fucking with everybody. Like he brought out a side of Agrippa I'd never seen. Like everybody was trying to work with this guy. Like,
and what happened?
I had never seen Demi give a warning before blocking. And like she's like, you know what, you're done. And then he comes back, and I'm like, dude, come on, just go away. Like, sober up. And then he gets blocked again. And I'm like,
why do you have to keep coming back?
Yeah, because I was like, don't force me to take some sort of action, buddy. I don't want to. I should have just messaged him and been like, I don't want to.
yeah, so I have got to stop bumping into stuff. No, yeah, but like I'm like super liberal. Like usually people block other people on my behalf because they're just like, no, I don't want to act in line. And like I see Tony in there now, and like he is usually the person that comes to my defense. I don't know. It'd be like, hey guy, I need you to calm down. No, fuck you, bitch. And Tony's like, you're in timeout for disobeying a mod. And I'm like, I don't know. I warned you. That's what I do.
Right.
But no, Tony, yeah, he's a lot less tolerant of fuckery than I seem to be.
Well, that's good, because it's like yesterday I don't know how to feel about myself when it gets that bad sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, I used to feel bad, and then I was just like, other people, fuck their right. Like,
fuck your ideas.
Well, it's not even that. It's like, what's the point of getting like upset or embarrassed? So like what I'm doing, like I feel the need to do, and I pay my own bills, and you don't. So like, you don't have to like me. That's like actually not a thing that's required of any of us. So you can just do that, and I can feel no kind of way about it, and life goes on. So like that's just really where I am. Like I don't know. I don't have time for like shame, regret. Like if I was just honest to God a bad actor, people will tell you, And
yeah, that's true.
You can take some time for introspection, and I've done that. Like I've never seen it in here, but like you guys probably seen Puffaluffagus and some other chats, and I don't know. There's like a solid week where I was just a fucking clown in it, and it isn't. I don't know. He kind of fights back, but not really. It's like kind of looks like him being butthurt, and I'm like, what the fuck are you doing, bitch? Like you actually like him. Like, why are you trying to make an enemy? Like that's actually trying to do. And so like in ETH Discord sometime last month or January, I don't really remember. You know what? I have been a fucker. I'm sorry. I'm gonna clean it up. But like that's just like me being a decent human being. But like the guy last night, like fuck that guy.
I'm with you on that one. It's just like, then there were some people who were like being so patient, and they were like, no, let him explain. And I was like, damn, I wish I had that level of patience. Holy fuck. I guess you're right.
This is gonna go.
Yeah, I know.
The truth is, I just want to torture y'all and let it go on.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's a good point. That's actually a pretty good point.
Yeah, because if you don't let him talk, he'll like rage quit. Nobody laugh at him. God damn. Somebody go find another troll.
Find him, get him.
I don't know if you're talking about our pirate guy or whatever. I didn't want it to escalate. That guy was.
Oh,
really
that guy was dead. I was reading that in the Discord chat. What the fuck, man?
Yeah. So like, I saw it as something that could be super easily resolved, and it blows my mind. Like people were offering to meet in the chat and be like, let me see, meet in this room. Let's see if we can get your mic squared away. And it's just like, fuck, I'm not interested.
He's probably just being a loud bitch. I'm joking. But that's how it came across, right? Because like you said, yeah, there are tons of people that were like, dude, you can come back. And then it would just turn into like, I'm seeing things from your perspective. Can you see it from my perspective? And then 3 messages later, it's like, you're a fucking bitch, blah, 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 blah. And no.
Would you mind showing me any evidence of any that I've ever done?
Where are your receipts? And it's like, dude, you're not a beauty channel.
There's no need to raise your voice. I'm just curious if you have any verses to back up your opinion.
Are you like reading from the cartoon?
Yes.
Oh god. We have a lot of people in here. Nobody is talking.
I know. Well, we're the monologuers, apparently.
I know. Monologuer.
Oh,
stop monologuing.
Don't worry. At this time tomorrow night, you will be restreamed on Lulz Junkies channel at 3 times speed. We will all sound like chickmunks.
Sexy.
I sound like a chipmunk anyway.
I would
Tristan,
love to
what were you gonna
talk,
say?
but
Okay, everybody, Thunder Nipples has
One
something to say.
moment. For those of you who are watching this tomorrow, this is being said at 1/3 speed to sound normal. Okay.
now yell receipts really loud.
No, I don't need to get receipts.
You know what's not cute? When old men use the word "where are your receipts?" I don't know. The first time I heard receipts was like with the whole James Charles drama. And I'm not talking about anybody here. I'm just saying.
I was going to say, how come I say receipts and you start talking old man stuff to me?
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking
Back
about.
in my day, we had rotary phones.
We didn't call them receipts. We made out of pencil paper.
Oh my God.
Hashtag
your
I am
references?
Steve. My response back is hashtag we are Kyle. Come on, let's not be dumb.
All right, just a quick question for everybody. When is the last time anyone here has seen a phone booth?
Ooh,
There's
So the
actually
last
one
time-
about.
Well, hold on.
20 years maybe?
That was operational.
I
So
feel
the last
like
time I saw a phone booth,
it's a myth.
I was downtown and it's still operational. And I don't know why, but there's a series of 3 of them, and they do exist apparently, and I didn't know. And I don't
In
know
your
why.
town?
Maybe Superman lives near there.
I know. I was like, does Superman live there? Like,
He must.
There's one about 3 blocks away from me, but I don't know if it's operational. It looks pretty dodgy.
Yeah,
It's the old kind that has the folding door, you know, the complete box.
Oh, please go in there and try it and film it because I want to see if you get stuck.
It seems kind of what, and I'll like text you. I'm still in the phone booth. 3 days.
Help! Han.
Send help.
You have to do this a complete meta. You have to use your smartphone to make the video and upload it to YouTube of how to use a phone booth.
Do it.
Oh my
God. Such a good idea.
that is.
That's a very good idea. Somebody please do that.
I saw a
Tutorial.
not a documentary, but a thing on YouTube about this phone booth that used to be out in the middle of the Arizona desert.
Oh, the Mojave Desert phone booth? Fuck yeah, man.
Oh my god, I
Yeah.
love that. But did you see it on the Invisible? Did you see it? Did you hear it on the 99% Invisible podcast? Is that what you heard about that?
No, I saw it somewhere else. And I guess they've since removed it, but people still go there.
I was gonna say, was that out there to give people false hope when they were like lost or stuck? They see a
No.
phone was like, yes,
No.
we can call for help. When you get there, it's like, I have no change.
Yeah,
Apparently,
no, I guess there's
used to like just get a lot of creepy shit to it.
there used to be a mine near there.
Yeah, there was a building or something in the area, and then
Yeah.
it's all gone.
In the middle of the desert.
So
The gas station, the mine, anything.
someone said
bro.
that we're a zoo to watch. Clearly, I'm a comfortable shoes badger. And Meowsinator is obviously a cat, and Headless Chicken is a chicken. But I don't know what these other animals are.
I'm a
What?
fucking goddess, damn it.
Yeah, damn it.
How do you just like browse over that?
Who said we were a
Cerebus,
zoo?
Cerebus is the fucking lord of the underground.
Yeah, he's the lord of the underground and a 3-headed dog.
Shit.
I think he's the
We got
smartest
all
guy
the
in
wild
here.
animals.
And hand sanitizer is Thunder Nipples.
I know.
I thought you came in to tell the tale of the Thunder Nipple.
Well, it's going to be rather underwhelming. I was on another stream, a Unirock stream, and somebody said something about nipples, and it just popped into my head, and I said, I'm going to change my name to Thunder Nipples because it sounded funny.
I thought you saw the Shanny porn. I'm sorry.
No, when you were
Damn it,
describing
Cecil.
it,
You gotta stop it.
God, when you were describing, first off,
No, I
thunder
mean,
nipples sounds kind of sexy, doesn't it? Like,
No, it does not.
every time.
If somebody called me thunder nipples, I'd want to go to a plastic surgeon.
Oh, you got the thunder nipples.
well, whatever you were describing sounded close to something you'd find in a morgue. I mean, ugh.
oh no.
Look, she's probably like an H that's deflated.
Don't joke. There was one time
No,
I was
I'm
like an
serious.
E cup
I'm
or
not
some
joking.
shit.
Like, I'm absolutely dead serious.
Oh, poor
Well,
thing.
that's really big. H.
Yeah, those are like. Do you remember when they used to have those girls on the Maury show?
No, I
Oh,
don't.
well, they used to do these episodes where it's just like chicks with outrageous tits, and it like, hot damn! Apparently, they make bra sizes all the way up to like, why?
Wow. So when you were on that show, what was the gift bag like?
So this one guy says,
Bum, bum.
Jesus, gossip, terrible. Well, you know what's worse than that is it's somebody named Shanny for Christ that does pornography. I'm just saying, maybe you should be a little fight about
And
that.
her name is Shannon for Christ, right?
Love
That's
it.
the
Yes,
horrible
that's-
part about it.
that is the tagline on the porn. Like it's not even like
paying you to like advertise. Come on now.
I'm just
You're like
Oh,
into every conversation.
Actual debate. Why don't you go somewhere?
okay. I'm gonna say an
Jeez.
actual debate. I'm gonna start. I'm gonna kick it off. Meowsinator, your
Do it.
voice. I like it actually, but it reminds me of Pennsatucky. Are you from Pennsatucky?
Pennsatucky? Who's
Yes!
Oh my
Pennsatucky?
god. Oh, have you ever seen Orange is the New Black?
Oh my god!
Oh yeah, that makes sense. Oh my God.
I'm not saying you're like crazy like or anything. I'm just saying like I could see you playing that part. Like not that I know what you actually look like.
I could play Pennsatucky. I could get into that shit. I used to be into acting.
And like at first
She
I was
does
like,
sound. She
this
does
lady-
sound just like it now that you said.
oh god damn it.
yeah,
Yeah.
That's crazy. I'm gonna have to go back and watch that and see.
And Pennsatucky grew on me as a character. Like at first, like this lady's crazy, and then I kind of started to grow and like her.
Well, she
Yeah,
was
I was kind of
crazy at
bummed that
first.
she died.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
right?
And then they made her vanish too. It was really sad. They got us attached, and then they it's sad.
I wish we waited till the last
I'm so
episode.
into that show. I can't remember for the life. I need to go back and watch it again.
I didn't much. I thought it ran out of steam in the last season.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I would rewatch the beginning ones because
Am
they
I
were
alone
alone
that-
really
that I
good.
don't like Piper. I don't like Piper. Like somebody.
She's
really-
a bitch.
Yeah.
Oh my god! Right? Right?
Yes. Like my love for Pennsatucky grew, and as my love for Piper diminished. Like the last 2 seasons, I was just like, why is she even? She's not even really a main character.
But
Yeah.
Alex Vaughn, Alex Hubba. I dig her.
Yeah, she's pretty. She's
Yeah.
pretty real. Too bad Piper's a piece of shit.
right. I'm like, what are you doing with Piper?
Well,
No
Piper
kidding.
had that preppy little girl look.
Well, and she also just has a character, like she doesn't have a lot of integrity. I do remember that, like where she had a fiance or something, and then like the ex-girlfriend came back and she squandered all of that. And it was just like, oh well, there goes that. Like, I don't know. It seemed like to me she kind of fed into the whole prison thing and she ended up becoming that, which I think is weak.
Well, Piper's really unique.
Very, very selfish.
Yeah.
100% that. That's why I don't like her.
Yeah.
Exactly.
She's very in the moment, no long-term goals. How does this affect, and see that throughout, like, as they're doing flashbacks. There's just like, all right, well, I guess I'm doing this now. And
Chocolate and vanilla were. I'm so sorry. I just broke you. Go ahead, Maya.
I was talking, and Spackle totally talked to me. It was so mean. Why didn't you come to my defense?
I think he didn't know what to do with that.
He's still like, do I talk?
Anyway.
Hey, Rose, are you still here, or are you still?
No, I'm here.
It was nice meeting your husband last night. He was a nice gentleman.
Yeah, he's a sweetie.
How did you, capture him?
Oh, well,
Wow.
he
Just
How
was.
dare you?
I'm just kidding. It was a joke.
It's actually a really good story, but I've told it
Okay.
before, so.
Well,
No, tell it.
I've not heard it.
Okay, well, I was dating this one guy, and he was kind of a jerk, but whatever. So we went out to a club, and I met my husband there. And his girlfriend actually came and picked me up. So he had a girlfriend, and I was dating this other guy. And he was actually friends with the other guy's brother, so like that's how they knew each other. So we met, but it was like, oh, he's cute, but like I had just started dating this other guy, so whatever. And he had a girlfriend. So we would go out a lot, and he was always our designated driver, so that worked out. And at one point, like, oh, my boyfriend was such a piece of trash, but he had gone to bed, and like we were all still up, and like my soon-to-be husband was like sitting on the floor, and I just wanted to jump him, like for real. And I did
Oh
it,
shit.
And he had apparently felt the same way about me, because like one night I came out, like they were all hanging out, and I had gone in to get ready for bed, and I came out in like this little nightie that had like fur, like a fur trim on the bottom and fur over the breast, but
Oh,
the rest
You were
the rest of it
showing
was
off for
see-through.
him.
The rest of it was
Jesus! Did you have a little sign that said "Come take me now" around your neck?
Yeah, and I was like, the guys are hanging out, and they're just like, and I'm like, good night, guys, and I went to bed.
My gosh.
So,
like, girl, you got the thunder
and then like
nipples.
I had
I'm trying to see what
tried
thunder
breaking
that is.
up with more like a thunder booty, but anyway, but he was, I don't know, like I tried breaking up with my boyfriend because he was just emotionally abusive and stuff, and it didn't work out. And then we all went out for New Year's one night, and that's when I got like really messed up, and he stayed up with me to make sure I was okay. And then the next night we went out, and my boyfriend didn't want to go out, so I'm like, okay, whatever. So we went out, and then we ended up going to a friend's house, and we stayed up playing pool all night, and we ended up making out and told each other how we felt about each other. And I was like, okay, that's it. This is the last time I'm going to break up with him, and it's going to stick. So the next day, I broke up with my boyfriend. The day after that, I moved out into my own apartment, and then we had our first official date the next Friday. So it was like, yeah.
Oh, that's very sweet. That's so
nice.
He helped me move and stuff, and then he didn't want to move in together until we had been dating for a year.
Did he make sure when you were moving that you remembered to bring the nightie?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Not like I ever wore it, but
well, or not for that long, right? That's nice. Take it off.
But so he was like, I don't want to move in together unless we've been dating for like a year. So I'm like, okay. A couple months later, an apartment opened up that was bigger, the 3-bedroom. So I'm like, hey, there's this apartment opening up. So we only dated for like 3 or 4 months before we moved in together, and then 2 years
Wow,
later,
that's kind of fast.
yeah,
Well,
2
you guys
years
are
later, we were
married,
finally.
so I'd say it worked out.
Yeah, well, so like we moved in together, and then the next year we bought a house together, and then the year after that we got married.
Wow.
So
Wow.
yeah.
That's like
Cool.
a fantasy, girl. You got it.
Bagged
Well-
and tagged him. Damn.
I
Got
didn't think I'd ever. I didn't think I'd
Headshot.
ever have a relationship like that again, because I had a fiance when I was 19, 20. He died when I was 20.
Oh.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
So I didn't really expect to find anybody else like that, but I got lucky.
Mm.
Oh, good for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How long have you guys been married?
It'll be 14 years this year.
Wow, congratulations.
Yeah, congrats. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Takes a lot of work. Wow, that's good.
Yeah. Yep. Not perfect, but it's good.
Well, yeah, but I think it says a lot when people are willing to do the work to be together, because there are a lot of people out there that it's like they could care less, really.
Yeah, exactly.
She's not even my supervisor.
You say hi, Bowman?
Hi, Bowman. Oh,
I'm at the distillery now.
Are you fancy? Wait,
Yeah,
the
right.
distillery. Oh, you guys own a distillery, right? Oh,
Okay. All right. I guess we're talking about something else.
said too much.
Wait, I'm sorry. Did you ask me a question?
Yeah, I asked if you guys own. That's the one you guys own?
Yeah.
That's awesome. That's kick ass.
This is Lowell's Junkie talking about my ear torture.
Ear
What?
torture?
Why is she?
Why is she here?
She's here because she's hate watching like I do Shani.
What
It's
are you
fair.
doing,
It's completely
though?
fair. Let her hate watch.
Crazy. You're nuts. Like, come on. Who does that? I've done
She's
it,
the
but I
one.
don't do it anymore. I try not to.
She's the
I
one
can
who
appreciate
streams.
hate watching. I can
streams for,
appreciate it.
44 hours. Like, come on.
But
Come
she's the one who restreams this on her channel. But she makes
Yes, and then we
everybody.
all
Yeah.
get to sound like
wouldn't you
chipmunks. I
feel
love it.
extremely creepy doing that?
Well, she calls it
What?
content.
I think it's funny.
Very good content creator.
I think
Very,
it's funny. I
think
encourage
often.
it. Bravo.
Why? Here's a question: why does she change the voices? Play music over it. What's the?
She plays music
Make us
so
look
that we're not
stupid.
bored because we are boring, and
Okay.
and then she speeds us up because it's absolutely hilarious. That makes sense.
Yeah,
Okay.
you mean just more ear torture at the Holy Speckle Den yet? What? Fuck off. Fuck off.
Hmm.
I think it's funny.
It is funny, but it's just strange. Like, don't you
Fair
want to be a
enough.
happy person? Like,
No.
what's something
I
else?
don't actually think she's unhappy. I actually don't think she's
Fuck.
unhappy. I don't. I actually, if I was to launch criticism, which I have earlier, which is like, God, you're so obnoxious sometimes, which I hope you take that on board. But like, I don't necessarily get the unhappy vibe. That I don't necessarily know if that could stick.
Yeah, you can't shoo away Spackle's only fan.
No.
Oh, I'm
Oh,
not.
you bastard!
No.
Burn.
She's only here when you're on stream.
That's because I
You
say
really-
stupid
Come
shit.
on, just admit it.
She's really just looking for stupid
You
shit.
are
I give
low
it.
junk 2018.
She like cyber stalks you around YouTube. Is that it?
No, that's
No. We have what kind of relationship we have. I would say that like I'm a, and I think she's aware I'm Melissa's person, and we kind of do a little dance around each other. But my view of her, she's like part of the trolls, haters, and group, and some is a little bit overboard, and some of them are really fucking fantastic. And
It's fantastic. You're a fantastic person. Fucking
no, there's
yeah. That makes sense.
no. I'm a fan of certain kind of I really like, and so like Secular Opinion is one of them. Super major Secular Opinion fan, huge. Like, and Lusty McButt, like love Lusty McButt, love Secular Opinion. I love Jello shots. Like there's certain trolls that I absolutely adore, and because they're not mean. They're not. Or if Secular is ever mean, it's like to Von Helton, who damn well deserves it.
It's justified.
But has Lol's Junkie, isn't she? She's coming here and doesn't she just scream or yell at people?
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier.
Yeah, I think her default volume is loud.
Yeah, that's what Sarah was saying.
I have no inside voices.
Right.
Okay.
She does scream, but she doesn't start screaming. She just gets there.
She does.
Oh, kind of. She gets so passionate and excited about what she's talking.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean that's normal people, right? But like her default, like there's no insight.
It never goes back down.
Is she still here listening to us? Must be
Well, yeah,
weird
that's
to
why
listen.
That's why I'm talking about her. Clearly.
No, she's responding to us. Like when we say shit.
Oh, it must be weird to
Holy-
be listening to a bunch of strangers talk about you.
Oh, I think she loves it. She can handle it. Like if I didn't think that she liked it for some reason, I would be doing it actually.
Probably masturbating right now.
Oh,
Oh,
geez.
yeah. Seriously.
Holy.
Oh my
Like,
god, I hate it so good.
I know. She's like throwing her panties at the screen. Like, here you go, Spaz.
Holy.
Oh my god.
Oh, gosh,
Well,
it's
you
a
know,
love
she does
relationship.
have an incredible song.
She's
I did
only
notice
here
that.
when Spaz was on screen. I'm just saying.
I just want to say,
Holy.
I just want to say that like we did a Hangoween where we were all in our costumes and stuff, and she came on and she stuck her tongue out and it was just an enormously long tongue. I was just like, "Huh, that's impressive."
She's a freak.
Really? How long?
So holy.
I feel like it. And it could be my memory. Just like I may have had a lot to drink that night, which is proving Spooky's point that I drink all. But it was Hangoween, and we were all dressed up. And I would say that like it seemed like it surpassed her chin.
Hmm.
I
Well,
had a
tell us
friend
Okay,
more.
that-
holy.
She was pretty nuts. She
Wait,
had a
I don't
two-for-one.
want to be the HR manager.
but we had to pick some mod that could be an HR manager, and I feel like the best voice.
Yeah, she's perfect for it.
All right.
So,
Are we
tell us-
sexually harassing?
what
If
more do
you've
you
been
know about
sexually harassed on our server, please
Yeah.
go to Amarose and tell her.
We're all at it.
Formal complaint.
And then I'll probably harass you some more.
So tell us more about how long have you known Lulz?
Fiction Fighter. Well, Fiction Fighter's been on the Great Debate and YouTube way longer than I. So, like, if I showed up I showed up and started engaging around 2014. And I've seen her around about at least as long as that. Like, and I'm pretty sure she's outdone me on the length of time. I would guess she's been around since 2006, as long as Exile. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, she's a vet.
She's
Yeah.
a professional.
Yeah.
She's a professional at what she does.
And
Whatever.
so, as
Wow.
much as I poke fun and rise at that and be like, "Oh my god," we're on a thing," like at the same time, like she's been around for, like it's like one of those like there is some, even though like I label her a troll, there is some. I don't know. I wouldn't say
There's some
respect.
semblance of consciousness there.
There's some no. What I'm trying to say
No.
is No, I'm not trying to be condescending. I notice when people have been around for a long time and I don't think it goes by a rank. Well, I've had so many years, like since seniority or anything like that. But I do notice when people have been around for a while, like her, Secular Opinion, Exiled, and they've pretty much seen it all. They've run the gamut and seen every little thing go down, like everything. They've seen it all, and a lot of things that happen now are just a rinse, cycle, or repeat of really old stuff.
That's crazy. Maybe they're just waiting for something new. Waiting for that new, waiting for people to use the internet
I mean,
in a
maybe
positive way.
I'm trying to think what's happened that's new. Maybe Twitter is kind of new. Like the whole like suing, like lol suits have always been a thing, but the actual suing over the channel, I think that's the first time in the Great Debate. I think we've seen
Who
that.
got sued? Somebody got sued?
Yeah, so Steve broke up with Kyle and Steve broke up on a non sequitur, and Kyle did it in a way that was pretty rough. And then Kyle didn't split the earnings of that channel. And there's a lot of debate as to why and stuff like that. And Kyle did do actually the majority of the work on the channel, but Steve was a co-host, but they supposedly had a handshake 50-50 agreement. And then when they broke up, like Steve is like, I've been violating money and he's breaking the law, and then he starts flailing around a lot, and then Kyle goes, well, if you don't like it, sue me. And nobody expected somebody that filthy rich, a millionaire from Australia. No, it's not Agrippa. A millionaire from Australia named Ruhif goes in and goes, here, Steve, go sue him.
Are you serious?
So they hire a lawyer to go to North Carolina and sue Kyle. And nobody saw that coming. And it's just been a fascinating watch the whole time, because I do think Kyle messed up, and he should, honor his agreement. At the same time, I think that Kyle did most of the work for the damn channel, like most of the work. So just watching it all is just fascinating. And if you want a rundown of that stuff, Nate Brody's channel is pretty good about watching it because it's more concise. Yeah.
Thank you. You mean Nate Brody's channel?
Yeah, I'll link Nate Brody.
I do have to say, you should watch Drag's videos from back in June.
Mm-hmm. Oh, God.
And July and stuff.
Yeah.
Watch Drag's videos too.
Dragnot?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
you've probably already seen them
a few days ago.
So then is Frida, what is her name? Fiction Fighter? Is she on Steve's side, or what side of the?
Hell no,
really liked
she's not on Steve's side. No. I would say Fiction Fighter, my guess is anti-authoritarian, and so if she senses that there's an authoritarian presence,
she's a snowflake.
Gonna fight against it. No, I don't think snowflake
no, it's not
is
snowflake.
the word. Anti-authoritarian,
like anti-oppression, like
right. But I would say like receipts for this oppression, like
receipts. I need the receipts.
But like as far as no, I don't think I've ever seen advocate for Steve ever.
Okay.
No, our first conversation is I don't know. She's on her side, as we all should be.
She's on her side of like probably getting content off the drama, right?
No, I've never seen her. So, like, she wasn't wrapped up in it. I mean, I'm not saying she wasn't paying attention. Like, she wasn't very, I don't know, to my knowledge, she wasn't very vocal about, like, in non sequitur, like in the chat, or like, even like, man, like there were people like coming out of the wood when the whole like non sec break came out, and like I still didn't even see her there. So,
I found a playlist. Here we go. The non sequitur playlist from Nate Brody. Yes.
Yeah, that's probably the best place to go for factual content. I mean, Nate can get a little snarky, but like you're gonna get facts. You're gonna know,
it's more
you're gonna walk away knowing what happened.
I have a huge playlist, but my channel's private, so whatever. Mine's called like I can't remember what I call it, but it has like a lot of the videos, like from Reds and stuff, are now private.
I hate that shit.
So yeah.
I hate when they make it private too. It's like delete it or don't, bitch.
Welcome, Sinister Porpoise.
Hello.
That's a cool name.
Hello.
Hey, what brings you here?
Oh, I'm just here, gonna listen. Probably.
He's your porpoising.
She. Sinister was I don't even know how I ran into Sinister, probably over Steve McRae nonsense. But Sinister was watching a old 70s Christian movie and kind of reviewing it, you know, like kind of like the way like you do Mystery Science Theater style with her friend. And I was like, oh my God. I was so excited and at the same time like horrified. I'm like, this is the movie that gave me nightmares as a kid because it's about the rapture and people are getting beheaded because they don't take the mark of the beast and stuff like that. And they're and going back as an adult watching it, it's completely dumb and it's so easy to poke fun of. But as a kid, I was terrified of it.
Yeah, if you're a kid and a believer, and that's what they're trying to.
It's Atheist Turk.
Did you link the playlist yet? Where'd you put it?
I put it in the live chat.
Oh shit, I can't.
It's Atheist T-Girl's revenge for us making her watch Saturday's Warrior, a terrible Mormon film.
Oh, I have a Mormon film for you to watch. It's called The Singles Ward. I saw that my Mormon friend, and I came out with that going, yes, Mormons are as bad at movies as Christians are.
That was actually an indie movie that's...
Those things are fucking creepy.
Yeah.
Who made
Mormons
that?
and Jehovah's Witnesses.
This is good. This will be really nice. This will make our organization just take it from good to great.
And Sinister Spooky Bed Hair says, or actually, yay, Sinister, but you know.
Oh, all right.
Spooky
Bed Hair.
Is spooky because we thought Spooky was a girl, but then said he was a boy, and then we said, but what about the rainbows? And Spooky said, I can like rainbows if I want to, damn it. And so we said, okay, you're right, you can like rainbows.
Yeah.
And now
Spooky
Spooky's saying I drink a lot. He keeps warning me.
Bed Hair. Everybody, Spooky Bed Hair has. Let me get that out of the way.
I'm an ex-Mormon, so...
Spooky is a heretic spy. Don't trust him.
Trust Spooky. Got it. Okay, ex-Mormon. Man, sorry.
Yeah, Pennsylvania Dutch ex-Mormon. That's a great combination.
Whoa, so were you like Amish?
No, Pennsylvania Dutch doesn't mean you're Amish.
Okay, sure.
The Pennsylvania Dutch can be Amish.
They can.
But Pennsylvania Dutch just means you have ancestors who spoke German and settled in Pennsylvania.
Cool. So, what got you out of Mormonism?
Well, I guess the thing that was the catalyst was realizing the history was just... Actually, it was the challenge they gave, the black and white. Like, either Joseph Smith is a prophet of God, or he was the greatest fraud who ever lived, and then I just decided maybe I should investigate it. And since they put it as a black or white dichotomy...
I mean, yeah.
Sounds like you're pretty smart.
Yeah.
Smarter than the average bear. Or the average Mormon, I would say. I'm joking.
Well, if they hadn't encouraged black and white thinking, it might not have been a problem. But...
Right. Which is like a lot of creationists or young earth creationists, yeah. They it's funny how people just seem to fall out of religion when they start investigating it.
Hey, Spackle, do you know why I'm saying that Spooky's a spy for Heretic?
No, I just know that I once demoted him in Dragoons because I thought he was spying for AO when AO and I were in a fight. I'm sorry, Spooky. I think I apologize for that. I apologize again and now very publicly. I'm sorry. I didn't demote very many people, but I
I demoted you, bitch.
A screenshot got linked, and I just had assumed it was an asshole.
Well, yesterday or 2 days ago, Heretic put out a video that called myself and Spooky, so I feel really privileged. He said that we were spies.
You working for the government?
Well,
So-
I guess we were spying
Psyop.
for you guys.
Well,
On a public live stream. Yeah.
well, that is kind of a way of doing an all or nothing. Like you're either with us, or with us, you know. Like,
Well, that's
and-
kind of the feeling I got. It's like, well, these guys are on both streams in the chats. They must be spying or
Or maybe they're
something.
just trying to like have conversations with people. No, it couldn't be that.
Well, the funniest thing was, so Heretic kind of said, Han is in the chat, and then he said Spooky's really nice. He just shows up, but I don't think he asks a lot. He doesn't say anything. So that must mean he's a spy. I was just like, what the hell are you talking about? For God's
Where are you
sake?
from? Like, what?
Okay, how do you
Spy.
know? How do you know somebody's in the chat if they're not saying, like, if they're not really talking? Do you watch every comment that goes by?
Well, actually, so there are some add-ons you have that kind of tell you looking in your chat, like Twitch. Sometimes you can see the users that join.
Oh, darn.
Or not Twitch, but OBS. There's a function in OBS that actually does show both as people are subbing live and people are joining chat, and so there are ways to kind of see people lurking. So it's, maybe I shouldn't have told people that.
I'm gonna have to
So,
find
I mean, it's
so
not like they're not
really,
gonna still do it.
so really, he's spying on the audience. Got it.
I don't know. I just thought, I'm sitting there, listening to this, and I just thought, God, what? Honestly, people just dream this shit up. Is it content, or is everybody a paranoid, or
Conspiracy theories, I think, are what fuel it.
what am I?
No,
I mean, maybe I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing, but what does spying mean?
Okay.
Spying is just observing information about different groups. you know?
Okay, so there is some time like I think like complaining that someone's observing you while you're live on completely stupid.
No shit.
What are we doing
Spying
here?
on me, get out of here.
No shit. I continue to work to it. Yeah.
So when somebody says you're stalking me and it's just that they're live on YouTube and you looked at their channel, that's really dumb. That's really
No.
stupid.
No, stalker, I disagree.
In that
You
case, I've been
disagree?
stalking Steve McRae every week.
Stalker, you know it. You work for the government. The jig is up. You know?
No. Okay, so what I would call spying would be something like just deliberately taking something out of context. Like I see that and then putting it in a way that is malicious or unkind. Doxing is definitely a level of, I don't even call it spying. Like that's beyond haha, that's funny too. Doxing is just plain maliciousness.
Damn
And
it.
like I'm trying to think. Hacking's maliciousness.
Not
Depends
necessarily.
if you're gray or white hat.
But spying, I mean, it happens all the time, to be honest.
Hold on.
Like, you
I bet
know.
people
sorry,
have
go
spreadsheets of just different observations. they
There are
make of
people that are that anal spreadsheets, but there's other people that are really freaking weird that like screenshot literally everything that ever existed, and then they'll put it like on a file somewhere. Like they're like, I have a hard drive full, and there's somebody that I'm thinking of
What is a hard
particular that has
Oh,
a whole
you-
bunch of people terrified of them because of that.
You know,
Why would
McRae
you
is
be
one of those
terrified
people.
of something you said publicly, though?
It was somebody in McRae's group that actually did that, and they actually have people completely terrified of them because they know that I get thing. And that's pretty weird. I think that's freaking weird.
Because I'm
Yeah, you're
autistic.
definitely crazy if you do that, but
Well, in my case, it's because I'm on the autism spectrum and have no filter and don't always think before I speak. But
That's why you're sinister.
sinister with a porpoise.
Yeah. Well, I'm just here to type in stupid jokes. That's pretty much my MO.
You're just a
Right.
funny guy.
But I mean, if you haven't had something malicious happen, be like, oh, but
No,
like I have had some pretty cruel things happen to me, and I'm just, oh, that's nice. I mean, it didn't run me off, but I was like, well, that's fucked up.
no, I think the worst thing that's happened to me is the Dove Kitty thing.
What was
Oh,
that?
that's nothing.
I know,
That
right?
is
So
nothing. That's
Actually,
just an average day.
right, I'm actually more upset. So I was over. So Spackle, what do you know about me and Unirock?
I know nothing about you
Well, I
and
know-
Unirock's relationship other than that you're a nice dude or whatever, and you feel any defend him. And I said, fair enough.
Right. So that's
Like
it.
about
right?
him. And then you said you liked him for a couple things, and then I was like, okay, fair enough. And I've kind of
Right.
left you alone.
That's it, right? Right. So I have made it clear that I like the guy. So I was on his channel yesterday, and the days all kind of turned. Anyway, it was after this Dove Kitty blow up, and there was one or two people on there. It was like, you fucking asshole, or one of them,
so what
one of their
happened to Dove
mods.
Kitty?
Yeah,
was
what-
that?
Huh?
Han
happened
What
didn't
did
with
Dove
that?
Kitty do?
Han didn't stick up for her.
Oh my god! If I hear one more person bitch about
Han,
nobody came to my defense, oh, sit all the way down. Have a seat. Like,
Oh, all right. Well,
okay. Well, Han has to apologize every time he comes in here for not defending us.
Yeah, that's my job now.
Well, then I found out, I was like, well, how long have you guys
defend her for?
like okay, so like is there a reasonable expectation that he needs to defend you? And like I'm like,
Why?
not very long. Well,
I have no idea. That was the first time I'd ever heard her voice, and I think once or twice in some chat somewhere, she had said something hi to me or something. I said hi back. I mean, if you ever see my name in chats, the one thing you probably notice is that there's a lot of volume. You know, if I'm not talking, I'm pumping out a lot of shit. I'm not listening to whatever's going on. I'm just
You're
making
working.
jokes. I'm just having fun. I'm entertaining myself, really. That's all I'm doing. I'm just having fun. And so if someone says hi to me, I say hi back and I just move on. But anyway, I was just surprised because the mod over on Uni's channel was like so mad. Like, you fucking bitch. And I was like, Jesus Christ.
I think talking about this live is really unmad at you, by the way.
Is it gonna make people more mad at me?
let's
Yeah.
talk about happier things like Sweet Heathen wearing a onesie for Steve McRae.
Ooh.
When you say onesie, do you mean like one with a hatch?
No, no, he can be in his
Yeah, are we
pants.
talking what kind of onesie? Like lingerie?
I don't think so.
Oh.
Is he
Oh,
one
was
of
he
those
in
guys
a
that has like a
furry
baby
costume?
fetish?
Was she a furry?
I have no idea, but I've made plenty of jokes about him and Cheshire Vic having a daddy Dom little girl relationship.
Well, if you look at the wish list for Cheshire, she's asking for onesie. Like, I want to like Pikachu. You know, like really weird stuff.
That's weird as fuck.
That is very fucking weird, right?
This is a woman that's pushing 30. God's sake.
Get over it. Pokemon happened. It's over. Or I just don't understand, when did people develop like a fetish for that? Like, when does that, what does that progression
And
look
is that
like?
like
Oh,
part,
the
part
daddy
of the
dom
furry?
stuff?
No, is that like
Yeah.
part of the furry? Like,
No,
Oh,
No.
maybe.
it's
No,
age
no.
play.
Age play. Wow.
What are we
So-
wait, this has gotten really weird. I'm sorry. What are we
So-
talking about?
So there
dark
is
turn.
non-sexual age play and there is sexual age play, and I'm uncomfortable with both. Like, to be honest.
I'll second that.
Yeah, I don't want
Okay,
to talk about
Yeah,
That's
this
Hans,
was,
weird.
did you know
it
that
was
your
a
clock goes off 2 minutes before the hour?
Oh, I'm in Toronto. We're ahead of you.
Not by 2 minutes.
Somebody was all of you were thinking, does he believe that? What the fucking stupid
You have to understand the time zones.
It
Oh
takes
my
2
God,
minutes
that
for it to get over to you.
right there. That would
Well,
be perfect.
but well, for 2 years it was 5 minutes early. So anyway.
God damn.
So
Internet's a crazy place. What the hell?
I don't understand. I missed something. All I heard was onesie, and then I went to read some chat, and then I came back, and you guys were talking age play. What's going? I thought Sweet Heathen was like in her 30s.
Sweet Heathen admitted to wearing a onesie for Steve McRae in
I can't.
one of his
Like,
recent live
what was
streams.
it, like an
Guys,
adult
change this
onesie,
topic.
a pizza onesie, or
Yeah.
I don't want to think about it.
Sweet, people think that you're the normal one. What do you?
Yeah, but wait a minute. Okay, hold on.
on. There's a nice strapping young farmer named Jim that you're of, and he looks much better with him.
But that's okay. If they're boyfriend and girlfriend, and she said she wore a onesie, i.e., lingerie, that's not a big deal?
No. Sweet has made it very clear she does not have a boyfriend.
So let me wrap your head around this. Riddle me this. So Steve says he's monogamous, but he's with a woman. Whatever relationship, people don't understand our relationships mean sweets, but whatever, he kind of leaves it open. He says, I'm monogamous, but I'm with somebody that's polyamorous. Wrap your hand around that. Like, what could go wrong there?
like, bitch, you're polyamorous by affiliation. Shut the fuck up. I think it still counts if the person that you're with is seeing other people. He probably just can't get any from anybody else.
Well, I mean, that's just yeah, you're still in an open relationship.
Would you sleep with Steve McRae?
Fuck no.
We're not talking about sex and Steve McRae in the same, like, no.
Okay,
Only-
we're
only
gonna play Mary Shack
Steve
clip so
McRae.
that Lulz Junkie gets some content.
Says the
Yeah.
asexual. Who
Only if you are Nikki.
What about Nikki?
I think
Oh.
Nikki would be a sure thing.
Oh, Nikki.
She would fuck him.
Well, no,
I
she
don't know.
literally has
What?
offered on stream to give him a 5-hour blowjob or something while he plays video games.
Who
I don't know.
is
Well,
Nikki?
yeah, but like
That-
Nikki also like invites dick pics. So I mean,
Nikki is the chick that has the weird, funky eyes. Like they look kind of like dead inside. I don't know what's going on there. And then-
Oh.
And then when she's like her whole identity, and I'm bisexual, so like I get the LGBT thing, but like her whole identity seems to be wrapped around sexuality. And that really bugs me. I always kind of go, oh my God, get a life. There's other things besides sex. Come on.
Cringe.
And so like she's like, I'm pansexual and everything's about that. Like one time she linked a meme and the meme, I kid you not, I wish I was I think I have a screenshot. I wish I could show you it. The meme said something about like this and this. Like it was showing a comparison between like a closed sandwich and a roast beef sandwich, like the meat hanging out. And then she admits on Twitter that she's the meat hanging out. And she's like, yeah, I can't, I'm going to like, and I was
Why
like,
would you do this to yourself?
yeah. And I'm
Alright.
just like face palming going, whoa, wow. And she's just like, vagina pride,
Cringe.
what
So
is
hard.
going on? And I
This is
wish
not a
I was
thing, right?
No,
You need to be
it's a-
proud of your vagina, goddammit.
This is a thing. And you know what? Like, I'm gonna change my name to Body Shaming Badger, like, because that's what I've done this stream. I feel kind of ashamed, but like, if I had meat curtains, I wouldn't put it on blast on Twitter. Thank God I don't. But if I did,
Yeah, why would you roast yourself?
well, I mean, maybe
Reverse
she's kidding.
burn. Like,
Maybe she's kidding.
no.
it's
What
like
do you
if a
think?
dude said, "Check out my baby carrot." Like it's just kind of weird.
I got a little chode here for you.
No, I
Where
totally
does she live?
Anyone want to bet the next topic is going to be Anision?
Oh,
So
good
the
one.
only time, there are 2 NCN videos I've ever in my life,
Oh, thank God somebody got us off the
and I liked I'm a banana, look at me move, and I was like, that's funny. But at the time I was playing WoW, like 1 a.m, and we thought it was funny at the time. And then the other one was the weird meme where you get the meme and they're just like creepy and they're just doing the weird bobbing up and down because I think memes are creepy, right? And so I'm like, okay, like, but after that, like, he's a freaking weirdo.
Well, I
I don't like
watched
him.
him like growing up and stuff when I was a teenager, and I went through my whole scene kid phase, and like I used to get. So I'm guessing I used to get him confused with Shane Dawson because when I got back into Shane Dawson, I thought he was Onision. And then I realized that it's like, oh, I've actually been watching both of them growing up, but I thought they were the same person. Anyway, like, I don't know. I saw all this shit go down with like Shiloh and all of that, but I think most of us watching at the time, like, he talks about a lot of topics that I don't know, his content just seems to be geared towards teenagers. And I remember being a teenager and watching it. And then now I go back and watch some of it, and he's just such an asshole about some things. Like, if I were really going there looking for advice, like, he's got this one video in particular where he talks about black hair. And it's just like, dude, shut the fuck up. I don't know how to explain it. Like, but the way he talks is so he's just got something about him. He could be the next Charles Manson for real.
Well, he did try to start his.
Go ahead.
He did try to start his own cult.
He did. It's called Seseska.
And I wouldn't. I ran across him a few years ago because I'm somewhat older, and someone did an article on a site I was running at the time, and then checked out his content, said, you know, it isn't for me, and thought I'd never hear of him again.
Yeah,
and all of a sudden,
with Chris Hansen.
all of a sudden, it's like, why is Chris Hansen investigating this guy?
First of all, why is Chris Hansen on YouTube?
Oh, that's easy.
But I actually think it's pretty cool. I think he's making himself relevant for a new media, like, this new platform.
Also, why did he have Mr. Atheist on? Not that I have anything.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Atheist, but I just don't understand what Mr. Atheist had to do with any of it.
See, it's like strange. There are so many different, like, I don't know. It's like everybody seems to be connected somehow. Like, especially with the whole Unirock thing and like Defango and all of them, because I used to follow them way back in the day when they were doing the whole LARPing, like the Cicada 3301 shit. And so it's hella weird that like I just stumble into this community Discord server and like then all this shit starts blowing up between Unirock and Lily Jean and Defango, and it's like, what? What is this?
What's LARPing?
Live action
LARPing is like people who I'm pretty sure it's like Renaissance, the people who dress up like they're in the Renaissance and like go into the park and fight each other, but like they're LARPers because they Cicada 3301 was like an ARG that came out, and you had to have a lot of different skills to like be able to solve the puzzles, but once the solutions got leaked, any person, like, I could make a video saying Cicada 3301, like, investigation, and just follow what somebody else has already done and act like I've solved the problems myself. And that's what Defango does. Like, Defango pretends like he's some kind of hacker. And like him and I worked on a blockchain project at one point. I was doing marketing and he was supposed to be doing I want to say like some kind of coding. Is like, dude, you've never written a line of code in your fucking life. Like, and secondly, if you were actually a hacker or like involved in any of this top secret shit, I'm pretty sure you wouldn't just be out on the clear net, you know, bragging about it. Because that's how the Silk Road guy got caught. Like, come on. So I call him a LARPer. I think he's a LARPer. Isn't that what LARPing is?
LARPing is like role play, but like it's role play that's like sort of in the acting mode. So like it can be Renaissance, like she's pointing out, or it could be Middle Ages. as knights. That's a really common one. They actually do battles, and sometimes they'll just like do the whole wench, and then sometimes they'll even include like wizards that like have little sparkles and stuff.
Yeah, so like go on to Defango's channel. It's like modern LARPing.
So I was like, hey, if I
I
Someone
think
said
okay.
in the
So
chat,
when I
let's go
heard
to the-
of when I heard LARPing, like back in the day, it was the people who would not just play D&D, but go and like act it out,
That's pretty much what it is.
like that kind of crazy, like D&D though, not Renaissance.
It doesn't have to be
I don't-
fantasy though.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's crazy about this cicada
But,
stuff though is it's got like this era of mystery around it, so people actually you could fall for it, you know.
I've done some vampire LARPs. But Vampire the
Gato God
Masquerade,
is gonna dress up as Aaron Raw. I think that'd be tricky. You have the hair, black, really pouty, have the thing going on. If
Gato,
you-
can I go as the Sinister Porpoise?
I'm gonna go as Tracy Harris and smile arrogantly.
Except that you like, here's a penny on
Lulz
the
Junkie
missile.
asked what we think about excessive trolling.
Yeah,
Is it acceptable?
yeah, Spackle, I was gonna ask you if Lulz Junkie is
I'm just
trying to
gonna-
tell us something.
Well, I gotta get
I'm just gonna say this,
Hmm.
that the people who do like the Renaissance stuff, that's not LARPing.
Yeah, I'm digging up the two.
That's acting generally. They're
I've
paid.
been to one of those Renaissance fairs. It was cool.
Yeah,
I'm just
I know.
talking
That's not
about the
LARPing.
people who fight each
Yeah.
other with swords in the park and shit.
I would say to
But
if
as
you're-
a former member of the SCA, that's not LARPing. Most SCA people hate LARPers.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell if it was that.
Well, most people hate lurkers, I mean, you know, to be sure.
so Lulz Donkey does ask, and she's asked 15 times. Okay, fair enough. What do you guys think about excessive trolling? Do you all?
Isn't she an excessive troll?
No, she's a troll. I wouldn't necessarily say.
So-
I wouldn't deem
I
her
think-
excessive.
Let me get over there. Right on. Really.
If you
I would
look
think
up-
you need to get a job.
Hey, Chris.
Okay, so what do you think about excessive trolling? Do y'all think that it's acceptable? Waiting for a response to these questions genuinely.
Okay,
Um,
can I ask a question before everyone? I always thought trolling was negative based on if you look up what is a troll on Wikipedia, but a lot of people say what I do is trolling, and I don't think what I do is negative.
Right.
So, are there two types of trolling?
There's a lot of types of trolling.
There's
There's a
trolling.
lot.
Right, I was gonna ask for a
Section
definition on that.
Right.
get-
So you can section them off into sections and behavior patterns. Absolutely. So there are some trollers that I love and adore. There's some trolls that I'm like, that was funny, that wasn't funny, that's too much. And then there's trolls that are just plain malicious and evil. So what is excessive trolling? Well, that's going to be defined differently for each person.
Mhm.
That's tough.
I
Like
to
the
me,
Chinese-
it's somebody who is on like 24/7 just trolling wherever they can. And at that point, yeah, like you need to reevaluate your life at that point.
So
Well,
a troll
yeah, and
like
then
that
there's
is-
trolling and getting trolled. You know, like there are times when I first got on here, I felt like I was being trolled, but I was really getting trolled by something somebody else said. So it's like, I think if there are genuinely people out there that like to troll, they probably have some kind of psychological problem because socially, you probably shouldn't get pleasure from pissing other people off. But sometimes it's hella funny. So
I don't know. I mean,
So-
I think
I think that's where a balance would come in, and it wouldn't be excessive. So if you have a balance, then
Yeah.
okay. But if it's excessive, yeah, you might want to
it's
reevaluate.
like that guy, that motherfucker that was in here yesterday.
I think the
Then
church.
no, get the fuck out.
I think the
I don't-
Church of Satan has done some excellent trolling for constructive purposes.
Yes, they definitely troll. Like they
Very.
do a live in person that they literally.
But they're doing it for good reasons.
Right.
Wait,
they
who
make
does
some
that?
fair
Very good
points.
point.
Yeah, they make some fair points. The Church of Satan, right?
Or the Satanic.
Oh,
One
okay.
of those
The
two.
Satanic Temple. I think it's Satan. Whichever one's the political one.
Well, that's more like Discordianism, isn't it?
No.
No.
Discordianism is a joke religion, pretty much.
So
yeah,
I
but
guess
a lot of like people use that to troll.
When you say excessive trolling, are you talking about the volume, like sea lioning kind of stuff, or trolling everybody versus certain people? Are you talking about excessive trolling in the sense of like malicious actions, which are the stuff that I'm disturbed about, like doxing, threatening, things like that? Like, what do you mean by excessive? Because what I consider not excessive, some people think is excessive. Like some people
Right.
consider being snarky in chat excessive. I think snarky in chat is absolutely hilarious.
Right.
Trolling that causes harm to the ones they are trolling. Well, trolling doesn't ever actually cause harm. It's usually your inability to moderate your response to it that does that.
Does she have an example of somebody we might know that might help us understand what she's looking for?
I can think of an example of somebody that I think does excessive trolling. So an example down, and Lil Junkie might know that. And I down his trolling to an excess. So he did things like drop people's docs and 4chan. He did things like encourage Rob Beasley, who was in care for psychiatric care, to get on YouTube after
See, I
he
feel
had a
like
breakdown. Like, and
not
he'd be the friend troll. Like he's not really his friend, but he'd be like, "I'm your friend," to
that's
basically lulz
psychotic.
milk.
That's psychotic.
Yeah, and so
I-
like I think there's a limit. Like Lowell's cow milking is interesting because like I see the point of it with some people like Von Halton, but for Rob Beasley, his children aren't being harmed. I feel like Rob Beasley just needs a lot of help, and I feel like Lowell's milking him was too mean. Like once he's in a facility where he's getting help, don't drag him out of that and get him. Like to me, that would be an example of excessive trolling. Like I felt like that was rough.
I feel like that's not even a troll though. That's over the line. Like,
but that's the kind of troll that I'd say, well, that's just malice,
Yeah, that's definitely malice. I mean, I don't know.
Catfishing's cruel too. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I just stepped on you.
That's fine. I deserve it. When I think about like me it's like I really have to check in with the people, like the creators, because they all have different standards. And there's some people like Angie Dell, who's like, I don't want any drama. What's drama? Like any kind of discord. If everybody's not happy, then kick them out of here. And it's like, wow, like okay. And then there's all the way to this, but I think like Neil the 604 pretty lenient with people, but like I think most of the people are just like as long as it's not disruptive. If it depends on what the thing is. So like if we're here to watch the chat, like what's on screen, then if we have somebody in the chat that's taking everybody out of that, if it's not relatively on topic, then they need to be redirected and then moved out if they aren't compliant. And so that line though is really different for depending on the creator.
Does this mean I have to give up my McRae Mondays?
that's not trolling though, because Steve McRae's just an ass. It doesn't seem like he cares if people think he's an asshole. He doesn't like.
What are McRae Mondays?
Mental breakdown because you're harassing them to death. That's like, I don't know. I feel like that's different than making commentary on what they do.
Even Exiled, when I saw her video, kind of surprised that people were calling her. It was like, oh, she's just trolling. Yeah, she was, but like for her stance, it was just like I'm just asked a question. Like I heard this, and like what's going on, and they're like, I don't know, and like the whole chat like kind of turned on her like really quick. It's like, oh, she mentioned uni, get her. It's just I don't know.
I thought of making a video point, and maybe I thought, and it was gonna be Mel's video because I thought it was Mess.
Well, Spackle,
I
you're
told
kind
Frank
of,
to small.
is she going in and out for anybody else but me?
Yeah, you're
Yeah, Holly,
robotic,
you're
Spackle.
Oh, sorry.
you're
Can you repeat that? I heard like every other.
McRae Mondays are where I watch Steve McRae, so you don't have to.
Is that better?
Yes,
Am I
that's
still-
better.
Okay, sorry about that. I lost my train of thought, and I had a point. I really did.
I wanted to hear it.
Okay, well, it'll
Well,
come to
then-
me like in the middle of like the next conversation about something else, probably.
Okay, then can
That
I
happens
ask
to me.
Sinister Porpoise? So you, what do you mean you watch him? Like from across the street? Are you stalking him?
Yeah.
ew.
No, I just basically comment on his streams.
Oh, okay.
Commentary on whatever McRae streams, yeah.
Wow,
So
he
you are doing
probably
a
does that.
service to everybody.
Continually going after Shani and their kids. She's mentally ill. Well, that mental illness thing, like we're all mentally ill. Like not all of us, but a good. I probably shouldn't assume. There's a lot of us that are quote unquote mentally ill, including myself. Like I hate to put it in that way because it sounds like a victim thing. I'm just reading Lil's joke.
Well, if it's affecting her kids, she should stop making content.
I'd say she is affecting her kid, and I have some opinions about this. Same way Von Helton is affecting his.
But the way she phrased it, she said going after Shani and her kids.
Right, and that it's not having a good effect on her kids at all. It's like, wait, are
That's
her
not the
kids
thing.
going
Nobody's
on
going
YouTube
after
and-
Shani's kids.
Well, I think the argument would
They're
be
going
that,
after
like,
Shani.
if people see their mom on YouTube and bring it up to them, but it's not like the bitches, you're not. She's not Jeffree Star. Like, I highly doubt.
Maybe my point got missed. I don't know.
Yeah, what were you trying to say?
I said nobody's going after her kids.
So you
the
say
phrasing-
nobody.
The phrasing, like who's going after Shani's kids?
People on Twitter.
Oh well, people on Twitter are evil. So
Like it all escalated when she went Klaus chasing, and then she said I could say the N-word when I want, and then she grabbed a huge amount of ire from people on Twitter.
So she asked for
She
it.
did, or her kids did.
She did, but what's happened is CPS has been called on her a few times and stuff like that, and.
Would you say that CPS should have been called anyway?
No, I'm
CPS
saying
might have should have been
nobody's
called anyway.
trolling.
Actually,
Who's trolling her kids?
Nobody's trolling her kids specifically. What they're doing is they're trolling her and then.
Well, what is Lil's Cow point? Or not Lil? Yeah, what is whatever Fiction Fighter's point?
I don't know if her point is directed at us. I wouldn't assume that. I would say that there are some people.
Maybe the point could be that people like that do things to get trolls. Like trolling can become a kind of like for Shani, like seems like that's kind of what she lives for. And maybe if it didn't happen so much, she might stop doing
Okay,
it.
maybe I misheard the comment, but the comment sounded like Fiction Fighter was saying people were going after Shani and her kids.
It's a good question. So, like, why do I sort of love Shani as opposed to walking
Just
away?
Yeah.
Yeah, and there is sort of a guilty pleasure with that, but I also have a level go and then stop. Like will I watch her porn and give a review of it? Absolutely. Because it's awful. But would I concern troll her via CPS just to be malicious? No, I would not. If that makes sense. Would I take a swing at her kids just because her parents being mean? No. But anytime I try to shake Shani up, it's usually to try to get her to wake up. or anything. Drag is continually doing it for views and money. He's getting it for doing it. Drag is responding to a lot of abuse and racism that's come from Shani over a long period of time. There is a long period of time where Shani was being pretty disgusting to several people.
See, so that's where you have to ask if it is even trolling at that point or just people just don't like her.
Well, I mean, and that's a fair enough thing. Like, you know, like I mentioned, godless enemy. Well, God, that's a mental illness too. So do I.
So do I.
So
think
does
that may be why we're
probably
here.
most of the great debate community to some degree. But I guess the reason why I was a little bit more cautious with Rob Beasley is Rob Beasley was actually getting help into a facility. And Shani goes, I'm fine. I'm completely fine. Like, I don't need any, like, this is normal. This is okay.
No, it's not, bitch.
Bipolar is notoriously hard to treat, though, and from what I've seen, she does seem to fit the criteria, but I am not qualified to diagnose her.
She has shared her diagnosis. She's got borderline, which is a kind of similar. It displays similarly.
So she's diagnosed, but she won't get treatment for it to actually like maybe
when
not
she
have
has
it.
gotten treatment, she's felt like it hasn't gone very well. And
Probably because she is borderline.
in some cases things have escalated so much because I've listened to her stories for a long time and I've talked to her mother and other things and and before you think like, oh, I'm a super troll that got a hold of somebody's family, you know, her mother actually started coming around. So we started talking to her. But my understanding is that, you know, like how do I explain this? She got some treatment, and like many times when you see a therapist, it doesn't go so well. And if you feel like you're forced to see a therapist, it's going to even go not as well. And then she tried SSRIs, and she said that it made her feel suicidal, which is not uncommon for bipolar or borderline. Yeah, to have an SSR have the complete opposite effect, SSRI.
She needs like somebody like a super
yeah, so it makes it really, really difficult. So I originally was really sympathetic actually, but she burnt it really hard. Like shit at this point.
It's hard when you're aware that there's a problem and you just kind of refuse to.
Yeah, I don't know. But I look at it as Rev as sort of an enabler. It's just messed up. But on that note, I'm gonna.
Did you say Brett?
Rev.
My bad.
Her significant other, who also is a YouTuber. But yeah, Betty. Well, I'm not a. I would agree. Betty is not purely innocent either. Like, I am uncomfortable with somebody that's willing to laugh at their child. So I get
Rev
it.
a truther?
What's that?
Isn't Rev a truther?
Rev is a I like to call them conspiratheist. They mix their theism with conspiracy theories. Yes.
See, maybe that's got something to do with it too.
So he is of Jeff Doherty's and Young Pharaoh's ilk. Who was that other guy? Stan Deo?
So does Shani watch Dreg's commentary?
She says she doesn't.
Yes, she does. She does. Because she responds to it every so often.
Oh.
Not like every time, but yeah, she does.
Wasn't he commenting like on a live stream and then she was commenting on his live stream at the same time?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Would she have been the one who told me I wasn't going to be able to, because it's language she used, make fun of Steve McRae anymore after YouTube changed its rules?
Yeah, good luck.
Your perspective on the mom isn't unique. A few people have talked to the mom and gone, I'm uncomfortable. Like I'm totally comfortable making fun of Shani by myself. but I'm uncomfortable making fun of Shani side by side with you, and it is really uncomfortable. And I was in a stream with her a while ago, and it is uncomfortable because I think it's a level of cruelty that I just don't want to engage in. And actually, Shani's mom tried to friend me on another social media platform, and I told her I don't have a problem with you. Like we can talk here and there, but like I think it would be unusually unkind to Shani to friend you and bring you in close, like, because Shani does not like me, and understandably so at this point, because I got punched in the face, my olive branch got stuck in my eye too many times, and I'm gonna punch her back, you know. But at the same time, it's like there's a level of I don't like the real family members and close if I'm in a fight with somebody. I get uncomfortable.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess maybe it's something new, or I don't know, like a new boundary that has to be drawn. Like there definitely is a line, but it seems like it's kind of a personal choice, like you were saying. That's kind of how I felt about my friend Michael and some of the content he makes, is that it's not like, I can't say objectively that it's just bad content. It's just not in my taste. It seems kind of cruel.
I have a couple of good friends, and I would hope that everybody kind of, and I have a good friend that's online that's in this community, and when I get the feedback that I've gone too far, or that was kind of mean what you did, I appreciate that, because sometimes in the heat of the moment I don't, and then I go, oh, you know what, you're right, I did mess up. And there's been times where I've corrected myself and not gone there, or somehow go, that was a really weird flex, you know, don't mess up. And I'm not saying that like you know, secretly I want to be evil to everybody. Only the fear of hell lets me back. And no, I mean, like, it's just good to have somebody to remind you, going, hey, remember who you, be better than that, you know. Like, you know, like,
Yeah,
and
I
I think it's good. I think it's good.
That is good.
Anyway, I gotta go to bed. I apologize for talking so much. I usually am not ridiculously chatty, and
That's a lot.
No, thanks for
That's a
talking.
lot.
Is it a
You
lot?
are always chatty. You're chatty Cathy.
I know I stepped on poor Maya like twice at least, and I'm so sorry. I get all excited and hyper, and I don't know what's wrong with me, and like I can't stop. Sometimes I need to stop, and I need to just take an edible. So, all right, good night.
Okay. Good night.
Good night.
Night.
I have a hard time not talking over other people.
Hey.
Yeah, we all share that, I think. Me especially.
So you watch Steve McRae videos on Monday, and you do a review of his life. What does he do on Monday?
No, it was originally McRae Tuesdays. I was going to call it McCrazy Mondays, but decided, you know, I don't really want to be ableist. But then I realized it's like, you know, there are stuff I want to do Tuesday, so I moved it to Mondays, so I got some neat alliteration out of it. But it's just me wearing a flapper gear commenting on Steve McRae stuff.
Oh, okay. And you have a channel.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'll take a
Share
look
the
at it.
link. Share the link. I gotta go do something, but
Yeah,
post the
hold on.
link somewhere.
I think the link, like the link to today's show was shared earlier, but yeah, we'll put a link in.
No, to his show. I mean his channel. I
Her
mean.
channel. Getting it.
Her.
It's all right. She hasn't seen me. If she hasn't seen me, she'll go by my voice, and I get that all the time.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh,
I didn't mean. I'm really sorry. My bad.
Well, hopefully
by the
one day
way,
I'll be able to afford voice lessons.
okay. Today, the blue top, is that part of a dress or is it just a top?
Oh, it's a flapper jacket. It's supposed to be a flapper dress,
Oh.
but it doesn't quite
Okay.
come down to where it should on me.
Well, it was beautiful.
so I wear it as a top. But
It's very bright. I like it.
What is this? What is? Where is it?
I tried to share the link, but
Did you share it in the live chat?
oh, wrong chat. That was my fault. You meant Discord.
My bad.
No, I wasn't not paying attention to context. Although someone did bring something about hacking Grey Hat and White Hat earlier. Grey
Yeah.
Hat actually isn't necessarily illegal, unlike
White hat
Black
is
Hat.
usually done for like a job. That's what I used to want to do when I was in college. I actually wanted to do like gray hat hacking. I had this whole fucking thing, this whole master plan. But no. Yeah, white hat hacking isn't even. I don't know if it's
penetration.
It's
testing.
more computer information system security, you know.
Whereas Grey Hat is often hacktivism, technically still illegal, but it's done for political purposes. Usually.
Yeah. Or to get like I had this idea that I would hack like the database of a company or something, and then basically be like, look at all this shit I have. You know, like you should hire me to fix it. That can be Grey Hat too.
Yeah. Well, yeah, if you don't have permission, that's definitely that's that's not even Grey Hat, that's just outright illegal. If, on the other hand, you discover the flaws and just try to tell them, it's like, hey, we found these flaws, maybe you should do something about it, not hire yourself. You're just essentially performing a service for them.
Yeah, I guess you're right. That is more Grey Hat. Yeah, I used to have a different mind back then. I was more selfish.
Oh, I have so got to move out of this house. On the other hand,
Why?
oh, take a look at the video I posted in the Great VC chat text. Look at the background.
Let me see. Oh, damn.
That's not even my stuff.
Really?
No, that's my roommate's junk.
Yeah, that shit would drive me wild. My grandmother, oh my gosh, like she has this. Oh, I probably shouldn't talk shit about my grandma in the live chat. I'm not talking shit. I'm just saying she buys so much stuff, and she lives in a mother-in-law suite that we built onto the house. And like, I don't know how to explain it. It's like a very small space. It's not like, it was so nice. You know, I wanted to move in there when we had it built in, and it's just like packed to the brim with just shit, just stuff. And it's like, it just gives me anxiety instantly when I go in there. It's like I cannot handle it.
But I'll continue to save up.
But I love her, so I try to help. It's just difficult.
Although being reduced to part-time hours is not helping.
Oh yeah. What kind of work do you do? If you don't mind?
IT.
Oh, that's cool.
I'm a Linux admin who's has to prove myself at Helldesk before I can get anywhere.
That's funny. That's funny. You're a Linux admin?
That's what my degree at Ivy Tech was in.
That's badass. That's awesome. I haven't. Wow. It's been a very long time since.
So, more or less, I want to be a Linux admin. I'm not yet.
You'll get there. Linux is awesome. I love it. When I first found out about it, I was like, holy shit, this is the best thing ever.
You know, it's still
Just
not a
because now
desktop
there's so
operating
many
system.
different distros and it runs so fast. I don't know. I'm a big Linux advocate, even though I don't use it anymore.
Yeah, I need to get it. I need to get it installed, but I need to get a new hard drive on my laptop.
Oh, there was a long time when my laptop's hard drive went out. I would just constantly run Linux off a USB. That got me by for a long time.
Well, my Raspberry Pi is still running Linux, but
Oh, I have 2 of those. I got those when I was in school. Those things are fun. I've been trying to think of like a fun project to do so I can actually make use of them.
retro gaming device?
Huh?
Retro gaming device? That's not hard.
Yeah, and it's cool, but it's like I have an Xbox now and I hardly ever play on it. It's like I get on to play video games and I'm like, all right, I'm gonna do this. And I start and it's like 20 minutes later, I'm just like, nah, can't do it.
That sounds like the Wii where I need to do more with the Force Unleashed and actually finish it.
Yeah, I don't know that I finished too many games, except I don't know if you guys have heard of the Sly Cooper series on PlayStation 2, but that was my shit.
Dude, that was like forever ago.
Sly Cooper is a legend. It is, I don't know, even now I think about it and it's like, wow, that was an awesome game when I was a kid.
It was pretty good. That and Spyro Dragon.
Yeah. And Jack and Daxter, that was another good one.
Phantasy Star 4.
Yeah.
I'm dating myself in public again. The first video game I actually bought with my own money was Phantasy Star 3.
Wait, what?
First video game I bought with my own money was Phantasy Star 3.
Oh, damn. I don't think I've ever played that.
Well, I was going to say, if you ever get into the Phantasy Star series, 3 is not the one to start with. It's kind of like the Final Fantasy 8 of the series.
Oh, I got you.
It's not
Yeah,
really
my stepbrothers used to play a lot of like, very intense games like that.
It's not really intense, it's just a role-playing game, but the main problem is it just doesn't really seem to fit in the series. It's a side story. Plus it has it. What most people liked about the Phantasy Star series was its anime-style graphics. It was more of a sci-fi style game, whereas Phantasy Star 3, even though it had the sci-fi elements, came off as like a more traditional dungeon crawler.
Mm.
And the art style was more American.
Interesting. Give me 1 second. I'm going to be right back.
Are we talking about video games?
Yes, apparently. I should probably get to sleep soon.
Yeah, I'll be here for about another 20 minutes and then I turn into a pumpkin. Oh, hi, Odine. Are you going to talk tonight?
That depends. Since you're a fallen goddess, are you gonna let me pick
I'll let you pick the topic.
sandwiches?
Now I'm hungry.
Somebody's got to summon Satha.
I figured that's something he would like to talk about.
Satha is not here.
Do I have anything I can make a sandwich out of?
But I do agree with Han. Tacos are not sandwiches, nor a hot dog. And cereal is not soup. Just throwing that in there.
But what if you put the hot dogs between 2 slices of bread?
No.
I mean, that would technically make it a sandwich.
Hot dogs go in buns. They don't even go in beans. They go in buns. They don't go in mac and cheese. They go in buns. Hot dogs go in buns.
But haven't you ever been poor enough that bread were your buns?
Why would you waste 2 pieces of bread? You just put it on 1 piece of bread.
Yeah, you
make
just
the bread
use
a
one.
bun. Yeah, make the bread a bun. And you have a hot dog. Not a sandwich.
You know what's really good with hot dogs?
Butter?
I get the like the natural hot dogs,
Now you need to take a picture.
and I would use like a piece of bread and do like goat cheese and like stone ground mustard And what else? I can't remember what else. But yeah, like goat cheese with the hot dog, so good.
Goat cheese. We got stuck on goat cheese.
Right.
Yeah, goat cheese with the hot dog. What else do they do? Like cut up a pickle too, and stone ground mustard or Dijon mustard. It's really good. And the hot dogs I get are like all beef. You can actually read all the ingredients. Nothing weird. There's 5 ingredients, and there's no nitrates or nitrites.
You're extra fancy with the hot dog.
Yes, I am.
They're just hot dogs. They go in buns. It's not that hard. You don't need to introduce cheese into this.
Oh, but it's good.
It does sound good though.
And
Nate,
actually, like a lot of times I don't even use a bun. I'll just cut up the hot dog and eat it. Like, I understand people who don't want to use a bun.
Well, I mean, yeah, you don't have to. What do you do with it? Do you like heat it? Do you just like take it out of the fridge and bite into it? Like, what do you do?
No, you can cook it on the grill, heat it up in the microwave, whatever. Cook it on the stove.
And you just eat the hot dog?
Yeah, you can cut it up and like dip it in mustard or ketchup or whatever.
That sounds like a poor man's hot dog.
Well, you know, if you have kids, you do have kids.
Mhm.
Sometimes they just don't like a bun.
You gotta get in the bun because like that's what fills them up. And because kids, I don't know if you know, like they grow and they get hungry, and God is annoying. Like they want to eat like every day. It's so
My
like
daughter,
you put the
my
bread
daughter
in
will
there.
eat. My daughter will eat like 3 hot dogs and no bun,
Yeah, but if you have
and I'm
a
okay with
bun,
that.
yeah, my son actually, he was underweight. His doctor was just like, feed him. Like, I don't care if all he wants is hot dogs, hamburgers, and milkshakes. Like, just get some weight on him. But he was always like, the line. Like, he was like right on that line, so like borderline underweight. So
Yeah, my kids have never had that problem.
Had what problem?
Being underweight.
Oh, that's good. I mean, underweight, overweight. Fuck. Wait.
Yeah, they've always been normal. Actually, the doctor, like with my daughter, she was just like, she's getting a little too close to, not overweight, but getting there. And I'm like, no, she's totally healthy. Like, she's
Oh, I've
fine.
heard that a lot. Actually, that a lot of
Yeah.
women have had that experience where, like, I went to this like seminar and this lady was talking about her daughter, and I saw a picture of her and I was like, she's perfectly fine. Like, yeah, I guess she's curvy, but like she's still fit. And yeah, her doctor was trying to like convince her she was like somehow almost obese or something. And I was
if
like,
you go by
what
the
are you
normal,
trying to do to these kids' heads? Like,
no, if you go by the BMI, like it doesn't really take much to get you overweight. Like if I gain 15 pounds, I'll be overweight. And right now my BMI is like 26. So 15 pounds more and I'll be like clinically obese.
well, it's nothing wrong with being quote unquote overweight. Like,
Mhm.
if you're fit, you know what I'm saying? Like, what if you're just what if you're just really muscular then?
Yeah, and my daughter's fit. She has a big booty and she's curvy.
See, I feel like that bitch is hating.
Even before she hit puberty. So
that doctor was hating on her.
Yeah, I don't like the BMI.
Yeah, it's bullshit. No, but I had a similar experience where I remember being 8 years old and the doctor sending me out of like the office sending us, me and my mom, and she had a diet plan. Like,
what?
yeah.
8 years old.
8 years old.
what the hell are they trying to do? Like, oh, adults can be so, ugh, like what how could you think
Dumb.
that is appropriate?
Yeah, I mean,
That's
I was
just dumb.
wearing like a kid, like a size 8. You know how when you're a kid, like your age corresponds with the
There are plenty of kids who are
yeah.
overweight
Yeah,
as kids and they're
exactly.
hot as hell.
So
Or,
I don't know.
they become super fit. So I just don't think it's appropriate.
Yeah, I don't know. I was 8, so I internalized it as, oh my God, I'm fat. But I really don't know what the doctor was thinking, like looking
Maybe
back,
she
and
was
I'm like,
broke
was she trying to
too.
like get ahead of it? Like, if we stay in this trajectory, like, I don't know what she was looking at. I don't know my stats. So was I
Jealousy.
going too far? Was I gaining too much weight over the past years? And she was like, all right, if we keep this trajectory, she's going to
You
get
were like a
overweight.
size
So let's
8,
stabilize it now.
you said, right? A size 8?
Yeah, well, okay, so when you
I
go
feel like
into the
there's no
stores, like,
rational
yeah,
mind.
it's like you have a size 6 for 6-year-olds, 7 for 7-year-olds, 8 for 8-year-olds. And so I was in an 8 for an 8-year-old, so I know it was normal.
Yeah, I feel like there's no rational line of logic that would tell me like, I need to talk to this kid about their diet. When usually at 8 years old, you're not exactly, a chef in the kitchen cooking for yourself. Maybe talking to the parent and saying like, "Hey, just so you know, things are just, you might want to be wary of this. Maybe eat more vegetables or try to take her out more and get more exercise." Like, to me, that seems like a healthy way to address weight, because we know if you're a kid and you're concerned about that stuff, like you said, you internalized it as you were fat. Like,
Yeah, the doctor sending my mom out of the office with a diet for me. Like, your kid needs to get on a diet.
your
Like,
mom out of the office,
and I'm a
she
little
was
girl. Like, how else do
fucking
you take that?
she was fucking with you. Yeah, that's crazy.
Right. Like, yeah, we need to get rid of some of that badunkadunk.
Wow, what a just
No, the doctor didn't say that.
no,
But
but that's how she acted. I mean,
I don't
boo,
know.
boo on her.
I'm sure she's old too. God, she was really old. So I don't know. I'm sure in her eyes she was doing whatever she thought was right for me, or whatever she'd seen in the 80 years that she'd been practicing. But I don't know. And things change so much, that would have been like 30 years ago. So
Hopefully they don't do it today.
yeah. I mean, when I was coming up, I think I was in 2nd grade before like they told the nuns that they couldn't paddle us anymore, in school. So like super duper old school.
Damn.
I don't know how doctors handle it now, but it's just Omaru said that, and I was just like, oh yeah, I remember that. And then BMI, I don't know what it's crazy. And I keep hearing everybody say, okay, well, we need to restructure this. These are like out of whack, but like nothing ever gets done, and everybody's still using it. But everybody's always like nutritionists and stuff. They're always bitching like this isn't a good indicator of health, and yada,
Right,
yada,
but
yada.
like
But
if
everybody keeps
doctors
using
were
it.
really advising people on their health, then nutritionists might be out of a job. So that could be behind that like, they want to address the issue, but they don't want to go into like, working with doctors to actually enforce it, maybe. And the doctors are they're like, well, we've been making money since forever, so I'm pretty sure we're good.
Yeah, the doctors don't check in with the nutritionist all that much. There's strides that come out in modern medicine that they pay attention to, but it hasn't changed significantly since I was a kid. So I mean, the talking points have changed, but like the metrics really haven't. So I don't know.
Yeah, I think we have a lot of things right now that are kind of like that, where it's like the system doesn't really work that well. It's not very accurate, but like it seems like maybe nobody feels they have the authority to make new terms, or it's just really hard to create new terms. I'm not sure.
Well, if anyone wants something better than BMI to use at home, just do a waist to hip ratio measurement.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of things that you as an individual can do, certainly. There's a lot of information that's out there. And then it's your definition of healthy, you know? I have a friend at work who's like obese, like it's like normal is the next step up obese, and then there's another step outside of that.
Morbidly obese.
Yeah, that thing.
That's where I think becomes a detriment to your health.
Yeah, and this girl, I don't know what she does, but she's always bringing in like those shakes, and you know, she goes walking around the building 3 times for lunch. She, you know, is part of this like something boot camp that she does at her gym, and she's like 5'4" and like 175 pounds or something like that. But like she's
morbidly
healthy.
obese.
Yeah.
That's crazy to me. That sounds crazy.
Right. She's more healthy than most of the women in the like. She could kick her asses. Truth be told.
Well, yeah. Like, how is she obese then? I don't understand.
I mean, but yeah, and I'll probably have a heart attack before she does because she's like really active, and I have Hershey bars for lunch. And I hate the thought. I get tired just thinking about exercise, and like I'm 125, so it's just like
you're lucky.
I don't know what I am. I'm weird. I really showed that doctor up. I don't know what the fuck she was thinking, but
well, a lot of it has to do with your metabolism too, because like I used to have a really quick metabolism, and then I had some trauma, and I you know, my lifestyle changed significantly since then, and I also think it has some effect on your metabolism. Like if you are in constant hypervigilance, your body kind of like turns into survival mode, so you don't burn fat. I don't know, I've heard something like that before.
Yeah, I've heard about I haven't looked into this at all. I'm not speaking with any authority. It's just something I may have heard in the past, like trauma affecting your body. And, you know, I don't want to say like pregnancies, even though pregnancy is considered to be trauma to the body. Like it really does like a number on your body. But your hormones are all out of whack after pregnancy too. Like nothing's really the same. Certainly not. And by all accounts, your metabolism. But to go through a major trauma, like it affects, I mean, it that too affects.
Yeah.
You know.
My doctor was, oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say grief. Like when my fiance died, I still ate like normal, and people were like, "Eat." I'm like, I did eat. Like I'm still eating. And I lost 8 pounds in a week.
Wow.
Yeah. So grief, yeah, trauma, yeah, that can affect you. It could go, you gain weight or you lose weight. It could go either way.
Yeah.
You don't know until it happens.
Yeah, I gained like 50 pounds in 6 months or something crazy like that. And basically my poor doctors, like, they don't know what to do with me. You know, they basically tell me like, nobody is equipped to deal with this. We have no idea. Like, we don't know how to help you.
I mean, because doctors deal with standard shit, right? And when you have non-standard shit, you have to go to a specialist.
Well, yeah, even sometimes they are just like, it's hard when you go to a counselor and then you tell them and they are even like, well, fuck.
I can't believe Parsons back.
Parsons a G. What's good?
How dare Parson? Why can't Parson be back?
No, he can. I was talking to Parson. Like every time he's in here, I'm at work and I can't chat. And he's always looking at me like, Maya, you're always fucking here. How come you're not talking to me? I want to talk to somebody. And I'm like, Parson, like I need to keep a roof over my head, and fired isn't a good look.
That's why I time it's work more.
Parson.
Yeah,
I
Person
absolutely love
got
that.
that accent. It's sexy.
Person hates his
This
accent.
person is just articulate and thoughtful, and I just love it.
Yeah, he's awesome.
Oh shit, the pressure's on now, Parson.
And
Get
person, be articulate, sexy, and
talking
I
that
don't know.
sexy ass accent.
All right, go.
Oh fuck!
Oh my god, he's like super precious.
That was great.
Did somebody talk
Alright.
about me?
No, we're just saying how much we love you.
That doesn't sound right.
You were a sex object for a good 30 seconds.
I'm not a sex object. I just said it's a nice accent.
I mean, there was
think my
other
accent
things
is
said
really
too.
weird.
Person's a good
If you
GDC
feel-
sex symbol.
If you feel sexually harassed, I am the GDC HR manager.
Yeah, you should write her a long, detailed email about how harassed you were. Leave no detail out. And let's see, Nate, what happened to you earlier? What is up with Nate?
He's probably working. Oh.
Person, you keep intimidating Nate.
Yeah.
You know, and Nate's cool as fuck. Like he's probably like over there, like rapping a blunt. Right?
He's over there.
He always comes in. He's like just chill as fuck. Like,
Who's that?
what was that?
Who's chill as fuck?
Nate. I mean, you are too, of course.
Oh, right. Well, I just arrived at work, so I have to wait a few hours before I can do the good stuff.
Yeah,
And I have to say, I like. Ooh, damn. I like Nate too. Nate is also very thoughtful and loves conversation. So I'm glad Nate is around and Parsons around. There's a lot of people I love in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
So Nate, do you want to say anything?
Nate. Nate. Nate.
I know,
Just
right?
start chanting his name.
Wait, Nate's like, nah. Just nah.
He's like, no, fuck all you guys. You gotta make him want it.
He's just, I don't know. He's always so fucking chill. Like every time he comes in here, it's like, what?
Well, and the one thing I can like really respect about him is that, you know, he has his views, but you know, he's open-minded as well.
Mm-hmm.
I think he breaks a lot of stereotypes, you know.
I think
Yeah, he does.
he does definitely demonstrate good listening.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Fuck, man. That's a hard quality.
Oh, Yaddle God, nobody loves me. Yaddle, you're never in here. I don't know anything about you.
Hey, Meow. Last night when you were going just ape shit, did you hear me go shh, meow, shh?
Yeah.
I'm like, breathe.
Shit's hard, man. That's why I say is like when you get trolled, it's the best. It's the best and the worst.
Oh, that did last night. I don't know. Was that sea lioning? Like, it just, I don't know. He's like a caricature of.
I
like,
don't understand it. And I feel like I want to be a social scientist or something because I'm like, I feel like this is a phenomena. Like we're witnessing something absurd. Because it's not just his responses, it's also like the aggravation. Like it's hard for me to understand why exactly it pissed me off so much. But it did.
Fill me in what that's about.
Dear Lord, you do it. I can't even.
You're talking about person. You're asking us what happened last night,
Well,
or I don't know.
Yeah.
It was this time yesterday, so What time is it there for you?
It's 5 a.m.
God damn. 5 a.m. That's still like a thing.
Aren't you in like Germany or something?
Ireland.
I'm in Ireland.
Ireland.
Yeah.
No, I'm
yeah.
stupid. I work ridiculous hours by choice.
That is a ridiculous hour.
5 a.m. Shit. Early bird.
Yeah, I can't do
Well,
it.
I get to see, but like normally most people get into the office like normal people would.
When normal people are working, yeah. Like normal 5 a.m. Normal people are sleeping.
If I work from home, I might be a bit later, but I love to come in early when it's still quiet.
Yeah, my mom used to be that person too. She would be in at 5. She'd wake up at 3. Holy shit.
You would have to beat me awake.
Yeah, I always thought it was crazy. I have a hard time waking up in the morning. Like,
yeah,
she would just fucking do it. Like, I would be like, damn, you're a beast.
Yeah, my perfect time would be like, I don't know, like maybe getting into the office at like 11 o'clock, and then I don't mind working until like 7 or 8, but
sometimes I like to wake up at like 6, and then I can kind of like take a nap in the early morning. I like that. A mid-morning nap. That's what I call it.
Yeah, but like then you go to the office at 11. Ooh, fuck waking up at 6. Like no.
Well, it's just like, I don't know. I have a bad time with time management. I feel like there's not enough hours in a day.
I just don't want to. Like you're like pushing yourself to do stuff, and your body doesn't want to do stuff. Like life's too short to force yourself to do stuff you don't want to do.
Well, yeah, but there's so much to do, and I'm only one person, and there's
I know,
only
but like
24 hours in a day.
Huh? Later.
No. Well, I'm definitely that way now. Like since I have like been, I had like a bout with agoraphobia, so that changed a lot of things. But now I'm like kind of back to normal operations, and I find myself wanting to wake up earlier and earlier just because, like I want to go do more things.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Who did we lose? Sarah, no. Oh well.
I gotta go get water. Hold up.
So anyway, so what happened last night?
Oh. Okay.
If you want about it, you don't have to.
It's just
You seem a
long.
bit annoyed by it.
So I don't know. There's a bunch of us talking yesterday, and this guy, somebody was like, "Hey, this guy is a Trump supporter," and we were like, "Fucking what? Like, why would anybody do that?" And so we just started asking him about his positions, and he started like, I don't know, doing this kind of like tap dance. I don't even know what he was doing. It was pissing me off. And then Meowsernity came in and started pissing her off. And then we just took turns yelling at him because, why would you take him seriously? And then we got yelled at for not taking him seriously. But, my point was like, he doesn't want to be taken seriously. I think we should just do him a fucking favor. They're like, no,
wait. Who yelled at you?
You! That was totally you. And I don't know, Sarah might have.
And I did not yell at you for not taking him serious. Yeah, I was trying to calm your ass down.
No,
No, he got me up in a.
Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know what happened.
We got trolled, I think.
I'm pretty sure that's what happened. I'm pretty sure that's what happened.
Yeah, but do you see what I mean, though? Where it's like, it's not that simple as you're just being trolled because you're getting trolled. Like, fuck.
That's what I kept saying. I'm like, he's enjoying his troll game. Like, he
But
wants to come in and raise everybody's blood pressure. It was fun. It was fun for him. And
yeah,
I was just trying to calm y'all down because you were y'all yelling.
No, yeah, like don't put words in my mouth. Like I'm actually a lot more calm than I used to be, but like I can't get over that. Like don't lie on me. Like it's not like I'm gonna take you down with me. Like if I get fired or kicked out of the chat, like you're coming with me, motherfucker. Like I can't get past that. Like don't lie on me.
Right. Well, and two, like one thing that really pissed me off is like when it was clear, like, when we asked an uncomfortable question and it was pretty clear what his views on it were, but he wouldn't just state them out loud, because even though not everybody who gets on here is like, we all kind of use like a handle or whatever. Most of us have at least integrity in what we're trying to communicate when we're communicating. And I thought that was really shitty. Like, it was very frustrating.
Right, like if you're gonna have a position, just fucking own it.
That's the troll, though.
Yeah, I know. It's like, it feels like falling on your sword. Like it happened, it was an accident, but then your blood pressure is up, and I guess like I have no idea. See, like as a spiritual person, I would say that could be an example of like, I don't know what the fuck came over me. I was just pissed. Like that's an ego.
Oh, what I love, Meow, is how after that, like you were so calm and so happy. Oh, and the butter and yeah, like that was just fucking awesome.
That was weird.
I was like, okay, I think I know what happened there.
Yeah, it's intense.
Yeah, I remember when I was in spiritual community, like they were really big on like, I don't know, it was almost like anger shaming or something. It's like
I fucking hate that shit. It's spiritual bypassing. That's what it's called.
Yeah, but
and
it's
it's like if you're not even going to, it's how are you going to try to actually handle anything? Like that's just to me. That's
yeah. Like no, I remember saying something about like I was mad at something Trump was doing, and I was just like, I said like, man, it just makes me so angry. Like when people act this way to other people, and they're like, well, what is it about you that
that it angers me that
Yeah.
this shit is happening? And maybe if more spiritual people actually applied themselves to something, that might change. Like that was always my point. And they would always be like, no, all of those things, it's a fucking conspiracy. And I would be like, dude, it can't be, because how are you going to say that whenever I bring up something practical, you're asking me how it's a reflection of myself. And then it's like, but you can believe the government is just, they're all out to get us, and that's cool, right? Like,
yeah, no, I didn't have any conspiracy theorists in my group, thank God. But yeah, no, it was the anger shaming, definitely, like you're saying. It's just like, well, if you're angry, it's like a reflection of yourself. You're really mad at yourself, and you're projecting it onto this thing. And if you would just solve that thing that's within yourself, then you'll never feel anger. And so like anger is like the marker of how unenlightened you are, and
that's so idiotic,
Yeah.
because some of it is based in truth, right? The fact that like to some degree we all project each other, but it's not that simple. Like because we have emotions, and yeah, we get fired up, I get pissed off, like, and to some extent like resolving the issue is good, but I'm not just going to be able to realistically say that I've resolved my anger if I'm just repressing it. Usually it requires
it's
a practical move. You have to learn to communicate better or whatever, like something.
Well, no, you need to lead it into the anger. And so I think it's like there's something about like your past or
or even that there's actually a problem there.
Yeah, there's a problem. You're angry because there's a problem with you. Yeah, exactly.
No, like a problem to the situation, like if you're angry about politics, it's like okay, that's something reasonable to be angry about. I think they're right that like it's not good to like just turn it into a like I have a lot of people who just rage about Trump all day long, and it's like, well, that isn't
that's
healthy.
unhealthy.
But
if you hear the kids are in cages and your first response is anger, I'm like, I don't know that that's an unhealthy response.
No, exactly. That's a signal that something's actually wrong, and like to
Like,
say
does it have to be
like,
something wrong with me?
It's
You
all
know?
projection is ridiculous. Like,
Right.
no, there's an issue here, and maybe like you guys could help me actually solve that issue instead of suggesting something because you guys don't want to look at it. Like,
Yeah, I know. That's something that only you can resolve it within yourself. You know,
all is self. That was when I used to run into solipsism, and it's like, oh no, how can you say that?
Yeah, they really don't like with the I don't know. Like with my group, it was all about like resisting the duality. And I don't want to like shit on it because it is I don't know, it's something that I did walk away from the group with. Just about letting things be what they are and not putting my expectation onto others or situations. Like when I was talking, I don't know if you were here earlier when I was talking about, okay, you know, there are going to be people in the chat who need to fight, and it's fine because that's where they are. They need to do this to resolve, you know, whatever the issue is that these two have. And this is, people are just where they're at. It's not good or bad. It just is. And it, you know, I don't know. For me, it's been helpful because like I've been saying for a long time, just as an HR manager, that satisfaction is expectation meeting reality, you know? And so like, okay, let's say I get a 15, or let's say I get a quarter raise. I might be very happy about that if I was only expecting 15 cents. But if I was expecting $1, well, now I'm mad. And the exact same thing happened. And what changed was my expectation. And so, you know, if you go into something, you know, just letting it be what it is, it's like, all right, I'm going to go in. And my boss is going to tell me what she thinks. And it's just going to be, and it's just going to be that. Now, if she's happy with me, great. There's nothing I need to do. I'm getting a raise. It was more than I had. And I'm not putting in any expectations on what that should be. That's fine. But if I think like I'm great and I have nothing to change, I'm almost certainly going to walk into that my annual evaluation being told about all the things that I actually need to change. And my raise isn't going to be as big as it could be if I, you know, were open to criticism. And hearing all these things that are disjointed with my view of myself is going to lower my satisfaction. So like, I don't know, a lot of what
That's
I
like
do.
That's an astute observation.
And a lot of what I do as HR manager is managing these expectations, getting to know people. It's like, you know, what Amaros was saying earlier about emotional intelligence, knowing where people are and, you know, getting where they are to make sure that, you know, they're like, all right, I need to deliver information that I know this person that doesn't is not open to constructive criticism. So I need to monitor me so that I can deliver this news in a way that's not going to cause like injury, you know, this person's self or others. You know, certainly not me.
What quality do you think it is that gives people the ability to like reflect and modify their behavior? Because part of me feels like maybe that is a bigger problem, like that may be at the root of a lot of our issues that we have as people. Might be that there are some people who are conscientious of themselves and take consideration to the input of other people, and then there are people who almost, it's like they don't have any regard for anything that goes against their beliefs. Like, what is that kind of like puts a wall up that I don't understand, you know?
It's multifaceted. I'm sorry. Does anybody else want to answer? I don't want to like hog all the talking time.
Nate.
Nate.
See, I summoned the. I'm joking.
Right.
Nate,
Wait,
what the hell? You're being.
Wait. Before we answer that, can I just say I just went to Walgreens.
Sure.
I had to get some allergy meds.
Uh-huh.
There's no fucking thermometers. I'm just saying. So thermometers
People
and
are
toilet
going
paper.
crazy.
Like, what the
Thermometers
fuck?
and toilet paper.
People have lost
thermometers.
it.
The thermometers I get. The toilet paper.
Wait, do you need a thermometer for every mouth?
I don't know why people
I mean,
do
is
what they
your
do.
thermometer- I don't understand. What person is like, oh, I better stock up on thermometers?
Oh wait, Parsons talking.
My bad.
Oh, sorry, I didn't want to interrupt. I just say that because yesterday our prime told us that all schools are going to close now, and so people started to panic. So I assume. So I went actually into a shop yesterday. I just want to get a few things, and queue went through the entire shop. There were so many people in there just grabbing everything. So people were panicking crazy.
Yeah, people are panicking like
I'm
crazy.
scared
There's an
about
accurate
how
assessment.
scared people are. That's the only thing I'm really afraid of, because the reality is I could get sick and die at any time. Like last summer, I got this terrible staph infection, and like, I don't know. I've been shot.
Please.
Like, you
Tell
could
us
die at
more.
any time. So why are you guys closing schools? Like, calm down. Calm down. If you're
Well,
sick,
I think
stay home.
the main, that's how diseases spread very in schools and stuff like.
Yeah, but
And
we
they
don't even
made-
have like anybody with it yet at these schools. Like, especially
Always
here,
do.
they don't have tests. So it
They
seems
closed down the
preemptive.
school last week because there was a who actually came back from
Oh.
Italy. See, a lot of people came back from Italy from holiday, from skiing or whatever, and they kind of brought it all with. We kind of
I don't
it's
know.
exploding now.
Yeah, Italy. God, I feel bad for everybody there. That looks horrible.
I have to look it up because honestly, I just don't know what to make of it.
Oh, Dean.
It's not the first time something like that. It'll blow over at some point.
Yeah, but the thing is that's freaking me out is so many things here are being canceled, and that's the only thing that is different, it seems, about this level of panic. It's to me more symptomatic of like, people are just, I think, very paranoid and scared in general.
Yeah, I mean, I have been stocking up since Brexit, so I was paranoid myself that way. Generally, like
Yeah.
the virus, it's because there will be stuff tomorrow. I don't have to go shopping today.
I'm more a Ranger Rick kind of chick, I guess. Yeah, straight up. It's like whatever. That's how I feel about a lot of things. We'll find a way. We'll get it. Whatever. Just because I can't handle any more anxiety about dying. It'll happen someday, but I'm pretty sure it's not going to happen for a while. So I'm good.
Just go back. Yeah. Now, so you're talking about like why people
that
are not
can't
introspective. Well,
and what maybe can make a person consider it, because I know people can change, because I have that now.
Yeah, I mean, there would just have to be a focus on it, which like parents can instill this in their children, which I've done like really heavily with my kids. Even from like when they were kids, like I'd put them in timeout, and it'd be like, well, when you're ready to apologize or when you're ready to change your behavior, like you control your timeout. So they would sit in a chair and they'd have to self-regulate. And when they were willing to do the thing that they weren't willing to do before, that's when they were able to get up. And that was like their period of reflection. So this is something I was doing even at like 3 and 4 for them, in smaller bits. And then once they got to like middle school, high school, I took more of a hands-off approach to parenting, because it's like, okay, you're about to go off to college. I need to feel comfortable sending you out in the world. And the best way for me to see how you're making decisions while you're here with me. And so they come home and they say, hey, mommy, I have this issue. And it's like, well, okay, what do you want to do? And we talk about like the problem, the pluses and minuses to their solution. I'd give them perhaps 1 or 2 alternatives, and then we could talk about the pluses and minuses with that. And then, it's like, well, you've got a decision to make, and good luck. But I mean, it's like little things like, how to treat a friend, or how to, what to do about, something in class. I could kind of see like their period of good judgment. So, I mean, there's things that parents can do with children, but then you have these parents that aren't introspective, and especially the helicopter parents, which are a really big thing, where they just recognize the kids are stupid and never recognize opportunities to, allow them to grow.
Well,
It's
the
like,
truth
well,
is,
I
if
don't
you
want my
think your child is stupid, then you
your child
are
is
a
stupid.
bad parent.
No, your child is stupid. They're gonna make bad decisions.
A child can become, anybody.
No, they're gonna make bad decisions because empathy isn't
Yeah, dear.
sorry. Empathy is like learned, really. So, I mean, and then how to interact with society is also learned. So when you really do have to teach a child, okay, foresight, or they can learn. They could just fall on their ass and learn, like, without you. But it would,
Well, it's hard with that because then there may be coping behaviors that maybe develop after.
Yeah.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, I was a teen mom, and I did everything I possibly could to make sure my son was raised right. I mean, he was just a beautiful baby, like hardly ever cried, just awesome. And then when he got to like 2, things, or 1.5, 2, that's when little behavior things come up, and I'm like, okay, you're gonna sit in timeout. Well, when you live with your parents, and one of these parents does not respect you,
that happened to me,
as the parent of the child, they tend to interfere. So,
they
like,
do.
I would put my son in timeout, and he'd be crying, and it's like, no, you just, certain ages, you don't do it for like 5 minutes. You do it for like 30 seconds or a minute, or whatever is age appropriate.
Right.
So I would put him in timeout for like a minute, and he'd be crying, and my fucking dad would sit there with him in timeout, and I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Get
You
the
can't
fuck away from
fucking
him.
do that, dude.
Yeah, no. So my son got totally fucked up. So hey, word to grandparents out there: don't interfere.
Yeah.
Well, especially with that.
Unless your
Because
kid is abusive to your grandkid, which I
obviously.
wasn't.
Well, right.
I mean,
and what
you're out for a minute, like nobody thinks that's abusive.
Yeah, no, that's not abusive. But like,
it's abusive.
It would be my mom
being their child.
No, my mom would be like, "Oh, just smack him, just spank him," and I'm like, "No, I'm gonna put him in timeout."
Well, then they don't learn cooperation. I feel like when you
put
in timeout, you're teaching them that, like, look, no, you need to value. Like, I'm asking you to do something, or something is required of you, and until you're willing to do that, then do. And as soon as you're willing to, you forgive. Like,
right?
And it was like 5 years of being undermined as a parent will totally fuck up a relationship between a parent and a child.
Oh yeah, easy. Especially if they pit them against you, or just because you're so impressionable.
Yes.
It's weird. Yeah.
No, yeah, I know what you mean.
And then not to mention when they go to school, there's always the chance that they can become a product of their culture, which is always terrifying.
No, yeah, there's that. There's the outside influences. This all the stuff that you don't have any control over. Whatever the your environment values is just going to be instilled in your child, despite your best efforts. Now,
if they're able to reflect, then
right,
they may take different interests.
You can strengthen the bond between you and them and keep the conversation flowing so that, it's like, okay, well, these are the pros and cons of, this individualized, selfish life, and it's almost always going to be like, I remember my kids growing up, it was everything was always about, well, how does it affect me? Because that's all that would resonate with them. You don't want to piss off your best friend because then you're not going to have a best friend. And then what are you going to do when you want to, you want somebody
You
to
don't
play with?
actually care about the friend you pissed off. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, because it feels good, right? It's like, well, I want to tell her to fuck off. So, I mean, maybe not literally at 5, but, that's how you feel. And you got to kind of get them out of that. It's like, well, and first and foremost, you're teaching them how it's going to affect them. It's like, well, you're not going to like this. And then as they get older, you can kind of jump into the empathy thing, but like that's not the things that you're doing necessarily earlier on. And like the same thing for the parents, like Amaris is saying with her parents, that they're sitting down with the kid because they feel bad, not because they're looking long term at what's best for the child in this sense. Like, well, I feel bad looking at him in the corner. So I'm doing this for me. And a lot of parents get stuck in that mindset. Like, I don't like seeing my baby unhappy.
Well, it's bigger than that.
I don't want to, and they don't see that. So like a lot of times, like people aren't learning things because like we think that if somebody feels bad, that's a bad thing. And people shouldn't ever have to feel bad. And it's like, well, that's how we grow. But it's the only way we really if I try something and I'm successful, I've really not learned anything, right? I know that I did something and that worked. It worked that time. I don't know why it worked. If I fail, I can then try again. If, my ego's not so big that I'm just like, well, shovels don't work for digging. If it's just like, all right,
there's nothing you can do to convince me. I will not try it. No.
Right. It's like, well, you're using the wrong end, or you can't use a shovel on asphalt. It's
sometimes
like, there are reasons why this is not working, and it's not because shovels are bad. Like, let's work this through. So negative feelings and failing are good things. You have to have the mindset to go into it, like thinking, just viewing it like that. And we're all products of our environment. For any individual person, you'd really have to go back and say, well, why isn't this person introspective? And I'm 100% sure you can go through their life and like look at it. It's like, well, yeah, if we look at their whole life, they had no other decision but to be selfish.
Yeah.
It was
for me.
This kind of thing, though, like this kind of relationship, this toxic relationship that had started then, continued on.
Mm-hmm.
And to this day, like I still have a hard time getting along with my son because of what happened with my dad.
Yeah.
Because of the way
first 5 years
my dad was with him. Yeah. And it continued on after that. It continued on after I moved out. So
no, I know, but like even if it hadn't, those first 5 years, 5 or 6 years, they're really pivotal.
Yeah.
Like, and how you attach and to your children, like oh God, and again, your dad wouldn't have known this, but yeah, I'm sorry to hear that.
He should have had some foresight.
So here's the thing.
You
Back in 2011, he was dying, and he told siblings my siblings that he felt bad for what he did to me and my son throughout the years.
See, so he had some
And I
understanding
was
of what's
like,
wrong. What
oh,
the
no. Because that motherfucker never said shit to me, never fucking apologized to me. He said it to other people. Doesn't fucking count.
No, oh hell no. I'm not saying that's enough to make up for it. I'm saying that he knew better from the beginning then, and now he's just trying to save face without having to actually own up to the and you know what I mean? Like take the
I
accountability with
mean,
you personally.
I
maybe.
think part of it was somebody, I'm not going to say who, but somebody I know called CPS on my dad because I had told them what my dad had done to my son. He had whacked him with a rolled up magazine. And
Oh,
so this person called CPS on my dad. My dad believed it was me, even though I said, no, it wasn't me, it wasn't me. Nope, I think he thought it was me until he died. So I think everything he did after that was just vengeance on me.
God damn.
Like,
I'm
okay, you're
sorry.
beating my
That's
son with
fucking
a fucking rolled up magazine? Yeah, CPS is going to get called on you. It wasn't me who did it.
I mean, God. I mean, like,
yeah.
but why is he mad at you for that? That is insane.
Yeah, that doesn't make
Uh,
sense. And period, you're his
Yeah.
daughter. So I don't really
Yeah.
care. Like
No,
I
like
don't know. My parents raised me that way. There's nothing I can fucking do
you
to
did no, but I
make
mean, you
them
did something
think like that
illegal.
or
Like
do something bad.
you're doing
Yeah.
illegal shit. Like your daughter shouldn't. Your daughter should do what? It's her son that you're doing
Well,
something
and
illegal.
why? How could you even know it's definitely her? It doesn't sound like
He just needed.
anybody
He needed
who.
Well,
somebody.
I didn't even know who it was at the time. I didn't find out till like 3 months later who called. So
Yeah,
he was all pissed off at me. I'm like, I didn't fucking call
I think
CPS
he
on
needs to
you.
pay more attention to the fact they were called than who
Yeah,
called.
Yeah.
no,
No, he needed somebody to blame.
Exactly. What causes that? Like, you would think CPS would be enough to alert somebody, like, hey, you can't treat children like this, and whatever has taught you that that's okay. Like, obviously, it's not because somebody called CPS and they showed up. Like,
Well, here's the thing. He got away with it with his kids. Nobody
Yeah.
called CPS
times
on him
that
with his
fucking
kids.
changed. Yeah.
Yeah, it was different times. I mean, CPS would have been like rolled up newspaper, right? Come at it, let me know when he's like beating them with extension cords and shit. Like my mom had horrible stories of what her father did to her.
They do come out and say, okay, are there marks? Are there
Yeah.
this or that?
Yeah.
I mean, if there's not marks, they're gonna be like, well, discipline.
Oh yeah, no, I'm talking about like when you and I were little. It's just like, well, they're allowed to spank the kid, whatever.
Hey, Lisa.
Hi, Lisa.
Hey, Lisa. Did you want to?
I don't know. It seemed like, oh, my bad.
I was just wondering if Lisa wanted to contribute to the beating your kid story.
To what? Sorry.
So everyone in here is against spanking.
Yeah, I am. I'm especially against. I was watching Wife Swap, and this guy would spank his kids and then pray with them afterwards, right? But he would do it constantly. I was like, dude, you are not doing this right. Wow, you are not doing this right. Fuck.
That's a funny thing.
Holy shit, you're
Yeah.
fucking your kids right on up. Good job. Like,
That's a funny thing. Oh my God. No, my sister was
That's
like
so weird.
total born again. She did that too. I was
you're
like, what the
fucking
fuck
crazy
just
if you
happened?
do that, dude. You're like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Where does it tell you to do this? Stop.
Talk
Yeah,
about
yes, it-
psychological abuse, man.
No, it is. I
Psychological
mean,
shit.
it's
I mean,
best. It really is the best way to turn your kids off to religion, though, because now
right,
they're
but
going
like
to
you have to.
associate praying with spanking, like forever.
What's crazy is most of the people are just intellectually not very bright. It's not always like it's not like they're intentionally trying to brainwash their kids sometimes, or are they? Like some people will justify like, oh yeah, I am trying to indoctrinate them with the Bible, and it's like, whoa, like how does that work when isn't that against the rules?
I mean, one way or the other, like we indoctrinate our children or just even family members whether it's towards a culture or a particular mindset.
Yeah,
It's just about.
I,
It's
d-
just more so about
I would disagree.
what you inferred.
Well, one thing on spanking though, I don't know if you guys have heard of the love languages.
Yeah. Wait, like romantic
Okay.
languages?
No, love languages. Like
Yeah, I
some
thought that was a
people
romantic
express
thing.
love through no,
Through
it's with
actions,
it's with anybody.
communication.
Yeah,
Okay.
actions, physical, yeah, verbal. So I can't remember what they all are, but that's one thing that I learned is that my sons, their main love language is touch. So if you spank them, that's really detrimental to them.
Oh wow.
Yeah, because that touch, like they don't understand that. Like they can't
that is a good
understand.
point.
Yeah, and it took me a while to learn that, but I learned it. And I was like, nope, okay, yep, no spankings, no nothing. Like not even a smack on the hand, you know, like nothing.
I'm personally not against spanking. I think it just depends on the child.
I don't
think
know.
that I think that every child is an individual. I don't necessarily see them as like being like some parents see their kids as being like these direct extensions of themselves, and so they'll like build up these expectations,
Mhm.
for better or for worse. And what happened is that when the child, for example, refuses to obey, right? Um, some parents will set these particular limits on themselves in terms of how they choose to discipline, and that frustration, it builds up, and one way or the other a lot of parents will take out that anger on that child.
Yes.
Now I'm not saying spanking should be something that should be like regular use. Like a lot of children really don't need spanking, let's be honest,
Nope,
right?
they
You
don't.
just Yeah, they don't. You tell them to go stand in the corner and they'll be fine, right? They'll have time to reflect and stuff like that. The only circumstances any form of corporal punishment, because spanking is not the only form of corporal punishment. Some parents will have their children kneel, or they'll tell them to put their hands up in the air, or tell them to do push-ups, whatever it may be, right? Is if you need them to learn a particular lesson that's severe. Like if it's something where they can hurt themselves, for example, right, and they refuse to listen, under those circumstances, you know, a small spank, you know, wouldn't hurt. I don't mean beating the crap out of your kids. That I'm against. Um, but I think it just depends on the child at the end of the day.
I definitely think that, like, when it comes down to, each child is an individual, that's true, because any kind of, we'll say, punishment can have, can backfire on the parent if it's not used correctly. Because I've seen the whole stand in your corner thing. People do that in really harsh ways as well. Like, I've seen somebody make their kid stand in the corner for an hour or more, just for something something that just was a minor inconvenience to the parent, not even like a terrible thing. Like the child wasn't like beating holes in the wall. They were literally just probably they talked back or something, and they left that kid in the corner with their head on the wall. And if their head came off the wall, the whole, we'll say, punishment got started over. Like, okay, the kid might need to adjust themselves if they're standing in a corner for an hour.
Yeah, that's
I think
excessive. But
yeah,
what do you? I mean, along this whole line, what do you think of parents having to take what do you call it? Parental classes. You know, like here, if you're going to get a divorce and you have kids, you have to go to classes on how to parent. But you don't have to do that before you have kids.
Yeah.
people should get licenses to have children. I'm just joking.
There's actually a thing on
joking.
Facebook today. I saw like you need a license to fish, but you don't need to have any kind of training or licensing for children. And you know, they're kind of our future, so like there should be
I mean,
some
like,
kind
okay,
of-
because when women are pregnant, a lot of times they'll go to like a Lamaze class or something, or some sort of birthing class before they give birth, because like the hospital usually wants you to do that, so you know what to expect. Like if they do that and they say, okay, we're gonna like do parenting classes as well, that might help.
I think, you know what? I think parenting classes should somewhat be taught in high school. I don't mean like a full course per se, and I think they should do it for both men and women, or I guess boys and girls, because I
Yeah,
do
I like
notice
that
that
idea.
like
I think
a lot of men don't really take a lot of initiative into like learning how to be a parent. They're just kind of stuck in a particular role that's kind of enforced through culture, that hey, okay, the mom has this role, and so therefore I have to take this role, and so that's her job, and that's not my job. My job is to do this. No, it takes two. You can do everything the mom can do as well. You just need to learn and stop being lazy.
They do have classes like that. Like the classes where they make you carry around a baby
I
for a
had that
semester, or
for like
Yeah, some schools have that, but not all.
yeah. So I mean, here's the funny thing. I had that class my senior year, and I already had my son. So I had my son and my beanbag baby. I actually have a picture of them next to each other.
They're so cute. No, we never
I'm
had
like,
that class.
I already got a kid, but okay, I'll pretend that this is my kid too.
I
I
had the
learned
robot
it,
baby.
but through actual experience. I raised both my little brothers since they were babies.
I mean, I became an aunt at 13, so I had dealings with a lot of kids from a young age as well.
I was an aunt at 6, almost 7.
Wow.
Well, we
And
know
I
you're
started
ready for
babies.
the game on the
I
road.
started babysitting when I was 11.
Yeah, I was 11 or 12 when I
I
started.
was 11
like-
too, yeah. I actually had a babysitter certificate.
Oh God, I never had none of that shit. But
Damn, you're fucking official. You're like, check it, bitch.
I don't think I got that till I was 12.
Yeah,
But yeah, I think I did that too.
I only babysat once, kind of by my age. I think it was, or like, by the time I was old enough to, it was like not really a thing where I was growing up anyway. Not saying that no babysitting happens anymore. I just mean like, I don't know. I always wanted to, but the opportunity never really came up.
that's so funny to me because I come from like a community of 200-ish people, and I like when I was younger, we'll say teenagers, I had babysitting jobs every weekend and sometimes during the week as well.
Yeah, I live in a large city, so that could be why too.
I find larger cities, it's harder to find people that, parents that are going to trust teenagers to take care of their kids.
Yeah, and also like a lot of them have siblings or daycare, is more common, I think.
Well, no, daycare
Dude,
is expensive as hell.
Oh my God. All the kids I babysat are in the like late 20s, early 30s.
You could have been my babysitter.
Seriously, I would have been.
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, all the kids I babysit are probably, well, most of them are probably graduated high school and well into or graduated college, and I'm only 30.
Damn.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, because that's what you do. By the time the kids get too old, they can find a job making, real money.
Well, I
Because like
graduated high
babysitting
school.
as like a 12-year-old, I think I got like $25 a week.
Oh fuck yeah, they were getting you for that's good.
I
Well,
loved
can't
it.
really work any job except as a babysitter.
Yeah,
You
not
can
when you're
babysit as
12.
of 12 in Illinois. So,
Yeah, you couldn't even
I
move
loved it
here.
when the parents came home drunk and they overpaid me. I'm like, thank you.
I used to get like $30 a night when I was like a young teenager.
Damn.
Depending.
See, my rate was $3 an hour, but they usually paid me more. But
Going right
sometimes
here,
they way overpaid me. I'm like, okay.
going
if
right
you
here usually started at around $5 an hour if you're only going to be there for like 3 or 4 hours, and overnight sometimes I'd get like 50, 60 bucks.
Wow.
What if they
You're
pass like a
rich.
tax law that allows people to like write off babysitting costs?
Yep.
Yeah,
I
they do.
when I was 18.
Um,
Go ahead.
well, you can write off like daycare.
Yeah, childcare expenses. You could write it
Yeah,
off.
childcare, you can write that off.
Yeah, when I was 18, I was doing a full-time nanny type thing, and she wrote off all the hours because I was a living.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Nanny or anything, but yeah.
Ooh, one of the companies I worked at, they had paid 3 months maternity leave, which is fucking awesome. But also they had a child credit. So like if you paid over a certain amount for childcare, they actually reimburse you part of that.
Wow. That is
So
3 months.
like
all
it,
you
and
get
then
from
when I
a
filed taxes, like I could only file on the part that I paid and wasn't reimbursed on, which I could still file on because I paid a shit ton for childcare. But
Yeah.
I mean, that company was actually pretty good for parents and children and stuff, and it's amazing because I hate corporations, but they're actually pretty good for that stuff. And I heard now they have even longer maternity leave,
So what's
Wow.
average maternity leave?
fully paid.
Yeah, average. Well, by FMLA, which is Family Medical Leave Act of 1994, it like an employer has to give you 12 weeks or 3 months.
That's not.
Yeah,
year.
but they don't. But they do not have to pay you. So if you have
No.
sick leave and or vacation, you can use any of that. But most people run out of that well before 12 weeks. My job, we
And
pay
when
for
you run
yours.
out, you can do the short-term disability, which is only a percentage
Well,
of your
that's if
income.
you've paid into it. So my job actually pays
Yeah.
for the employees' short-term disability. So our employees effectively have paid like a maternity leave, but again, we only allow the 12 weeks.
Wow. Here, I know, like, most parents get a year, and they go back either just before or just after the kid's first birthday. And I'm not sure. I think it goes under unemployment benefits for that year.
Yeah,
I
not
think
here.
you get up to 52 weeks, but now a lot of parents go back before then because I mean it's not really enough to live on if your other's not making good money as well.
Yeah, like in the United States, I think the longest I've seen anybody, like some progressive companies will allow up to 6 months, but
I know that like when
With
I was
Go ahead,
ahead,
Lisa.
Amber.
No,
No,
you're
I was
fine.
just gonna say like when I was doing that full time like living nanny thing, she'd went back when the kid was 14 months old, so she had a little bit extra time there.
what country do you live in?
Canada.
Okay, wow, I didn't know Canada did that.
No, I guess I'm not sure. Again, I'm not a mom, so I don't, I've never been through it, but I've just observed other people. And I guess, it depends on A, your income, B, what type of industry you're in. Like if you're a nurse or if there's high demand for your job, they might try to entice you to go back quicker.
Do men get maternity leave in Canada?
Yeah, paternity leave. Yes, they can. Some companies do paternity leave. Actually, the company I was at, they used to have 2 weeks for fathers. But then now I heard that they even have longer for fathers now.
I know
So
here
depends on the company.
Sexism, damn it.
I know here, if the mom decides to just take a few weeks off until, everything's healed up and then go back, the father can then take the rest of it or some of it towards being home with the baby instead of both parents being at work.
That's actually the best thing. Oh, and this company that I used to work for, they actually let you split it. So I could do like 3 months maternity leave, come back for a little bit, and then take the rest of it like later that year.
wow.
Yeah, they actually like got flexible with it.
I know here as well. Sorry.
And they extended the paternity leave for fathers. So and in paternity leave, you can take, I mean, like maternity leave, you kind of have to take that when you have the baby. Like you don't really have a choice.
You know, you need to heal your baby body.
Yeah, like you don't want to be walking around with one of those big old diapers on. Like
Right, stitches from in
not
the
happening.
Fuck it, I'm moving to Canada.
Oh, God.
Oh, I was gonna say no. Before this company bought the company I was working for, the company I was working for only had 6 weeks maternity leave, and then after that, you have to use like short-term disability or whatever. So I was actually out for 7 weeks, but I had it all covered. But that sucked. Like that's such a short period of time to be at home with your baby.
I mean, if you're one of the
And
women
if you had a C-section, it was 8 weeks.
but like even if you do natural birth, you know, vaginal birth, whatever, like some people literally rip from, you know, place to place.
Yep, I did on my first.
Yeah, sometimes that does not heal in just 6 or 7 weeks. Like sometimes there be complications. Like, yeah,
Well, if
no.
there are now if there are complications, you would have a medical leave. It wouldn't
Yeah,
be maternity leave. You would
it's-
just have medical leave.
Yeah, but like,
I was in high school when I tore.
ooh,
So
yeah.
I had that month off. Like it was over Christmas break. And then I went back to school.
Oh, wow.
Rip.
Rip.
Yeah, when you tear from your
One hole to the other.
one hole to the other, yeah, you have to sit on a donut.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's horrible. Yeah, my doctor cut me so that I wouldn't tear.
Mine
You
did
just ruined
too,
donuts
but I
for me.
still tore.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
You heard me, Amorose? You just ruined donuts for me.
That's what you get.
I've had 3 vaginal deliveries, no painkillers.
Oh my God.
You are a boss.
Fuck yeah, I am.
My grandmother had like 8.
I'm sorry, but if possible, I'm going to be drugged.
Yeah.
I'm
No,
chicken.
yeah.
Yeah, me too. I can't it makes me like squirm a little bit just because I don't know, it seems like it would hurt so much, but I have like a phobia of pain, even though my pain tolerance is pretty fucking high. But
Yeah, me too, but I would say having I had gallstones too. Like with one of my kids, I got the cholesterol gallstones. Oh man. Gallstone attacks were worse than labor.
I've heard that.
dude, I pull a fucking bullet out of my vagina.
What?
Oh no. So I don't want to turn this into a thing. I got shot a while ago and it got lodged in my groin. And right before we went to I was having surgery to have them taken out. It basically like there was like a little there's like a ridge on the side of one of them, and because it like moves around, basically that's what they said, because they'll leave them in if it's not like causing any harm rather than risk infection by opening you up. So they were like, well, it's probably going to move around and like it'll probably come up to the surface. And so like 2 days before I went to take a bath, and I just like noticed that like, you know, my like leg was like super red and fucking, I looked down there and you could see it starting to come through, and like I ended up calling my friend Elizabeth over, and she's a nurse and stuff, and like yeah, she ended up just like pulling it right out. And it was like, like, okay, well, maybe having a kid wouldn't be that bad because it didn't
You
hurt
gave
that
birth
much.
to a bullet.
That's pretty boss.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I have a picture of it somewhere.
Not coming out, I hope.
No, of it after. Because if I would have gotten, so here's the crazy thing. We wanted to keep one of them because I had a just a smaller fragment in my calf. And like, basically they'll keep them for evidence. If so it ended up being like kind of a good thing that it came out on its own, because otherwise I wouldn't even have it, which I don't know, it's important to me. Came out on its own.
That's pretty dope, though. You gave birth to a bullet. Not a lot of people can say that.
My little baby.
Yeah, I don't even know how to top that.
No. So that's what I'm saying. I'm pretty sure having a kid though would hurt a lot more than that.
Yeah, they have really big heads. I
Yeah,
really don't even know
why
how
I
you did 3 with no pain. I couldn't even take the cramping.
Right. Sometimes I get cramps and I'm like, oh, I'm giving birth.
Well, Bowman did think I was going to break the hospital bed, so.
I remember watching this video where they strapped up a couple prospective dads who were expecting their children.
Oh yeah.
And they showed them what women felt when they experienced contractions, and they were like crying. Like,
Oh yeah, I think I know what video you're talking about.
yeah, that
Okay,
shit was
well,
hilarious.
it's a known fact that women, I would say most women have a higher pain tolerance than men. And the hormone changes that a woman goes through for pregnancy, not just pregnancy, childbirth alone, the hormone changes that our bodies go through at childbirth would kill a man.
Oh, for sure. I mean, not me personally at the moment, but I've read and stuff that your organs literally get squished up so that there's room for the baby to grow. That alone just sounds terrible to me.
The Yato God wants me to ask the chat what the line on privacy is. Not really sure where that's coming from.
What the fuck does that mean?
Yeah.
Are there doxers in the chat? Is that what they're saying?
I saw
Somebody's
something about like we're
talking
having some kind of a
about-
gun conversation, and then I heard baby carrots, and that's shut down. And then all of a sudden, it's just like, what's the line on privacy? I'm like, I don't.
Women are lucky they don't have to deal with the man flu.
I dealt with that like a couple weeks ago when I was visiting my boyfriend.
What is the man flu? I've never even heard that before.
Man flu, it's just the fact that a man can't deal with being sick the way a woman can, basically.
Oh.
That's a real thing.
What?
It's a real condition.
Apparently, that's what it say. Apparently, they've done studies on how simple sicknesses like a flu or a cold or whatever affect men and women differently.
Uh-huh.
And I'm like, I'm there doing dishes, doing laundry, sweeping the floors, and my boyfriend's like, oh, I'm so miserable in bed, covered up in like 10 blankets.
Yeah,
I'm like,
that's my husband.
You get me a drink. I'm hungry.
Yeah,
like,
no,
yeah,
he's asked for everything except a catheter.
Yeah, pretty much. I think if we had one of those at home, we'd probably ask for that too.
Yeah, seriously. Like, can we make a bedpan? Like, I can't leave the bed. As far as he hasn't asked me, no. We're gonna have to get you the fuck up. But yeah, that's the only time he leaves the bed is to piss. Anyways, they were having some kind of a conversation about like DNA and like, you know how the Ancestry.com shit.
Oh God.
And then
Come on.
it just talked about it morphed into kind of government invasion, like, and so they want to know like the line with government, like what's too personal, like what should the government not know? I guess they want us to. They're finally, after like us begging them for 8 hours, they're finally giving us a topic to talk about.
Yeah, that's amazing because, like, one thing that I know that the government will know about is if you test HIV positive.
Mm-hmm.
The government will know about that.
Mm-hmm.
For sure. Anything else? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, if you're pregnant, you test positive for any kind of drugs.
Well, there's also
they have to report
And
that the government will take your baby.
And by knowing, they know your name. They know who tested positive. Whereas when you do statistics and stuff, you can see who had, like, who's tested positive for chlamydia or gonorrhea or whatever. But there's no like real name associated with that.
Right.
But with HIV, your name is associated with it.
Right, because you're
something that,
considered probably dangerous to the rest of society. I think that's where the line gets blurred with it in terms of like, more.
Well, in the 80s, there was like a big thing about it too. And I know, was it San Francisco where they changed something, like if you didn't know, because they were having an issue, like if you had AIDS and you knew about it, then you could go to jail for like infecting other people if you like were still having sex. And then they changed the law around, and so now like more people are getting tested, and fewer people are being, or like fewer new cases.
Yeah.
Oh my god! And I kind of wish I knew more about that so I could at least pull it up and talk accurately. But I think it comes from like instances like that with fear, and the government is really slow to pull back. I don't think it's needed anymore, though.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. I used to be a conspiracy theorist, like I said, and then I actually did some homework, and it's like, well, the lines are blurry, but most of it supposedly is being done with the intention of keeping society a safer, or making it a safer place. I'm not sure.
This kind of segues into, like, Lisa and I came in here one night when it was dead, and we're talking about getting tested.
Yeah.
So, if you are sexually active, get tested every 6 months. Male, female, whatever, get tested every 6 months if you are sexually active.
Yeah, that was an interesting conversation.
If you are with one partner, as long as you've both been tested and you're okay, then you're fine. But as soon as you have other partners, every 6 months.
Definitely.
Like, who's having sex with different people every 6 months?
Oh, girl.
Oh, college?
Okay. Sure.
Personally, I can still count.
I had a
on one
college
hand.
sweetheart. Like I don't know, one guy.
Oh, okay.
Well, I can say after my fiance died, I was kind of like, hey.
Right. No, yeah.
I was like seeing like 5 guys at once. So.
Omarosa, you're real though. At least you can admit it. You're real. That's crazy. I was kind of the same way. I was just the loose cannon.
I have never been that way though.
And that sounded so bad. That was such a bad term to use, wasn't it?
Loose
cannon? I didn't have the loose cannon.
No, that's not what
Just saying.
Considering you gave birth to a bullet,
oh God, that
I'm
was
just
sexy.
saying.
Yeah,
Making myself look nice.
I've given birth to nothing.
Oh, and this is the other thing. Like men, I don't know if men realize this, but you can go to Planned Parenthood and get tested.
Mm-hmm.
You can go to your doctor and get tested.
Mm-hmm.
Go get tested.
Like you can go anywhere and get tested. Men can get tested anywhere, just like women.
You're like the advocate, like it's like spay neuter your pets. No, go get your tested, bitch.
Right after you
Get
spay
your
and neuter this
dick
bitch is
swabbed.
tested.
Get your dick swabbed. There you go.
I hear that's very unpleasant.
Yeah, I heard
Oh,
that.
Tough noogies.
But
yeah, it's
We
definitely better than like risking something going bad there.
and we gotta push babies out of our vag, so tough noogies.
Yeah.
People are gnarly, man.
Some
Yeah, I
men
mean, so
piss
it
them
seems
off.
to be like a, I don't know where it falls, like on the Gen X line, but it like the millennials are usually really open about like I don't really care. Like I'm not doing anything. I don't care if the government knows where I am or whoever, Google. Whereas
Yeah.
baby boomers are like super like, why does my phone need to know where I am all the goddamn time?
It's like it's for your convenience, asshole. Like turn it
No,
off
but,
if
like-
you don't like it.
But like growing up, they were like deathly afraid, like the whole Big Brother thing, and it was
Yeah,
right
they
along with
watched
the
too
Red
much
Scare.
1984, too much sci-fi growing up or something. But when my
a lot of
it's changed. And
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, no, you go ahead.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
No.
Okay.
Too much.
Did you? Okay. All right. I was gonna say, a lot of people don't notice, but like, you go to like a bank or you go to a doctor's office and they want your social security number.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to give it at all.
That makes sense.
Yeah, but like it's
actually,
better.
per the Social Security Administration, you don't have to give it, and nobody can use your social without your permission.
Right.
Exactly. But sometimes I think people's perspectives change based on their circumstances. So then, like, before I was pretty easygoing, happy-lucky, like, didn't take anything very seriously. And then something serious happened, and it was like, oh shit, this is way different. Like, I was much more isolated. And so I think it becomes easier to start seeing the world as a dark place because you're going through some shit or like you've encountered shitty people, and then it can kind of spiral, very easily because a lot of it, like Fallen, you were saying you didn't experience this too much with your spirituality, but for me, I kept running into some of these kind of like, it's like they're ideas that are kind of conspiracies, but they're not. And like people like David Icke, right? Like kind of made conspiracy theories spiritual. And it's really in those areas, it catches on pretty fast. Like these ideas that we live in a programmed reality or like you're in the matrix and like because you're probably socially isolated if you're looking into that and it resonates with you. And then instead of like we were talking about having to like look critically at yourself and say like, okay, well, I'm going to have to change some things. You can just say that everybody around you, they're agents and you're in the matrix. And like, that's an extreme case of it, but a lot of it's just conflated. Like people will believe in things like mind control because of studies like MK Ultra. But then when you look it up, it's like, well,
mind control.
Yeah. So like MK Ultra was a CIA project back in the day. And like, you can look it up and find information.
I've heard about that in like the conspiracy theory realm. Like I never looked too far into it, but like,
but it's not
the
like
spirit,
they were really drugging people and like everything that people turn it into. Most of what people have turned it into is not true.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to think of the spiritual community. Like, how do you turn that into a thing?
Oh, because you're awakened. You got to wake up. You're trying to get out of the matrix. You see, like you got to get to a higher dimension. Like these ideas come from that.
So, Meowsinator, two things. First of all, Agent Smith was actually the one. Yeah, fight me. The other thing too is a lot of conspiracy theories, they're formulated using correlations. If you really look closely.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's not about that. I mean, like she and I like are coming kind of from the same community or types of communities. And like it's just I don't know, there's a way that they think.
Indoctrinate themselves into it.
Yeah.
If that's how I see it now.
And it doesn't even have to be like the teal. Everybody's like, well, Teal Swan, she's like, the cult. And I'm like,
She's one of many.
Yeah, but like,
and they're not
like
that.
you're saying, you almost kind of indoctrinate yourself into it. Like you just want to believe it.
Exactly. And
God damn it, what did Nightbot do now? I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, okay. Like,
all right, I just want to send lots of love to Crow and apologize on behalf of Nightbot, like we've been doing all night, because I don't know if anybody's ever met a Nightbot, but it's a little bit of a fucker. Crow, we love you. Please, mods can't do anything about the Nightbot.
Okay, Crow, you're just gonna have to behave while Nightbot is on duty. Sorry.
What Twisted was saying is true, though. This is the last thing. I'll shut up. But I read a paper because I'm doing I wanted to make a video about what it is like when I used to believe in conspiracies and now I don't. And like, I've been trying to understand, like, what does science say about it? And it's true that a lot of times they found people have a hard time dealing with like collective conflicts, so like 9/11 or like the mass shootings, and because it's not directly clear what exactly is the cause, like it's not, like if I pick up a fucking pen and I drop it, like there's a cause and effect, and that gives us like an ability to like, it teaches us how to act because there's like what is happening and then how things should be, and in between that we decide how we're going to act. And so people will search for cause and mistake what is it, like that basic logical fallacy.
It's interesting because I remember one of the first live hangouts I did where someone asked me to explain my position, and to be frank, it was just a bunch of gibberish because my mind is going a million miles per hour. It's not that I was dumb, it's just that I wasn't able to parse the information that I had received and was able to explain it in a clear and straightforward way. And one guy just essentially told me to shut the fuck up and learn some philosophy. And he wasn't saying it to be facetious. He was saying that philosophy, or just learning the laws of logic, for example, at least the basics, it'll give you the basic tools that will not only teach you how to think properly, but also how to parse out information.
Yeah. And
okay, if anybody's wondering, my name is the Philosophy Badger because I hate philosophy. So, in case
why
anybody's
you
wondering.
hate philosophy? You can be a good ass philosopher.
Because I just think it's bullshit.
It's fun. It's fun.
It's bullshit.
It's flowery.
I'm pretty sure there's a
I don't
philosophy
like
bullshit.
mental masturbation. I'm sorry.
I love it.
And there's got to be a point, though, right?
You're right.
I don't like thinking about things that just like I used to hang out in chats with Mikey Famine, and he would talk about like, well, what if we just like got rid of all the guns? And I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, why would there's no possible way that's going to happen.
And trying to like think about practical ideas, like that's
right.
not practical, bro.
Yeah,
like, come
why
on.
can't we just be practical about it? Like, we could do a lot of stuff that gets us to where we need to be without like just banning all the guns and taking them out of people's hands. Like,
it's just not that clear cut, you
right?
know? People take comfort in that, and then the issue I think is like a mix of not being able to think logically and not being willing to let go of something when it doesn't serve you.
Right. Yeah. So I mean, like the mental masturbation, I'm like, I really had to let go. Like it was an hour just trying to talk me into that conversation. I'm like, well, it wouldn't happen because, this, that, and the other. And they're like, well, and I'm like, no, that could not happen. Like, you just don't understand what's going on the hill. 1 hour of just that. And then I'm like, all right, well, fine. Let's just say all the congressmen were gung ho and just like, all right, we're gonna do all this. All right. Step
People
two.
would freak out.
Can I just say that I love
People would
Sokka
die.
Sokka's awesome, yeah.
because he is. I've done one-on-ones with Sokka, you know, with philosophy stuff, and I'm like, no, I'm not talking about the philosophy stuff. I'm talking about this, and he's like, no, like, and it just goes back and forth. But I love Sokka because he's so fucking patient with everything.
He is. Oh
And
my
he will just
God.
sit there and explain it and explain it and explain it. I'm like, that's not what I'm talking about.
Mhm.
That's because he just likes to just talk. That's
He
why.
does. And you know, and I totally get it. Like he was with, like, his wife was away for a while, so he was home with the kids. He was on here a lot because, you know, interactions with adults is awesome.
Mm-hmm.
But beyond,
Yeah,
like, he does
he's
it all the
patience
time, though.
today.
He does it all the time, and I love it. I just love it. And he's so fucking patient.
I will say though
So
that when
I
you,
give him shit all the time, but I love him.
I will say though, when you reach any like a form of enlightenment or enlightenment, it feels pretty damn good.
I'm totally enlightened.
Oh, fuck off. Like, how do you even measure that? I'm joking. I'm joking. Like, I just don't like those terms anymore because I think it's so stupid now. Like,
Well,
I'm
I mean,
enlightened and you're not. You're not woke, bro. Get woke. Hashtag woke. You know, like, shut the fuck up, dude. You're not woke because you believe in the Illuminati. Get the fuck
Okay,
out.
woke is the millennial term. Enlightened is like boomer and Gen X.
I know. I hate woke too. That's boomer shit too, in my opinion. It's millennial boomer shit. Like, come on. Get
well, I
woke,
mean,
bro.
my issue with it is just like, you know, you get into the spiritual community and they're like, oh, we're all one, you know, this,
No,
that,
we
and the
are not.
other. But then they like lured, like, you know, I'm more enlightened than you, but we're all going to the same place and we're all going to get there. And it's not a marathon. It's, you know, we're not in competition, but like, it's just so,
But you're fucking solipsist, you know, like a kind of like at the end of the day. And it's like, so then how can you say we're not in competition? Because like I am clearly not, I'm just not you right now. Like, sure, you can argue we came from the same place and it's all energy, but like, come on.
I think a lot of times, like, people conflate just simply having knowledge as being enlightened. From my understanding, at least, being enlightened just means that you've gained a new understanding of whatever pieces of information you've been studying for a while, and the effects are more permanent in terms of your understanding not necessarily shifting because you've gotten whatever fulfillment you wanted from that.
Mm. That's well put.
No,
I'm
I'm
sorry,
not
that was
saying
too heavy for me. Could you repeat that?
Rose.
I'm sorry, you'll probably end up falling asleep.
I need to go to sleep actually, but
No, I'm like one of the last persons in here usually. So.
I do too. I have to hop
Go
off,
ahead.
but I'll talk to you all soon. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Meow.
I'm gonna finish this email and then I'm gonna head out. But I'm sorry, what were you saying? Was it Odin? You were the one talking?
Oh yeah, I was just saying that I think that one of the mistakes that a lot of people make is that they seem to think that attaining a lot of knowledge means that they're enlightened. Enlightenment is just basically gaining, I guess, a particular level or full understanding of a particular concept, and a concept is not necessarily limited to, you know, anything spiritual or anything like that. It could just be a life philosophy, but your understanding is so great that it completely changes your perspective.
actually agree with that.
Yeah, I mean,
Because, yeah, I do think enlightenment does. You do have to have the understanding.
I mean, it's kind of weird. I mean, yeah, there's what the word actually means and the way it's used, right?
Yeah, the I remember reading some Eastern literature, and the writer said something akin to like women being the most enlightened beings on the planet because they've somehow figured out how to raise kids and keep their sanity.
hmm Yeah, I mean, and a lot of the terms used in the spiritual community is like a lot of them are derived from a lot of different religions, and like she's saying, some from just conspiracy theory bullshit. But the Enlightenment is very similar to like what you would find in like Hindu or Buddhist beliefs, but it's also very different.
I mean,
It's more of like
enlightenment.
the reincarnation, you know, being in the reincarnation cycle and like where you are on your spiritual path. And you're not supposed to be like, I don't know, like if, you know, I would be closer to enlightenment. Like I'm not supposed to be higher than you or better than you, but like people will kind of like assume that they are, and that means something to them, and it gives them a reason to look down their nose at you.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, take for example, in when it comes to Zen, right? Reaching
Mm-hmm.
enlightenment in Zen, it's literally simple in terms of like when it happens, it's equivalent to when someone tells you a joke and you laugh. That's that's and reaching that point could take 2 minutes or years. It just depends on the individual and, I guess their learning capacity as to what, Zen is and what you might need to reach that particular level of understanding. Because once you reach that understanding, then your whole life will literally change because your lifestyle will change in accordance. And your way of thinking.
I was all paranoid for a second because I keep seeing flashes, but I think it's lightning.
No, it doesn't come to get you on that.
But I totally agree with you, Twisted.
I remember someone asked me if I've ever been enlightened from anything that has to do with Christianity and what it was. And I told him that it was Jesus's last words when he died on the cross. That was what I guess enlightened me in terms of Christianity.
Wait, I think there are two sets of last words he had. Which one are you talking about?
When he asked
Well,
God to forgive us because
technically,
we know not what we have done.
What? Wait, when he asked what?
When he said, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they have done.
Okay.
didn't that change in the different gospels?
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
And that's where, like I mentioned this before in a different stream. When I was taking a business class, they were talking about narrative and explaining the different narratives. Like they used the gospels to explain how narrative was working at the time, which was
Yeah.
bizarre to me for a business
In
class.
business
But
class?
yeah.
Yeah, because
Okay.
And I was just like, but it got the point across about narrative. Like you're speaking to a certain audience from your perspective at a certain time. So the words that they used in the different gospels, that's demonstrating the different narrative that was going on at the time.
Yeah, it would
I'll
make
give him that.
sense for that to be the case, considering they're all written from different perspectives.
In different time frames, yeah. Dealing with dealing with different society, basically, because you're talking over what 100, 200 years
Hmm.
time span. Yeah, like totally different audiences. So you
Yeah.
had to change it.
That's what happens when languages evolve and
Well,
cultures
it's not
change.
even that. It's the concepts evolving as the religion evolved. Everything was word of mouth. Nothing was written down initially. So you have a bunch of people telling different stories, and yeah, four gospels.
See, one of the really interesting things that I've learned recently, I guess, about Zen or Zen Buddhism is the way how I guess it's taught, so to speak, where a lot of its reading are done through small interactions, where they have a particular set format, all of them, and they're all, I guess, supposed to be jokes. Some of them you're going to find funny, some of them you're not, but they all seem to come off as just like a small joke, right? And so if you kind of read up on the narratives of all of these different, ancient stories that were told and stuff like that, right? They all seem different in nature, but they're all literally leading up to one thing and kind of saying one thing.
So you said you're a Zen Buddhist?
Oh no,
Okay.
I'm just saying it's something
It's
life
kind
will.
of like the story of Saint Nicholas, Santa Claus. It just keeps
How's that?
going and going and going.
I think Zen Buddhism is a life philosophy that can help people who, for example, who think a lot, and because of that, for example, they can't sleep, or it triggers anxiety. Like for people who are in those situations, it can help those people. Because it doesn't moralize to you and tell you what's good from bad or anything like that, really, nor is it necessarily suggesting that you worship any god or anything like that. It's just more about a philosophy of behavior.
A philosophy of behavior. Okay, so I mean, I haven't practiced that at all. So Zen Buddhism, is it a lot of introspection, or like what's going on there?
I mean, I guess if you approach any practicing Zen Buddhist, they'll probably tell you no one knows what Zen is. But if I was to describe it, I would just describe it like this. Like whenever you're sad, you cry. Whenever you're hungry, you eat. And so you're just doing things that are natural to you. And when you do things when you try to prevent yourself from doing things that are natural to you, right, you're basically ruining your life. But when you do things that are natural to you, then you live a more fulfilling life.
Okay. I cry when I'm happy, when I'm sad, when I'm angry. Like I cry all the time.
Yep, that's natural. Say for
Good.
example, like whenever we have certain experiences, right? Like our minds would like stick on certain things and we'll ponder it, and it'll interrupt our eating habits or cleaning habits, um the relationships that we like the relationships that we have, all that stuff. A part of Zen is to basically get you to let go of things and essentially move on. Because as a child, when you go through certain small experiences, you tend to move on a little bit more faster. Your mind is not sticky, so to speak. And so because of that, you're less stressed compared to now when you think about a million things. So when it's time for you to eat, you don't just eat. You think about a million things while you're eating, and so you don't even enjoy your meal, or you'll overeat, which is, I guess, bad for your health.
Wait, did you say when you're a child you tend to move on faster?
No, yeah, when you're a child, when you experience certain things, right? Like you'll cry, you get it out your system, and then you'll like move on mentally, so to speak. Obviously, not in every situation, because some situations might be very traumatic, for example, right? But in the everyday normal things that a child would experience, you tend to cry it out, or you beat something up and then you move on.
I don't think that's a shared experience.
Yeah.
Nate, are you talking?
What's up?
I love Nate. All right, I have got to go. It's been a pleasure talking to you guys. See you tomorrow.
Good night.
Good night.
What are you guys talking about?
Actually, on that point, there's things that you can let go as a child, things you hold on to. Just like now, there's things you can let go right now. There's things you hold on to. I don't think it changes from childhood to adulthood. Excuse me,
It
adulthood at
depends
all.
on the person. There are certain things that I've experienced when I was a child, horrible things. And it did take me a while to get over those things. But now I don't dwell on them, and they don't control my life. And if anything, they've made me into a way better man.
But if they've made you into a better man, then that means you held on to them in some way.
Yeah, I mean, it's not saying, because like I said, there are certain experiences that might be traumatic that you just will automatically hold on to.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, but initially, right, the normal things that you experience that are not so traumatic, you just kind of experience them, you have a reaction, and you move on.
Okay, yeah, so that doesn't really change though from childhood to adulthood. That pretty much stays the same.
Actually, if you really think about it, if someone were to wrong you just on the street, it'll take you probably days to get over it.
Depends on what it was.
I think you just learn to handle things differently as you age.
Yeah, like if I was mugged, if I was like dragged into a car at knife point or gunpoint, that would probably stick to me for a while.
Yeah, no matter what age.
Well, that's what I'm saying. No matter what age,
Yeah, but that's why I clarified my statement, so there won't be like any misunderstandings. Like there are the things that you'll experience that will last, right? They'll stick with you. And then there are the things that you'll experience that just won't. The things that aren't traumatic, when you let them stick, it just basically adds more to the stressors that prevents you from, I guess, being you. I guess if you look from it from a Zen perspective.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't really know the Zen perspective, so I can't speak on that then.
That's the cool thing about Zen. There's not necessarily one perspective. It's not like a doctrine or anything like that. It's
I mean,
just
I had
something.
things in childhood that weren't really traumatic, but they've stuck with me.
Yep, that's gonna happen. But at the end of the day, Zen is about, you know, helping you to not let those things stick. The less negative things that you have to think about, the better. Especially
So,
things that happen that you have no control over, that happened in the past that you can't do anything about.
is Zen kind of like the I'm rubber, you're glue kind of perspective? Like, it's not going to stick to me.
I'm sorry, repeat that.
Sorry, I said is Zen kind of the I'm rubber, you're glue perspective? It's just not going to stick to me.
If that's your understanding now, then yeah.
I'm trying to be funny. God, ruin it!
I did laugh, and that's why I didn't hear what you said after that. Nah,
Don't
just
be a
look into like the story. They're pretty
buzzkill.
funny.
Oh god.
What's your perspective on Zen, Lisa?
I'm not really like knowledgeable on it. Like, what exactly is it? Like,
You know, and that's the sad thing is like it's supposedly it's a serious thing with some people, but you hear Zen thrown around all the time.
when I think Zen, I come and think meditation and stuff like that, but I don't know if that's an actual correlation or.
You don't necessarily have to meditate.
No, but like
But
that's
if
what I mean. Like I think like that kind of thing, like it brings calm. It's something that, you know.
I guess that's
But
part of what it does. It's supposed to bring you calm.
So, just on that note, there is a bar here called Zen Lounge. Just saying.
Oh my goodness, you just ruined.
I'll go there.
Sorry.
Completely ruined.
That's what I'm saying. Like Zen is thrown around like all the time. People don't really have an understanding of what Zen is.
That's because there's no like set definition as to what it is. And it's deliberately like that.
Well, that just seems like a waste of time.
I mean, it depends.
You have to
If something is useful to you, it's useful. If it's not, it's not.
True.
Geez, there's also a Zen Lounge in Hamilton, Ontario, and Bright in Purley, UK.
Really, Bowman?
Sorry. I was like, wait, there's a Zen Lounge in Arizona? Where's that? Oh, yeah. I remember this place.
Yeah, we went there for happy hour. Well, you didn't go there. I went there for happy hour.
No, I've been there once. We tried to
See,
make them one of our
Zen
customers.
happy hour. There you go.
Oh god.
Like there have been like a couple of my friends asked me like why is it that I like would be even remotely interested, and I told them, you know, curiosity, and they're like, okay, well, you got an idea as to what it is, then why are you still, like, interested? Why do you, you know? I told them it's because it's useful. because it's helped me. So he's like, isn't that like going against your religion? I'm like, well, technically, Zen is not a religion because there's no doctrine associated to it. It's just basically a way of saying just to live your life according to your natural reactions to things.
What's your religion?
Christian.
Oh, okay.
And Batmanism.
Batman. Oh, what is Batman? He's vigilante.
Don't you dare.
Fight me. Oh no, wait, we gotta go to Zen. Let's go to Zen.
To some extent, Batman is technically not a vigilante because he's somewhat sanctioned by the law, because they don't really, I guess depending on what you read, or who the writer is, but the law typically don't have an issue with him unless he I guess crosses the line.
Yeah, but wasn't Batman saying like he didn't really kill anybody? Sometimes he did, but he didn't really kill anybody.
No, when he just started out as a character, he used to kill a lot. Snap next.
Okay.
Yeah,
Hey, what's
Batman
your
killed a
input,
lot.
Bowman?
Oh, I say Batman did kill a lot in the early comics, but then he became friends with like when he started becoming friends with the Justice League folks, he was told to stop.
Can I just say that the rain is at a 45-degree angle right now? I'm a little pissed.
Oh man, time to come inside.
No.
You're
This
really
is
gonna
this
try
is
to
my
do
Zen.
that?
This is my Zen.
Oh jeez.
Thunderstorm. This is
You
my
could
Zen.
reach enlightenment by looking at the rain,
We're getting 25 to
possibly.
30
You never
centimeters
know.
again.
I love rain. Oh, there you go, thunder.
Yeah, I like thunder.
I used to hate it, but
Mhm.
I kind of am like, it's just thunder. Yay.
Oh my gosh, we were up in like the mountains and a thunderstorm came in, and our middle child, he was little. He was like what, 2,
Yeah.
3, and like lightning and thunder is like really close and really loud up in the mountains.
Yeah.
Freaked him the fuck out. I could not get him to go out and enjoy a thunderstorm for months. Like it took like a year to get
Yeah.
him
Well,
to
that's
go
why,
back out in the thunderstorm.
because there was that big crash of thunder, and then he disappeared from my side when we're going up the stairs, and then all of a sudden I see him at the front door. I was like, "What the hell?" And then
Yeah, he took
ever
off
since then,
like a rabbit.
yeah, he was gone.
Sure.
He was gone. It was so funny. I couldn't stop laughing. But then I felt bad because he wouldn't go outside.
Well, when I was younger, I was across the road at my friend's house, and my mom was like, "You need to go home and go to bed." And I'm like, "No, if there's thunder and lightning, I'm not going outside." So I started like having a panic attack and crying, and they literally pushed me out the door, and I closed my eyes and took off across the road. Don't remember how I got across the road, and then the door was locked.
Oh, damn.
I had to go back across the road and get the key, and of course I'm crying like hardcore. But now, like when I went away a couple years ago to Ontario gets really bad, like thunder and lightning. So I had to work in it. Like I had to go between cabins and stuff. So I kind of got over that. Now I just sit up and like watch the thunder and lightning, or go outside in it.
Technically, you can't see thunder.
Haha.
Hey,
You see the lightning.
So this one storm that we had, couple things happened. So I was at a friend's house at a birthday party, slumber party, and we were all sitting at the table eating pizza, and you could like they had huge, like the room was just window, like so you could see out in the street and everything. So we saw the lightning and the thunder like right immediately after, shook the whole fucking house. We
Yeah.
were like, what the fuck? that same night, my sisters were driving to the video store to go rent a movie,
Ooh.
and lightning struck the street in front of their car
Wow.
in that same storm. Like, yeah, that was like a crazy storm.
God didn't like you that day.
There is no God. Or gods.
Like a lightning God. It was nice talking to y'all tonight, but I'm about to go. So yeah, I aspire to Christianity, Stoicism, and I'm leaning into Zen. For those who don't know, and Batman as well. Good night, y'all.
Good night.
Night.
I think I just heard the thunder.
Can you hear the thunder?
I can,
Yeah.
the
The lightning's getting
I can feel
closer.
it.
The lightning is getting closer. Fuck
No.
this rain. What the fuck? Hold on, I gotta close my car. Hold on.
Well, like my house, my mom's house is like 120 years old probably now. So it's like the old school building of houses. So every time we get like the slightest bit of thunder, you can feel it through the entire house.
I'm trapped in my car right now.
That bad?
I'm just saying. Yeah, I had to close the hatch on my car.
Yeah.
Yep. So I'm in my car smoking.
Oy.
Like really bad rain or?
Yeah, like the rain's coming in sideways. So I'm getting like soaking wet and it's picking up. It's not stopping, it's picking up.
Wow, you actually have rain there.
Yeah,
all
this whole week.
Oh,
Been
wow.
awesome.
So I'll take the rain and you guys can have the snow.
Nope.
Damn, I tried.
Hell no.
Tomorrow night we're getting between 20 and 30 centimeters of snow. So I may not get to town.
Can you hear the rain?
I do. Every now and then I can hear it. Something.
The wind just shook my car.
Damn, that's
That's-
getting loud.
Yeah. I'm gonna be in here for a while, babe.
Damn it.
Sorry.
We get
I
really
didn't
bad-
think there was a downpour coming.
Do you remember that video I sent you that one time with all the rain when we were driving home?
Yeah.
Was it that bad?
Yeah.
Oh wow, that's
Yeah.
surprising to me.
Right now it is, yeah. The other day I was, I think it was Monday, or was it Wednesday? Was it yesterday? It wasn't yesterday. Oh crap! I think it was yesterday. Bowman, do you remember? Like when I said like the spray from the cars was worse than the rain?
Yeah.
Why?
When was that? Tuesday?
No, because I went to work Tuesday.
Oh. Yeah, you know what? You're right. It was Wednesday because I went to work then too. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so like driving home from physical therapy, it was raining. It wasn't bad. It was just raining. But the spray from everybody's tires on the freeway made visibility like bad.
Well, here sometimes the rain like it gets so bad that it's worse than driving in snow because it's like obviously it's like bouncing off the highway and then you got cars splashing you and the roads here are crap anyway, so there's like ruts in the road where the water gathers and like you can't see anything, so you're driving like 20 going down the road. Like that night that I sent you that video, like I think my mom was driving between 20 and 30 the entire way home through the
Yeah.
insane. But then again, you also get snow. Like,
This is kind of fun. This is what I used to do when I was a kid. Like when thunderstorms were in, like my sister and I would go sit in one of the cars in the driveway and like watch the lightning and everything. And we'd be in the car, so it could be pouring, but we didn't care. Just as long as we could be like enjoying the lightning and the thunder and everything.
I hear something in the background. I don't know if it's rain or thunder or what it is.
Hmm?
I said I hear something in the background of yours, like when you're talking. I don't know what it is. Rain
Oh,
or
that's
thunder?
the rain. That's
Oh,
the rain.
wow.
Yeah.
When I think about like the weather you guys get, I never think you get like that much rain.
Yeah. Oh no, we can. I mean, sometimes like, well, lately like our monsoons have been kind of disappointing, but the fall and spring rains can be
So
pretty
when do you guys
exciting.
get the most rain?
Hmm?
What time of year do you guys get the most rain?
The
I actually
time that
don't
there are
know.
clouds, because it's actually it's random.
Yeah, it is random.
It's seriously random.
Like you would expect it for the monsoons, but you don't get it. And then like either the fall winter rain or the spring rain will surprise you. Like we had, I think it was the spring rain we had one year. It poured for like 20 or 30 minutes and it just like rained throughout the day, but like there was like a heavy downfall. I had to walk home barefoot from school.
Oh god. Hi, Bart.
And the water was almost up to my knees.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Like, and then like my house was like next to like a canal. The canal was full and the water was creeping up to like our front door. So it filled up the canal and it came across the street and it was going up our yard.
Wow, yeah.
That was one day.
Yeah, we get like at my mom's because here I live like on a hill, so most of the rain just kind of goes down to the backyard. But like at mom's, like the ditch in front of her house fills up and the whole front yard fills up. It's insane. Actually, a lot of the streets in town end up flooding, so when you're driving through it, it's like almost up to your where your door opens in the car because the water has nowhere to go, especially in winter.
Yeah, well here usually like yeah, it'll flood, but then it soaks in really quick because the ground's so dry.
Yeah. Here in the winter, the
But
ground is solid, so it has nowhere to go.
yeah.
I love Newfoundland.
So they say, okay, watch for flash floods because when you get the quick, heavy rain, like it just floods. And then eventually it disperses. Like give it an hour after it stops and then it disperses, you know, it's gone.
So I don't know, this just reminds me of a story of that girl I know from Arizona. She was like, I'm driving over a creek, except they call it crick, which is insane to me. Right now, I'm like, oh, cool. Like, is there much water? She's like, no, there's no water. I'm like, there's no water, but you're calling it a creek. What?
Mm.
But they call it crick because she's originally from Pennsylvania.
Yeah, that's weird. Like it's a creek.
Yeah, there's no I in Creek. That's like the thing that your water hose connects to, like on the outside of your house. What do you guys call that?
A hose bib
A
or a
what?
Well,
faucet.
spigot.
Yeah,
I
spigot.
call it just like it's a faucet to me.
Yeah, faucet or spigot. Yeah.
But they always call it like that spigot, and I've never ever heard tell of it until I started talking to people from the state, specifically like the, like Philadelphia, not Philadelphia. Where'd that word come from? Like over that way is where it came from for her.
Yeah. I always heard spigot growing up.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was like an Eastern thing
I just always
from
call it
I
East.
think it was.
Yeah, Eastern U.S. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the real term for it is a hose bib.
I've never heard tell of that before.
Yeah, that's how we have to put it on, because we have a couple in my shop. So
Yeah.
they're when we had them built out on the plans, that it's a hose bib, and I'm like, oh,
I
I've
just
heard that.
literally
It's
like
just
call it
not
a faucet
something we
or
use.
go turn on the hose. Like that's about it. So weird.
I just want to say the
Yeah.
rain is still going. I'm still trapped in my car.
Oh my gosh. I'm sitting in my bed, so wrapped in a
Han's
blanket.
talking about something with his pants. Pull it. What? I don't want to get pulled
Is
over.
hand sanitizer in the chat?
Yeah. So he
He
is the
needs to
master
get
of pulling up my pants. I go, what?
he needs
You
to
have to
get
pull up your pants
himself
when you
in
get
here.
pulled over?
No, hand needs to get himself in here.
Right? God, that rain's loud.
Yeah, it is.
It really sounds like real.
It's
He says
actually pretty
no.
windy out. It's actually pretty windy out too. That's why it's so loud.
Yeah. Now he says no.
I
Wait,
can't.
what's happening?
I can't see. I mean, I can see like trees blowing, but I can't see the direction that the rain is going. Like I said, the rain was 45 degrees. It was, but if it was like a full 90 degrees, I'd be like, yeah, there's a fucking tornado coming.
Right? Yeah, then you get the hell out of the damn car.
Yeah. But I can't see what direction the rain's going.
Oh, Han's getting ready for bed. Oh, because it's 3 a.m. Oh, I didn't realize it was. Oh, it's midnight
4:30
here.
here.
Was that a child?
I heard a child.
Yeah, she's complaining because the internet just shut off.
Oh my god.
It should have shut off 2 hours ago. What the fuck?
First world problem.
Seriously. I love being able to control internet for kids, though.
Yeah. My mom, when because I never got internet at my house until I was like older teenager, but she used to turn off the switches upstairs so I couldn't charge my devices or anything. So the internet kind of automatically went out after a while because I didn't have anything to charge anything on. There wasn't any of this, controlled by phone stuff back then.
Yeah.
And there was no such thing as parent control. So you could pretty much do what you wanted on the computer. It's Friday the 13th.
And it's so funny you just said that because I'm like looking up like tornado warnings. I'm like, oh shit. I better look up see if there's any tornado warnings. Oh fuck me.
Wait, is it 3.5 or 4.5 hour time difference from your place to mine now?
Okay, but you gotta come
Four,
inside.
4.5. There's no tornado warnings right now. There's
And
no
you're
flash
sad about
flood.
that?
No, I'm not. Like,
The way you said it, you're like, there's no tornado warnings right now. Like, and that's a bad thing. I've never had a tornado warning. I've had like hurricane warning, but yeah.
well, tornado warnings are rare here, but they do happen.
I know they have them in Ontario, where one of the first camp that I worked on. Apparently, one year, a couple years before I went up there, there was a tornado or something that went through, and it actually lifted. The winds and stuff were so strong, it lifted one of the cabins out into the water, and a couple of the
Holy cow.
Americans. I'm not sure if they died, but I know at least one of them were injured. The cabin and people were just floating in the pond, in the lake or whatever.
Well, a few years ago, like, we had a huge storm come through, and like people's shit was blowing all over the place.
Mhm.
Our neighbor, he was like 80 something, the poor guy. His shed was like blown all over, and he
Yeah.
was out like trying to do shit, and he like fell and like broke his hip. I was like, oh.
No, we're dreaming.
I think didn't somebody's shit blow into our yard, hun?
Yeah, I don't remember what it was though. And then the neighbors on the other side of us, somebody's trampoline blew into their front yard.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's right, the trampoline.
We had a
And then,
trampoline get stuck in the power lines
oh
from
Jesus,
wind. Yeah. We
Uh,
lost power for like a day and a half because it damaged so many of the lines.
my guy that I used to work with who lives by us, a trampoline was blown into his backyard. Like it was really cool on his video because it like just looks like it would just land like somebody just set it down real gently in his backyard.
I saw a video of something like that before. Yeah,
I
here
think
the
he
wind
still
was
has
up
it.
to 100 and I think 200 kilometers an hour is the most I've seen.
Holy cow!
Yeah, because where we're right on the water, like the ocean and stuff, we get some pretty bad windstorms here.
Don't you get the nor'easters?
Uh-huh.
The noistas.
Yeah. We get really bad
Um,
wind where I'm at.
I think it was in the 90s. Tornadoes went through like my neighborhood because I remember like seeing the rain go horizontal, and I was like, what the hell? And then driving past, like, I didn't know what happened. Like, I had no idea there was tornadoes. But driving past my neighbor's house, who was like 4 houses down. I mean, these are big lots, so these are like half to a full acre lots. But like 4 houses down, part of their house was taken off by a tornado. So like these tornadoes came down and like skipped. They just skipped around.
Like that,
Like
yeah.
they didn't just like go blowing through. They just like touched down, skip, skip, skip. So yeah, like different houses got hit.
Yeah.
I was like, holy crap.
Like here, just on a random day, random Tuesday, you could have a windstorm that takes roofs off the houses, and next day it's beautiful, sunny, or snowy. It doesn't
Yeah,
like
it's
the
like Arizona. You never
Yeah.
know what you're gonna get.
I'm shocked that I haven't had damage to my house here, where I'm right on the ocean, and the winds come off the ocean are really bad. But no, we haven't lost any siding or any roofs yet, so we're good. We haven't had any weird objects blow into our yard. We did have a wreath and a tree randomly appear in our yard after a windstorm.
I just realized I can't open my back hatch from inside.
Are you in the back head?
I am.
I thought you closed and got in the car. Not in-
I'm in the back of my van.
Oh my god, you're sitting in the trunk part of your van.
I mean, it's a van. It's a minivan. I mean, come on. It's like a little mini house. So now
you
I gotta
get
climb. I gotta climb up to the front to get out.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna mute myself while I do this.
Yeah. I want to. You should video that shit, Bowman. Just watch it like climbing up.
No.
I got you. I got you.
Oh my god, I'm picturing that now. Wait, is it like a van with 3-row seating?
Yeah.
Okay. So the worst one to get over should just be the back seat. Oh my god.
The back seats are down. I just have to.
Oh, okay. So it shouldn't be as bad.
I can't record when I'm in here. Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay. She's gonna record. Oh my god. Oh gosh. So one of the groups I'm in on Facebook has a entire post dedicated to coronavirus memes.
What, Cat? Jesus.
Did you make it?
Well, I am in the middle seat now.
Congratulations.
I know. But yeah, I don't know if I want to open this door yet.
Just still all crazy?
It's a little bit, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, there goes the wind. Yeah. I'm just gonna chill for a little bit. I'm good.
I was saying, there's a post on one of the groups I'm in on Facebook, and it's entirely dedicated to coronavirus memes.
Sorry. I purposely, when I did the video, I purposely aimed it at my chest the whole time. I'll send it to you, hon.
Oh my god. That's hilarious. Ow, my wrist.
Yeah, I'll send it to you now.
Oh, hey, Omarose, I found hand sanitizer. I should sell it on eBay.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Well, it's from... Where's it from?
Is it scented? Okay,
It
because I
is.
really want, like, apple scented hand sanitizer or strawberry or whatever.
I don't know what scent this is. I got it for Christmas with like body lotion and spray and stuff, and it's called In the Stars. But it has sparkles in it. Why do you need sparkles in your hand sanitizer?
I have no idea.
Who the? Oh wait, is that
Now,
you?
edible body glitter is awesome. Edible body glitter. There you go.
There's some. Never mind. I forgot. This is probably live. I won't say what I want to say.
It is live. Yes.
Yeah, that's why I won't say what I want to say. Like, there's sparkles in this shit. It smells great. Don't need sparkly hand sanitizer. Well, they don't call it hand sanitizer. They call it antibacterial hand gel. So many sparkles. Rain, rain, go away.
No, 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 no. We want it.
Just until you can get out of your van.
I'm good. I still got a beer to finish. I'm good.
Ah.
But hot boxing with cigarettes is not a thing.
No. There are better things to hotbox with. Oh, your ears! I didn't give it up.
Okay, yeah. I just opened the door for a second. Nope. Nope. I'll wait.
Just chill in your van for a little while longer.
I just want to see what it was like. Nope. And actually, when I was in the back, I opened like one of the back windows, and those, they only open
like
a tiny bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like, so the rain is blowing in from the south, and the window is opening up to the south. So I'm like, nope. I didn't even open it all the way. Like, I just like popped the lock.
Yeah.
And that little bit let rain in. I was like, nope.
I'm just picturing now, like just crunched up into the trunk part of your van, just staring at it at the rain.
But I'm not crunched up because I have the back seats down, so it's like all open
Like,
space.
actually crunched. I mean, just like sitting there, staring at the window at the rain.
Well, with the humidity, the window fogged up.
Well, you're fucked either way you look at it. You can't even enjoy it.
No, I can't. I can't see what's going on.
I mean, what's the point of sitting in your van if you can't see what's going on?
Well, I had the back open. Remember? And then I had to close it.
Right.
Don't
Jesus.
judge me. Do not judge me.
Thou shalt not judge.
That's one thing I love. Like, I mean, everybody's judgmental. Everybody.
Definitely.
But religious people tend to be really judgmental.
Yeah.
Like, aren't you supposed to leave that up to God?
Yep. Yeah, it drives me back.
So this is what it sounds like with the door open.
Holy crap, yeah.
Yeah. We'll just close that. It got cold too. Like it was temperate. Now it's like cold.
Yeah, but Arizona cold is Newfie spring.
Yep. Newfie summer. There you go.
Oh, okay. No, your summers would be our hell. Like, I'd be down there like, how much more clothes can I take off without being arrested? And you'd be like, oh, this is actually just right.
Well, you could walk around in a bikini if you wanted to.
I tend to wear a bikini. I wear shorts and a
Me
tank top. in
too.
the cold, so.
Me too, but I still wear one.
No, I'll be the one that, like, I'd go down in the middle of winter and I'd be in, like, a tank top and shorts, and they'd be like, yep, you're not from here.
And I'm in
Yeah,
a sweatshirt and scarf. Yeah.
Yeah, they'd be like, local, not local.
Yeah. Because, I mean, it's right now here. Let's see. I just had the weather. My phone's being stupid. Okay, apparently my Google just disappeared. Well, apparently in where boyfriend lives, it's feels like minus 15. See what it is here.
Minus 15. See, that's just nuts.
Well, it's minus 7 and minus 15 with the wind chill. So I'm trying to find out what it is here. If it'll let me search, I'd be grateful. Feels like minus 11. Special weather statement. Oh no. 15 to 25 centimeters. Winds 90 gusting to 100. 140 along the coast. Oh, F me. And this is supposed to go until Saturday morning? Shit. I regret checking the weather.
You need to convert to Fahrenheit for me because I'm just a dumb
You guys are like the
American.
only country in the world that uses Fahrenheit. So wouldn't it be easy for you guys to convert? We ain't going there. I used to know.
You need to accommodate us because we're Americans.
I mean, of course, Americans. Nah. I used to have to know the equation for that shit, but no, I don't care about it enough to remember it.
Yeah, like in high school.
Yeah, pretty much.
I've
All I
got a
remember
program.
is 0 is like 32 or
Yes.
I remember that. That's about it. I only know that because it's freezing point.
Yeah.
Yeah, -15 for you guys is 5 for us.
See, -15, like at this point of winter, it doesn't feel that cold unless it like when there's no wind, it feels colder than when there's wind sometimes.
So if you say it's -11 where you are, that's like 12 degrees here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a big fuck no.
Yeah, 12.2.
Yeah, it's gonna be worse tomorrow because tomorrow night we're supposed to get the storm's supposed to start. And I'm so sick of snow. There's been like I think over 480 centimeters of snow this winter.
Damn.
Yeah. And one like big chunk of that came in January when we had that like a week or whatever it was that we were stuck in the house. There was like 86 centimeters in one day, 24-hour period.
So what was your total centimeters?
In I don't know what it is in total this winter right now, but I know in one day, certain areas of the Avalon had 86 centimeters of snow. I'm gonna see now if I can find the total centimeters. Total snow.
Okay, I'm gonna venture out now because it lightened up.
32.8 inches. Jeez.
Let's see. Oh yeah, I was
Foot,
sending them road
9.8.
pictures. It was insane.
Oh fuck, the rain. It lightened up, but the rain is still blowing inside the car. Like, come on.
In January of was this 2019 or 2020? No, that's last year. Wait.
Incognito says use American units. Yeah, all right.
I'm trying to find the year.
So it's 15 beer cans. That's how deep it was.
Okay, I'm looking for 2020.
American.
Okay, in January, apparently we've had 34.9 centimeters.
Damn.
But I don't think that's right. I really don't think that's right. I think that's last year's. Let's see, let's go to 2020. 2020. Let's do this year. I mean, if we had 86 centimeters in one day, we definitely had more than that in January.
Yeah, that's a lot. I mean, were you guys able to leave the house with that? I mean, because that could
No,
bury
we were
your
actually
house.
under state of emergency for almost 2 weeks. Where no grocery stores, it would actually have been a major fine if they caught you open. No grocery stores or gas stations or anything were allowed open. No ferries were allowed to cross over. No planes. The airport was an international airport and it was shut down for well over a week.
Damn.
Yeah, the roads had feet of snow on top of them, and they were trying to keep it up, but they couldn't do anything.
Yeah, that's where you just get a snowmobile and
Let's see.
use that.
December, we had 86.4 centimeters. January, we had 84.6 centimeters. February, we had 85.1 centimeters. And so far in March, we've had we have 46.8 centimeters. And we've got a big
That's
storm
still a
coming
lot.
tomorrow. Yeah, and we're only halfway
16,
through the
17
month.
inches. That's
Yeah.
nuts.
Yeah, and we're getting like up to 20 centimeters or more tomorrow into Saturday. So that's going to be great. Or tonight into Saturday, I guess. This has been the
Okay,
most we've had in a long time. Why?
I just want to say, poor Overcast. She's standing on the wall, getting all wet, and I'm like, come on, baby, come on, baby, come on. She's one of the new ferals that have been coming to our house.
What? Who's that?
Yeah, she's a new one. So there's Bessie, and she's like black and white, spotted like a cow. So that's
Mhm.
Bessie. And then Overcast is gray, and she has like a white leg.
Hmm.
She's very pretty.
So you're like a crazy cat lady, huh?
Fuck yeah.
So am I, though. I'd take every cat if I could. Right now, the dog is asleep behind me. Let's see. I can't do math right now. Does anyone have a calculator?
Sorry, Bowman and I are like talking to each other. I was just saying that, like, with all the rain, like, I was surprised that the street wasn't completely flooded. But I guess it
In
wasn't enough.
Yeah. In 4 months, we've gotten 302.9 centimeters. And this month's only half done.
That's too much.
Yeah. I'm not sure how much that is in inches, but yeah.
Say 409, you said?
302.9. Yeah.
Oh, 302.
That's since December. And like I said, this month is not fully done yet. And
See.
we usually get a huge ass storm just after or around St. Patrick's Day. That feels
Inches is
huge.
119.25 inches.
Oof. We're not even
Jesus
winter yet. We're
fucking
winter
Christ.
until like almost May. Last year in June, we got a couple inches. June 26th, Central Newfoundland had like a few inches of snow last
You
year.
know,
Or the
our
year.
summer started a little bit later last year.
Yeah.
I hear pussycat.
That was Squishy, of course. She's the one who will make the Marge sound.
Oh, right,
You know,
yeah.
when Marge is like,
Psychotic
"Ugh,
cat.
I love you, Squishy. You're not psychotic. You're neurotic. You're not psychotic.
Psychotic.
Neurotic.
Okay, neurotic. I'll go with that. Fine. Fine.
Okay, this is the cat who won't bury her own shit. Her brother will do it for her, but she'll try to bury the food.
That's funny. I think I'm gonna become a snowbird.
But she's also the cat that would alert us if a kid woke up. And also the first one to alert us if the water is too low.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if she can't stick her paw in it and, drink off her damn paw.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's the other neurotic thing. She drinks with her fucking paw.
I have a cat that does that. Piper does that actually. Minnie, the cat mom has up her house. if the bowl is empty, it doesn't matter where you are in the house, she's going to put her paw in that and drag it across the house right to your feet. So you know she wants water.
That's awesome.
Like, she's actually tried to bring it up the stairs. Didn't work, but because there's like 15 stairs in our house, but she tried to like bring it up the stairs before because Mom was upstairs in the bathroom and she wanted to. You can hear like the bowl is like metal or whatever, or I don't know, some kind of metal type material, and she tries to drag it, and you can hear it just cluttering across the floor. So we now have a water dish upstairs,
No,
one in
she.
the way
Yeah,
downstairs, and one in the kitchen.
yeah. Like she gets very vocal if the water dish is too low.
Yep.
And you could tell too, like if you don't pay attention to that, she will try to drink out of like after you take a shower, she'll try to go in the shower and find little puddles of water. I'm like, what the?
Yep.
Yeah.
Nala.
She does not drink out of the toilet. That's like the boy cats. They'll drink out of the toilet. She does not.
Piper used to try to do that because there for a while we didn't have like the cover lid on our toilet because it broke, and Piper used to get up onto the bowl, like the seat, and try to paw out water. And I'm like, we literally have an entire bowl of water just outside the bathroom door, and you can't go drink out of it.
Seriously, that's the thing that kills me. I'm like, you have your own water. Why are you in here? Like, you're not a dog. Go away.
Yep, Nala won't drink out of the toilet. Which I'm glad, but she will not.
Here you go. She's playing with a pipe cleaner.
So I've had the mini Christmas tree in my room for like 2 years now. I just haven't bothered to put it away. Piper's asleep underneath it.
My cats would have destroyed that.
Oh, they don't bother. She likes to go because right now it's just propped up in the corner because I just haven't bothered with it. And there's a blanket underneath it. She literally crawls up underneath it and goes to sleep. There's no ornaments left on it. There's only lights left on it because it's fallen in the floor too many times.
I almost forgot my beer.
Hey, in another like hour and a half, or 2 hours, it'll be daylight.
Go to bed.
I took a nap because I was pissed off at somebody.
Hold on a second.
What?
She's yelling at the kids.
Oh.
Like, I tell you to go to bed, and then I walk by, and these kids are still. I'm like, God, go to bed.
Yes, Mom.
Yeah, you've done that to me before. I've like said something to the kids, and you're like, yes, Mom.
I have done that a lot. Oh, God.
Oh, crap. Now I gotta take this one potty for crying out loud.
The cat, right?
Yeah, Smokey. Yeah.
That's what you have to be a guard for, Smokey.
Yeah. Well, I was just coming out here, and he just meowed at me. I was like, okay, go. And he's like, okay, yeah, I really gotta go.
Yeah, Smokey's a little punk ass.
Yeah. No, he really had to pee. He's like, I really have to go. You have to
Aw.
guard me.
That's so funny to me.
Dude, like, Yoda's not even around. Like, what are you afraid of, Cat? Come on.
It's dark in there.
No, he just doesn't want Yoda's punk ass coming up and hitting him when he's like trying to bury his stuff.
Wait, I don't remember.
Yoda's a punk. I'm just saying, he's a punk. Good
Yoda is a
boy.
Probably taking treats now for using the bathroom.
Yep. Oh, you almost jumped up. You almost stood up on your hind legs, didn't you? Here you go. Oh, yeah, you did stand up. Here you go. He literally just stood up. He's like, hey, give me my treats. Oh, good boy. Hey, Yoda, do you want treats too? Because you weren't being a little asshat right now? Here you go. They hear the treats, and they're like, oh, hey, treat time. That means Smokey went potty.
That's hilarious. So wait, you have just as many outdoor cats as you do indoor at the moment, or?
Well, I got 2 ferals, and then there's 2 more that have been hanging around. So, yes. It's all good. Cats need love, too.
Exactly. I need more cats, but I can't right now.
Especially if, like, you can trap them and get them fixed. It's all good.
I gotta save up to get my cat fixed. But then again, she's like, God, I got her in like, she must be like 6 now, I think. And she's been okay. She's only got out a couple times. She's an indoor cat, so. Chasing her up the trees. That's fun.
I just took a picture of the new cat. I'm going to send it to you. This is the one I call Overcast because she's all gray.
I had a gray cat named, not Smokey. What was her name? Was it Smokey? It could have been Smokey. Either Smokey or fucking Shadow, but I didn't name it.
Yeah,
But
Smokey we didn't name, but that was his name when we took him in. Shadow, I can't use Shadow because that was, like, we had Mama Kitty, and Shadow was her daughter, and she looked just like her mom, except she had a little bit different coloring, like on her ear and stuff, so you can kind of tell them apart, but
well,
we call her Shadow. I call her Shadow because she followed her mom
right.
around everywhere. Yeah.
I think it was Smokey that was the gray cat that had a very gruesome death.
Oh, don't tell me. Don't.
I will not. I was only a kid when
Okay.
it happened, so it kind of like ruined me for a long time.
So I just sent you a picture of Overcast.
I will check.
You can't see her white leg, but she's gray and she had, like, one of her legs is white.
Oh.
Yeah. She's cute.
Just Kitty, let's see Kitty. Oh. I need more cats, but I got no room for them at the moment. I have 2 cats and a part-time dog. But once we own the house, I think we're going to build a basement, so then I can get more cats. Then I can have my mom flip at me because I have. Actually, I kind of really want to get another guinea pig. Who actually can they get one real quick?
I'm kind of think Overcast is like a stray.
Oh.
Because she's not, like, terrified of people.
So she might have been socialized before.
Yeah. And she doesn't look like she's been living on the streets her whole life, so.
Our cats now have to be indoor cats because I don't trust where we're right on the main road. And all night long, there's fucking transport trucks. But where I lived before, when I had Bandit, he was an indoor-outdoor cat. He would go and come because we were kind of in the trees, like off the road. And he used to bring unwanted house guests all the time.
Come on, Yoda. Come on. I cracked the door open so they can
So how
sniff
does
each other.
your old puppy feel about all the cats?
Who?
Puppy.
He's used to it. He
Oh,
grew up with it.
yeah, a
Ah.
lot of animals.
Tyler can't have a cat because, I think his mom and his sister are allergic. And he's actually slightly allergic too, but yet when he comes to my house, he cuddles the cats all the time.
Yeah. Well, I'm allergic. Like when we took Smokey in, I was allergic to Smokey for a few weeks, and then I got used to him. So.
Well, he's allergic to pretty much everything, apparently, so he's kind of like, it's just another allergy. So he has him up with him all the time when we're here. He's not allowed to have any furry pets at his house, though, at his apartment. Technically not allowed to have any, but he got the fish and said that I gave him the first fish as a housewarming gift. And that was before they knew we were together. I'm like, yeah, that's going to be a good start.
Sorry, I'm trying to get cute pictures of Yoda.
Nala's curled up in the ball behind me, asleep.
Oh my God, it was the funniest thing. So this morning, I was telling my son to get up, and Momo sleeps on his bed, and Momo's just sitting there. Like Momo just woke up. Like Momo's like, "Hey, what's up?" And I was like, "Momo, get him up, get him up." And then Momo talked back to me. I'm like, "Dude, just wake him up." Because he's like, "No, let him sleep." I'm like, "No, get him up." I know, I am the crazy cat lady. I am, for real. Right, honey? Right, Bowman?
Sure.
Mm-hmm. I love how, once Sandy eats, she doesn't even care that there's other ferals that come around and eat. She's like, okay, whatever, guys. I already ate. I'm good.
Due to panic buying, Walmart has opened register number 3.
Fuck me.
Oh my god.
About damn time.
That's fucked up.
Oh god. When I have a headache, no longer works. Not tonight. I have coronavirus. Oh god.
Oh. Well, by then it's too late. Sorry. Momo, why don't you move? That's not your brother. That's Yoda's brother. So here's the sad thing. So Yoda's brother is one of the ferals.
Mm-hmm.
But Yoda, I had taken in because his mom abandoned him.
Because he was sick.
Yeah, because he was sick. But his brother, Tiger, is one of the ferals that stayed.
Mm.
Yeah, and Tiger's such a sweet kitty. I love him. He'll let you pick him up and pet him. Yeah, Momo, he's ignoring you. Okay, move. Move.
Oh, jeez.
What?
Just this meme. I asked the 16-year-old kid at McDonald's if the Shamrock shakes were made with fresh shamrocks. He asked the manager. Like, really?
Oh my God, the cutest thing. So my daughter came up and said, "Why do noses run and feet smell?" And I was like, that's one of those age-old questions that have never been answered. She just laughed. Because it is. It's like one of those things like, okay, why do you drive on a parkway and park on a driveway?
Right?
It's like, yeah.
Like, if you can find the answer to that, I think I'll give you $1 million.
I love kids because it's like, oh, I remember asking that.
Right?
With March and April pretty much canceled, next holiday is Cinco de Mayo, sponsored by Corona.
I think at this point, it should be sponsored by a tequila.
I'm all for that.
Yeah, tequila is going to be like, fuck you, beer.
I love how everybody's freaking the fuck out over this when we've had bigger scares in the past.
Yeah, seriously, can you imagine the Black Plague? I'm just kidding. You said bigger scares in the past. You didn't say what past.
Well, I mean, it is bad. But it's just, I don't know. Still can't wrap my head around the toilet paper thing.
No, I mean, I looked it up. I looked up the coronavirus because I was like, is that issue part of the coronavirus? And they said that there's some cases where it was an issue,
Yeah.
but it's not the main issue. The main issue is the respiratory.
Yeah. But I mean, that issue can be a part of almost any sickness in like random cases.
Or poor diet. Or
Yeah.
parasites. Or whatever, yeah.
Or, being a female.
Yeah.
Right? So.
Okay, I'm just going to say Corona isn't that great of a beer to begin with.
No.
Just saying.
Horrible.
I don't
No,
even like
it's like sex in a canoe.
Yep. Fucking cost water.
Yeah.
Like, it's rare that I'll have a Mexican beer now, except for a Negra Modelo. But that's a dark beer.
So, Mom went to the hospital the other day, and her blood pressure was 186/70.
Jesus.
Yeah. Wow.
What the fuck?
Yeah, because it was the day that she brought me home. Because when I looked at her eye was like extremely bloodshot. Like her entire eye was red. So when she dropped me off, she decided to go back to the hospital, and her blood pressure was like that 186 or something. And they wouldn't give her any medication or anything for it. They want her to go back now for 7 days in a row to get her blood pressure checked before they'll even do anything.
Jeez.
Yeah.
You could do
So,
that at like Walgreens.
yeah.
Well, here you can do that at Walgreens.
Yeah, you can do it at like Shoppers or even Walmart has them, like the blood pressure cuff things. But they're
Yeah.
requiring that you go back, I guess, to see also if there's any other symptoms that could be causing it. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, that's good that they want to monitor her, but
Well, mom has a lot of different health issues that go along with stuff like that. But I personally think that it was literally because she freaks out over everything when it comes to her health and so I think she just had herself worked up over her eye, and then when she went in, she was still worked up, and blood pressure.
oh, the chick that's my main person doing the physical therapy with me, like she monitors me for the physical therapy. She's like, this is just allergies, and I looked at her, and her eyes were totally bloodshot, like completely red. I was like, what the fuck? She's like, my roommate brought a cat home.
Oh my god.
I was just like, oh, okay. Just like, yeah, I'm having an allergic reaction to the cat. It's nothing else. I'm like, okay.
It's not corona.
No, it's like, it's not pink eye. It's not,
I've never had pink eye. My sister has, though.
Yeah, it's not fun.
I would not go near her because I didn't want to get it.
Especially like if your kid gets it. You're like, God damn it.
Yep. I remember when I was a kid, one of the girls in my class got chickenpox, and she lived just up the road from me, so I wanted to get her homework and bring it up to her so I could get chickenpox too. And I don't know why, but I just was like, oh, I'll volunteer to bring it up. And when I went home, I was like, Mom, I got to bring this up to the chick up the hill. And she's like, no, you're not going near that girl.
That was like the mindset though. Like, go to somebody who has chickenpox.
Yeah.
And get it and just get it over with.
Yeah, and then apparently she'd given it to her cousin next door to her, and the cousin's mom blamed me. Mind you, I'm 30 and still haven't had chickenpox or anything similar, but this woman blamed me for giving it to her.
Wait, did they have the chickenpox vaccine
I'm not sure.
when you were getting vaccinated?
I guess. I mean, we've had vaccination. We had to get vaccinations a couple of times throughout elementary school as well.
Yeah, okay, because like I didn't have that vaccine growing up, but all my kids did.
Yeah, we had shots in grade 3, 6, and 9, I think. For something or another.
Well, because usually like you get your initial shots when you're little, and then there's more that you get up to like age 5, and then it kind of spaces out after that. You get boosters after that.
I guess I had them. I don't know. I'm still alive. That's all I know.
I've had to have the pneumonia vaccine.
Wow. I don't think I've had that.
Usually senior citizens get that.
Mm.
Or if you're over, I think, 55,
Yeah.
you'll get that. But my doctor wanted to give it to me because I smoke.
Huh.
So I'm like, okay. Okay.
What's the one I was just thinking of? Oh my god. Well, it's not a vaccine, but I've definitely had to get tetanus shot more than once.
Yeah, you have to do that like every 10 years.
Yeah, you're supposed to, but I don't think I've had one until, 3 years ago? And that was just because somebody drove their fingernail into my face.
Yeah.
And when I went to get it checked out for the police report, they were like, "Yeah, we're gonna have to give you a tetanus shot because we don't know what this person has."
Jesus.
Yeah. I'm like,
That's
okay.
that's kind of random, but it kind of like, what if they said you have to get a rabies shot because you don't know what this person has?
Well, that's not exactly how they phrased it, but like that was basically what they were saying.
Oh, that's so random. Okay.
Well, I guess the dirt found underneath fingernails could be anything, right?
Yes.
I mean, I thought I had a freaking nosebleed, and when I finally went up and because I kept everything on my face just when I went to the hospital, and they were like cleaned it up, and they're like, "No, you don't have a nosebleed. You just have like a huge mark from a fingernail going into your face, right next to your nose." It was great. And they're like, "Yeah, we're gonna give you this just in case." But isn't there something about tetanus shot that and pregnancy, like you're supposed to get it or something?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Something that you're supposed to get it once a year after, or when you're, I don't know what it is. Something about pregnancy and tetanus shot.
Not that I'm aware of. I don't remember hearing that.
Huh, maybe it was something else. I gotta find out. Let's see what it says here. Is recommended during pregnancy between 27 and 36 weeks gestation. I can't say that. To protect baby from whooping cough. If not administered during pregnancy, Tdap should be administered immediately after the birth of your baby. That's probably what I.
Oh yeah, that's not tetanus.
No, it says you should get a tetanus shot between 27 and 36 weeks.
Oh, okay.
And if not, then the baby needs to get a Tdap after it's born.
I don't remember ever hearing that.
I never heard tell of it until like recently.
Incognito, what tequila do you prefer?
Hey, where are you talking to? Oh, maybe it's on the live.
Yeah, the live chat. I like hardly ever look at the live chat.
I forget about the live chat.
I'm such a bad moderator.
You need spankings.
You might like that. Whoops.
Not really.
Nah. Oh, I'm gonna have to move it.
All right, answered.
Oh no, hold on. I need to mute it.
Parson. Jeez. Should come in here if you could talk.
Oh god, some of the things in live chat are just like, okay.
Well, it's good that there's a live chat where they can talk about whatever they want. They don't have to even listen.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Like, whatever.
Guess to look productive.
Yeah, I was getting all distracted in here when I was at work. I'm like, no, wait, I gotta finish this.
I watched another movie with my sister tonight for the third time in the last few nights. So I left my phone and everything out here.
I am like loving Disney Plus, but the thing that sucks about it is that you can't do picture in picture. So I can't watch a movie on there and play a game on my phone at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hate that.
Yeah, they need to fix that.
It's only good like if I'm like at work and I just want something playing in the background. I can just play a movie and just work and listen to it.
Yeah.
Or like if I'm going to sleep and I need something to listen to while I'm going to sleep.
Mm-hmm. I'm debating canceling Netflix and getting Disney, but then there's so much on Netflix that I like to watch right now.
Definitely have variety on Netflix. And then you have like the Netflix actual movies and shows and stuff.
Yeah, like there's a few things I like to watch on Netflix. Maybe I'll just get somebody else to get Disney Plus because there's a few people that use my Netflix. Hey, you're in the same town.
What do you trust more than the government? And the response was the ads on Pornhub telling me there are girls within 3 miles of my location that want to hook up.
I've seen similar to that before.
Oh, jeez.
So funny. My uncle used to like click on those ads. Like on different. And I'm like, no, you never click on those ads. Ever. It's like there'll always be this like stereotypical hot girl on these ads, and it's like, have you ever seen this person in this town where there's only 200 people? No, then it's not real.
Back when I was in college, I was writing a paper about, I think it was in philosophy. Yeah, I think that was the paper. It was philosophy, and I was writing how evil is not a noun.
Mm-hmm.
So, as I'm writing this paper, all of a sudden this message pops up on the screen saying, "You think you're a god? You're nothing but a piece of shit." And I was like, what the fuck? And I'm like, oh shit. Like, I'm like trying to close everything down, like just shut everything down, because I'm like, oh shit, it's a virus, you know? Oh yeah, it was a fucking virus. It was my dad's computer, and he fucking blamed me for it. He's like, what'd you click on? What'd you click on? I'm like, I don't click on shit. Like, I look at my email, but if I don't know where the email came from, I don't fucking open it. I'm like, I'm not a dumb shit, you know? And this is back in, oh God, 99, I think.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah, and he used this computer for shopping, okay? And I'm like, you are on the internet on this computer, so you're trying to blame me. And what triggered it is because I typed the word God in my paper, and that turned the virus on. I was like, oh, motherfuck.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it was a Trojan, yeah.
That was back then. Like, viruses have gotten so much smarter since then. Well, people have gotten so much smarter, I guess, since then with viruses.
So much of a pain in the butt.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, and antivirus software has gotten better too, but yeah.
Well, yeah, like, I'm just thinking, like, back in 99, like, the internet was really just starting to become popular, I guess, slowly. And, like, to think that people were capable of that back then. It's crazy.
It just fucking pissed me off that he tried to blame me for that shit, and I'm like, dude, I'm like tech savvy, and I know what not to click on.
Yeah, really.
And I don't go shopping on here, so.
Yeah. Man.
Yeah.
message or call me and be like,
He spent a good amount of money saving his hard drive.
God. Oh, I gotta love smart people.
But that was the other thing, like when that popped up and I'm like trying to shut everything down, you could hear the hard drives just start it just like went, and I was like, oh fuck. I'm like trying to shut everything down, shut the whole thing off. I was like, nope. But yeah, the hard drive like kicked in. I was like, oh fuck.
Yeah. Whereas most people are probably just sitting there like, huh, what's going on here?
No, when that message popped up, I'm like, motherfuck, and the hard drive started whirring. I'm like, nope.
Not today, internet scammer.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, like I couldn't save it. Like he had to take it to somebody to get the data off the hard drive. But
Oh my god.
fucking Trojan virus.
Yep.
I wonder if anybody else ever had that virus pop up.
Not me. I didn't have the internet back then.
But it makes you wonder, like, okay, so I happened to put in a word that triggered it. You gotta wonder how many other people had that happen.
Oh yeah. That's so weird. It's like and like, do you remember? I don't know if you remember the days of LimeWire. LimeWire was like a movie / music downloading thing back in the day. Same with like FrostWire and Frost. All
Yeah, it
these
was
other ones.
competition for Napster. I guess Napster
Mhm.
only did MP3s though.
Yeah, and
Oh.
it was the worst because if you didn't know what to look for in the title and information, your computer was going to be fucked.
Yeah.
Because I had a cousin who used to download and burn off CDs for me all the time before I had a computer, and his computer used to get fucked every other week. Then I
Remember, honey, back in the day when I used to have you get songs for me?
Yep.
crazy.
All my techno.
Crazy to think that we actually all had to like download music or go back even further and like have a cassette tape ready to record it off the radio.
Yep.
Oh, I was all about that, man. I did that all the time.
Mhm. Yeah.
Especially, what the fuck was that? Pop? Huh. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, downloading music back in the day was like a gamble because if you didn't know what you were doing, you could screw your computer up real bad.
Yeah. But yeah, back in the day, like sitting there with your radio, with your cassette ready, waiting for that song to come on.
And then it's like, shut up, I'm recording. Oh, you talk. I'm going to wait another hour for this song to come on.
Like when Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey came out, and Kiss did "God Gave Rock and Roll to You."
Mm-hmm.
I would wait for that song to come on, just so I could record it on my tape.
Yep. I can remember like just waiting, just sitting there. And it's like, what are you doing? Why are you so quiet? I'm waiting for the beginning of such and such a song. Don't talk. Because the old school radios used to record all the sound.
Oh, if the radios had the mics, yeah.
Yeah. We had one, it was a small white one, and we only recently got rid of it, probably within the last like 5 years. And for the longest time, we were the only one who had a radio left like that, and somebody, like, people were borrowing it for like different stuff. I'm like, okay, cool.
I was such a geek. I would take
What?
my radios apart. I was such a geek because I would take my radios apart and see how like they would, will put together,
Yeah.
and then put them back together, and then I would do that to my Walkmans too.
Oh wow. I actually still have a cassette Walkman. I also have like one of those portable, we'll say CD Walkmans as well. But when I say Walkman, I'm talking about
Yeah. Yeah, the cassette. I had a cassette Walkman that had a speaker on it, so you didn't have to
wow.
have headphones.
Yeah. No, I don't think mine had that. But I remember back before cars had CD players, you used to be able to get this cassette thing that you'd put into your cassette player and plug into the headphone jack, in your CD player Walkman, and be able to play your
Yep.
CD car.
Yeah, yep. You know what? My car was so old. It only had an AM radio.
Yeah, oh, wow.
There was no jacks for anything. Okay, well, you had the cigarette lighter. That was about it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I drove around with an actual stereo in my car, like a boombox. And I would go ahead and like turn the radio on, or turn the like I put a CD on, and have that just blasting in the back seat.
Well, I was working drive-through at Tim's there a couple years back, and this guy had like an extremely old car. I guess he restored it or bought it. I don't know what he did with it, but it had an 8-track player in the car.
Yeah, my Volkswagen's had 8 tracks.
Yeah, this car, but like this day and age, to see a car with an 8-track, and for anybody to know what it is, like some of the kids didn't have a clue what it was. The kids that I was working with, I'm like, yeah, that's an 8-track player. And my stupid ass was like, think of like an Atari cartridge, and that's pretty much like similar to what it is. And goes, what's an Atari? And I'm like, oh god, I just aged myself so. Like, these kids probably only know what PlayStation 2 and 3 and up is, and I'm like, oh god. I come from an age where I played Atari and Nintendo and Super Nintendo and those games. Actually, I still have all those systems. And back when Game Boy was actually just black and white. It was funny. I was talking to Newfie, I guess, there a while back, and I was like, oh, I remember playing Atari, and he looks at me, stops dead, looks at me, goes, what's an Atari?
Yeah, your baby boyfriend. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, my baby boyfriend. And I'm like, oh, fuck. Like, you don't know what an Atari is? I'm like, I have, like, multiple Ataris at my house, at, like, my mom's house. I have systems back as far as Commodore 64. And I'm like...
But, like, yeah, I remember, like, the Game Boy. Like, it was just basic. It was like the football game that we were talking about last night.
Yeah. Like,
actually, I should. I did. Okay, so I grew up with that football game.
Mm-hmm.
Playing it like all the time. The only bad thing was switching out the batteries.
Mm-hmm.
And then, oh god, when was it, honey? Like, I bought that game again. Didn't I? I bought that football game.
I don't remember.
Okay, well, maybe I'll have to buy it again and take a picture of it and send it to everybody, because they still make it and they still sell it.
Yeah, I can remember, like, when Game Boys came out with that little attachment that put a light on the screen, and it was like the coolest shit ever.
Oh yeah. So I never had a Game Boy when Game Boy was popular.
Neither did I.
Yeah, it was like after the fact.
Yeah. It's like, this is so cool, and everybody else has moved on 2 systems later.
If not 4.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, definitely.
I'm still like just give me Super Mario Brothers.
Yes.
I'll be happy.
Mm-hmm. I want to get like my old school like Super Nintendo and hook up. They had some cool ass games on that shit.
So what's the Nintendo thing now that you can do Super Mario Brothers on?
The Wii U
Switch?
maybe? Switch? Yeah,
No.
Switch. I forgot.
Switch. Yeah. So I would want to get Switch because I just
I
want to
don't.
play Super Mario Brothers. The original.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not the stupid Mario Kart shit. Like,
The
fuck
one where
that.
you jump up the little steps at the end to get the flag on top of the pole.
Yes.
Yeah. I have that game. I still have the original of that game.
And the cartridges you have to blow.
Yes. And if it's not working, you always never fail. Take it out, blow in the cartridge, blow in the system just in case, and then put it back in. Oh, yeah. I remember that. Pong. Yeah, Pong. I think I played Pong on Atari.
They need to make Super Mario Brothers for phone. I mean, they put Tetris on phone.
Yeah. I think you can get some versions, but it's not great.
I tried playing like Legos, Harry Potter on the phone. Meh. I like Xbox better.
I'm not really into a lot of games now. Like, I'm still like old school games. That's the games I like.
That's probably why like I stick with the Lego games. Cuz they're more like the old school games.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not into none of this Fortnite and those kind of things. Just doesn't get my attention.
Or WoW.
Yeah.
Or
that.
yeah. Mm. Yeah, Bowman.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm. How long did I watch you play WoW?
No, I don't know.
Aren't there like 100 versions of WoW now or something?
No, I don't.
And it was City of Heroes.
Oh yeah, City Heroes. Yep.
Mm-hmm. I watched you play that too.
Yep.
Yeah, I used to be forced, not really forced, but kind of have to sit down and watch one of my exes play games all the time, and it used to make me sick.
Oh, wait. What was that Portal game?
Portal.
Portal. Yeah, okay, Portal. Yeah. Isn't that the one that was like that would make people like nauseous?
Yeah. I never got nauseous from that one. I got nauseous from Mirror's Edge. But yeah, Portal, like Keenan, middle child, got motion
Whatever.
sick from it.
Yeah. Oh, but he likes Left 4 Dead.
Yeah, I like Left 4 Dead.
What other games does he like?
Well, yeah, he plays Fortnite, Left 4 Dead. Roblox.
Oh
That's
God.
because there's thousands of different games on Roblox.
Yeah. Did you see how many? Have you seen how many Discord servers he's in?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I've looked at a couple and I'm like, dude.
I removed a few Discord servers recently.
I probably should, because I'm at I'm at least at 20 now.
I removed Mr. Atheist because I just got sick of it.
I don't have Mr. Atheist anymore.
No, I removed it, and I don't know, just not interested anymore.
I got banned from Oceans for some reason. I don't know why. No idea why. I can speculate.
I've never been banned from anything yet, but that's because I'm kind of quiet for the most part.
Yeah, I have no idea why. It was right after October 6th when we were in here talking with Kyle. And right after that, I was banned. I was like, what the fuck happened?
Oh.
I'll probably have to talk to Ocean about that.
There's only a couple servers that I actually go into now anyway.
Oh my god. So here's the funny thing. So I would go into somebody's live stream. And as soon as I go in, it pops up this message you have blocked one of the moderators on this channel. And I'm like, the fuck? So I go and look and see my block list. Well, when it pulled up my block list, it was under a different profile, not my Omarosa profile. So I was like, what the fuck? I didn't notice it was underneath the other profile.
Oh.
And I was like, what the fuck? I don't have anybody blocked on this profile. And then I was like, oh, wait, it's the wrong So I looked underneath my Omarosa profile, and I saw who it was. I'm like, oh, that must have been a mistake, because, I don't even know this person. So I unblocked them. I'm all good.
I don't think I have anybody blocked.
Yeah, but it was just weird, because it was frustrating because I couldn't figure out what it was. And then I finally realized it was pulling up a different profile when I would look at my block list than my Omarosa profile.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I was just like, oh, okay.
I have that one
I got
guy
it.
from non-sec block.
Yeah, and it was stupid. Why? I didn't block this person, so it must have been an accident or something. I don't know. It's like the other day when my fat thumb scrolled over the live chat on the GDC live stream, and I accidentally started muting people. I'm like, oh my god. I'm so sorry. It was just my fat thumb was on the screen. And they just happened to get targeted. I'm like, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, because I haven't hidden or blocked anybody in live chat. On purpose.
On purpose?
On purpose. Well, no, because it happened to 2 people that day, and I was like, oh, dang it. I didn't mean to do that.
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
Okay, babe.
Bye.
Bye, Lisa.
He's got such a sexy voice.
I just cracked. So, anything interesting happened tonight before I came in?
Oh fuck, I don't remember.
Guess not.
No, I'm sure there was, but I think it was like a lot of like just banter about the previous days on here and the bullshit that's gone on. It's just stupid shit. Like for some reason, I don't know which camps it's coming from. I don't know if it's like Unirock or McCrae camp or somebody else's camp, but like these people come in and they're trying to start shit.
Ugh.
And they're like, ban me. And then they say, okay, phase 2 has been completed.
God.
Okay.
Why do people do that? Like, it's the internet.
So these different groups are targeting the GDC. Okay. Do whatever you want.
I don't know
If
why
you're going
people
to be,
don't
but
about
it's
this shit.
it gets to the point where if you're going to just be an asshat,
Yeah.
yeah, you're probably going to get timed out.
Yeah.
If you're going to be abusive, yeah, you're probably going to get kicked.
Yeah.
If you're going to be totally cross the line, you're probably going to get banned.
Yeah. I mean, there's a point where you don't put up with that shit. Come in, say your piece, like that's fine, but you don't use the privilege of, you know.
But it's like when you come in for the purpose of stirring shit just to get kicked, just so you
Yeah.
can say you got kicked,
Yeah. To make
you
it
kind of, that's like a self-fulfilling prophecy right there.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't mean shit.
I just don't get it. I don't understand what this is. Why? Like, people are so weird.
It's either they take it too seriously or this is how they get their rocks off.
And they probably want to make it seem like this is not a place to be because, you know, they're banning you for having an opinion.
Yeah. And if you get people from like Unirock coming over, it's like, okay. I was telling Unirock that he had the wrong information. He had the wrong timeline.
Mm-hmm.
He was ready to fucking kick me from the chat. He was like, oh, no mods, don't kick her, don't kick her. Okay. I'm not telling you like anything bad. I'm just saying you have the wrong timeline. So
that kind of
why can't you take information that you're getting and okay, yeah, I get it, okay. No, you can't do that.
Even if they don't believe what you're saying, they could at least take the time to look into it and, you know, cross-check their information.
Yeah, and not attack you outright.
Yeah.
Which is what Unirock did. And I'm
Yeah.
like, what the fuck, dude? Like, I'm trying to help you out so you're not spreading misinformation.
Mm.
But
yeah, no. Some people
like I keep saying, man, he goes off half cocked, man. He's
Yep. Like I don't understand.
And then see that's what he did with the whole McRae thing and everything. Is like he went off half cocked and he's like, oh well, look what I found. Motherfucker, people have been telling you about this shit for months.
Mm-hmm.
And now you're saying, look what I found? No. You're fucking full of shit.
Yeah, no. I just don't get it. I mean, in my opinion, if you're gonna look for something to be wrong, you're gonna find it one way or the other. Like, people look to find drama, and it's just stupid as fuck. If you're looking hard enough to find drama, you're gonna make the drama yourself.
So this stream is going to be ending in 27 minutes.
Oh, wow.
Just for everybody out there who might be listening. And if anybody wants to get in now or in half an hour, go ahead. I'm not sure when the next stream will be starting, so we'll see.
Close the door.
Is that Renee?
That is Renee. I muted it, and then I thought she was leaving and continued to talk.
Hey, Renee.
What? I'll bet it. Oh, Jesus. Something else wrong with the house. I don't care anymore.
Fuck.
At this point, the house would burn down around me, and I'd be like, oh, cool.
At this point, it's like, where the fuck are the landlords?
Well, see, where it's rent to own, we're responsible for keeping maintenance, and you just can't keep up with it.
That was the worst thing about buying a house. Well, okay, buying a house is one of the most stressful things you'll ever go through.
Yep.
But then once you have the house,
everything's your responsibility.
Everything's yours. Yeah. Plumbing.
Yep.
Gardening. Everything.
Yep.
So if you are renting and the landlord, the apartment manager, whatever, they're taking care of all this shit, enjoy it.
Yep. Where, like, because renting here, yes, like, regular maintenance is covered or whatever, but renting to own goes under a completely different set of rules. And in our contract, it literally states any, day-to-day maintenance and, upkeep of the property and house is all your responsibility. And it's like, you don't realize how quickly expenses add up. Like, there's so much wrong with this place, and we don't want to put, thousands of dollars into it until we actually have our term up where we own it outright.
Yeah. Oh, and if anybody wants to buy a house, pay attention to how old the house is and if there's settling going on, because that will jack up your foundation and basically your house.
Yep, like this house actually has a problem where it's really old. The floor has sunk a little bit, and not dangerous or anything, but it's sunk a little bit, so there's actually cracks in our molding on the top of the ceiling.
Oh yeah, so our house, like when we bought it, like there's a corner in our family room. They had covered.
Yeah.
So when you look at it, like inspection, like you look at it, okay, this corner's covered. Okay, why is it covered? Well, okay.
Yeah.
Come to find out, yeah, the fucking house is separating. The wall
on
the outside of the house is separating from the interior wall. Like, what the fuck? So that's one problem. And then we have cracks in the foundation that go from like the driveway to the garage. We have cracks like under other parts of the house.
Yep.
And it came up and it affected the tile. We're like, okay. And
literally
then
any part of your house.
yeah, that's like one part of our house. And then like our bedroom. we have a crack like from the ceiling, and it goes like diagonal, kind of like down to the outside wall. I'm like, oh, fuck. Yeah.
They're in our entryway on the living
And
room.
we had
Go ahead.
we had insurance come in to evaluate what was going on in our house. This was years ago. Years ago, they came in and evaluated. And the guy's like, I've never seen subsidence as bad as this. And we're like, fuck. Because we don't have a fucking $100,000 to raise our house and fix the foundation.
Mm-hmm.
Like, who the fuck has that kind of money?
I mean, here they do have programs that you can apply for, and it gets you extremely not discounted, but like it's like a grant type thing where you get so much money towards it. But we can't apply for that until we own the house in another year and a half. So that's useless to us.
Yeah. And like homeowners insurance is fucking useless because they won't do shit about subsidence.
Mm-hmm. It's like we have insurance. We're required to have two different kinds of insurance actually when we moved in. And they don't really do a whole lot. I'm sure it's good for some stuff, but they don't do a lot. Like we have to have tenants insurance and property, like house insurance. Two different insurances. And it's costing like well over $100 a month for these insurances.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, we have to have, tenants insurance is like renter's insurance. And it covers your belongings or something like that. And the property/house insurance covers like if somebody falls down on our property and injures themselves, they can't sue us. It'll go through our insurance.
Yeah.
To put it
That's just bullshit that you have to have both. Like they should, like if you're a renter, you should be doing the renter's insurance, and then anything else on the property should be the landlord. The owner.
And like we don't technically own the property yet, but we're required to have insurance on the property. And now the good thing in one way is that we're paying this insurance. If the house was to burn down tonight or tomorrow, the landlord's required to rebuild the entire house and still rent it to us under our contract term. So, like, if something were to happen, we get a brand new house, and they're still required to follow the original lease.
Oh, that's good. That's something, at least.
Like, that's the only good thing about it. Like, the fact that we do have the insurance. Now, if only that covered, like, furnace repairs or furnace problems or, whatever else.
Yeah.
And electricity issues that we've been having for the last 2 years.
We did have some water issues. Like we have a swamp cooler and an air conditioner, so like we hadn't used our swamp cooler in a couple of years, but then there was a pipe up there that was leaking water into the house. So it was leaking down in between the bathrooms. So it's inside the house, in the walls.
Oh.
And like, you smell like that kind of musty smell.
Yeah.
Like, okay, like what is the toilet leaking? Like what's going on? Like, and like you couldn't see anything going on. So it's like, well, what the hell? Finally it got so bad that like the carpet in our bedroom got soaked, and finally we noticed, okay, the carpet's like damp. Like what the fuck?
Yep.
So then we had to come out and like, okay, yeah, this pipe's leaking down into the house and blah blah blah. And so the insurance took care of that. Like they took care of fixing the pipe, and like they had cleaners come out and like spray the interior of the walls with like the anti-mold stuff, and then like we were covered for like replacing molding in the bathroom. Like the wall stuff in the bathroom and like carpeting in our bedroom. So insurance actually did help with that, but like other shit, they're like, no. Mm-mm.
Well, I'm hoping that where our pipes bursted from the cold, that the insurance will at least cover the flooring, because you know how much water is seeped down through our flooring now. We have like that laminate stuff, fake hardwood.
Yeah.
And we're hoping that they'll cover to replace some of that, at least in the laundry room and the hallway where the water did the most damage.
Yeah, we had to like from our like so our bedroom wall goes right along the bathroom walls. So it's like the two bathrooms are back to back and then like our bedroom wall goes along it. So we had like 3 feet out at least, maybe 4 feet out in some areas where we had to like pull up the carpet and the padding and all that stuff and just, get rid of it, clean it all out. And then replace it. Oh God, that was such a mess.
Burnt myself.
What?
I just burnt myself.
Oh, don't do that. Oh my God. Were you in here that night when we had that big blow up with Dove Kitty?
With who?
Dove Kitty.
I'm not sure.
Oh, you maybe okay. So after all of that, Holly's like, okay, we need to go around and say what we like about each other.
Oh God, no, I wasn't here. No.
Oh, that's fucking hysterical. I love Holly. She's so funny.
There's a few pretty cool people that come in here.
There's a ton of cool people that come in here.
But I'm not in here enough. Well, I'm in here, but like usually when I'm in here, it's always the same people, so I don't really get to see a variety of people.
Oh, we just gotta listen throughout the day.
Yeah, but I sleep like late into the day right now.
Yeah.
Because I don't sleep at night at all. And then when I do come in, sometimes if I'm not interested in the topic, I either like keep it on and do other things and don't pay attention.
Yeah. Well, I mean, okay, so you got like the normal people, you got like old GDC people coming in, and that's really cool. But then you have, I guess you could say like Brett Keane is like old GDC.
Yeah.
But like, he stayed away for a little bit, but then he came in the other day, and I think he came in to kind of perk it up. So, like, Brett Keane cares about the GDC.
Yeah.
Like, he comes in to perk it up.
See, I recognize the name, but I don't think I've ever actually spoken to him.
He's interesting.
I love Fiona.
I know. Yeah, Fiona.
Get her talking, and it's like, yeah, I love her.
Fiona, Exiled, D.
Yeah.
D's hysterical.
Who?
D.
I don't know if I recognize
it. D. Holy Spackle.
Yeah, I like Holy Speckle.
I like it when Brett comes in, or like, like Will's pushing over the top. I think, Will is nice to have around, but it gets too much.
Yeah.
So it's like, just dial it back a little. Just a little bit. Like, just dial it back. You'll be fine.
Damn it, the light's on over the door. I'm not getting up to turn it off. There's a few people that come in later in the evening / night that they have interesting points of view.
Mm-hmm.
But
I
one
like
guy,
Nate
yeah.
because Nate's a Muslim, but
Oh
he
yeah.
likes conversation and,
Mhm.
and asking questions and stuff. So that's cool.
The one person here was questioning me. I can't remember who it was now for the life of me about my religious beliefs, and I was like, you know, I'm not well versed on why I don't believe. I just don't believe in it.
Mhm.
Like my reasonings are my own, and to explain them when you're put on the spot, it's like, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, that's normal. But these people come from like this whole like debate community where you have to have justification for everything. It's like, you're too much into this whole genre.
Mm-hmm.
Dial it
Yeah, I'm
back
just,
a little. It's like when
know.
people like try to like put philosophy on shit. And I'm like, no. Mm-mm.
I'm just
Don't
like,
try to put
don't
philosophy
believe.
on me.
They're like, well, explain yourself. Why don't you believe? And I'm like, well, I just don't. Like, what has God ever done for me? I know that's the most basic argument you can use, but seriously, what has he ever done for me?
Well, and I'm just like, there is no God, so why should I even fucking entertain that fantasy?
And I'm like, I come from a church family. I was an altar girl.
Oh, but they said I was doing reductio ad absurdum or whatever. I don't know. I was like, no.
Like, I served on the church altar. I could recite a freaking full church sermon to you, like church service, sorry, to you, to this day, because I was in the middle of it all. Like, I just don't believe in that shit.
Yeah, but like saying that it's just figments of somebody's imagination, why the fuck should I give credence to that? Isn't enough for some people.
Like, a lot of them think that if you don't believe in God, you just haven't experienced, the joys that church and the community can bring you and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, no, I was in that community for, 17, 18 years of my life. Like, I know what church is. I know what the community is. I just don't care.
Yeah. Or the well, you say there's no gods now, but what if there is a god later? Like, why do I have to fucking entertain somebody's bullshit? Why?
And then the question,
There's no reason.
What would it take if God, like, if God were to appear in front of you, how would he manifest himself? Or, what sign could he give you to prove that he's real? He can't give me any sign because he's not real?
This is my whole point, though. It's like the whole concept of a god is because somebody imagined it. So you say, oh, well, there could be a god later on. No, it's still somebody's fucking imagination.
It's a fairy tale, in my opinion.
Like, why don't you get it?
To me, it's a
I
fairy
don't
tale.
have to entertain that idea whatsoever.
It's it's stories passed on through years and years and years and getting changed over time.
Well, what if? Well, what the fuck do I care if there's a what if? Like, that's
Well, you can say what if to
still
any situation
somebody's
in the
fucking imagination. I don't fucking care.
It's literally somebody's imaginary friend that ended up getting, more people start being like, oh, I like this imaginary friend. I'm going to take him on too.
It's just so crazy because it's like, if people did not make up this concept of God in the first place, you wouldn't even be asking what if. Like, don't you understand that?
Oh, yeah.
I just don't get it. Like, and then you pull like all this philosophy shit, and I'm like, fuck philosophy. Just fuck off.
Yeah, it's like, okay. Well, what sign can God give you to prove that he's real? Well, nothing, because he's literally a figment of everybody's imagination.
Yep.
Like, if God were real, well, no, because it's stories that have been passed down for generations.
Yeah.
That's why it's in a book, because not everything that's in a book is real. Ugh. Well, it's in the Bible. Well, Twilight's a book too, but you don't see that being real.
Mm-hmm.
My religion's gonna be the vampire religion.
Yeah, just because some people decided to write down these stories that have been passed down from culture to culture in the area. Like, oh, give me a break. Give me a fucking break.
My favorite thing is to look at somebody who's doing this. Oh, God is real. God, why don't you know God? This, God, that. It's like, okay, so how is your God real, but somebody else's God isn't? If you're saying that, your God is real because it's documented through these books, through history, well, so are other gods. Can you give me a reason why they're not real?
Mm-hmm. Oh, I did that to my mom. Because she was just like, she was giving me shit one day. This was a few months ago, actually. So recently. She's been dealing with me being an atheist for over 20 years. So, and she still pulls this shit on me. I'm like, come on, give me a fucking break. And she's like, well, what if, God is real? I'm like, which God?
Yeah.
And she's just like, the only God? I'm like, how do you know there's only one God?
Mm-hmm.
And
Because
she's just like,
logically, if one God can be real, any God can be real.
and my mom's older and shit, but you've been trying to pull this shit on me for decades.
Yeah.
I'm sick of it. I'm not putting up with it. Fuck off.
Yeah.
Like they want me to sit there at dinner and bow my head while they're saying grace. And I'm like, nope, I'm just gonna start eating. Thanks.
Yeah, I used to get so awkward around that because I don't want to sit there and pray over a meal.
I'm so done kowtowing to their bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Not gonna happen. And I tell my kids, go ahead and eat. Like, you don't have to fucking wait.
You're hungry. Sit, shove food in your mouth, and go play.
You got food on your plate? Eat.
Yeah. And that's like, I don't understand why God has to be a part of like weddings and those kind of things because
just fucking eating.
Yeah. Like I went to a wedding this summer and it was like, oh, let's pray over the food, and here I am already halfway done my potato salad or whatever the frick is on the plate. I'm like, oh, I was supposed to wait? What? Like, thankfully in my home growing up, even with, being somewhat religious, we never did say grace before every meal or closing prayer and all that bull crap. Like we didn't do that, so that's why like when I go to houses where like they're doing grace before a meal, I'm like already eating my food and they're all looking at me. I'm like, what? I'm hungry.
Like you can do your own little ritual. Like have fun with that.
But
Have
I
fun
find
with your
even
ritual.
yeah, even with my like religion that I grew up in, like my mom never made us do grace before a meal. But like when my younger cousins, my uncle and aunt adopted kids, and they used to get them to say grace before every meal, and I'm like, you did not grow up doing that, so why are you making your kids do that?
Yeah, it's bizarre. Hey Nate.
Hi, ladies.
What's up?
How you doing?
Okay, just listening to y'all. Pretty interesting.
And laughing.
Smiling, not laughing.
That was the laughing emoji with tears. Come on. That was
No. That was a meow, cause she kept the bullet that came out her vagina.
Oh God. Yes. Yes.
Oh my God.
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of wanted to
I'm
question that a
sure.
little.
I'm sure getting shot is pretty fucking painful, and having that go through you is pretty fucking painful.
Yeah.
Did she say why she was shot?
Yeah.
No. Did she?
Pelvic area was one of
Okay.
them.
No, not where, but why?
Like, how'd that come about? Like, how do you just get shot?
She said it was random. It was just a random